Kyoto University, the pinnacle of the Huaxia Cultivation Academy. Konoha Village. Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, anxiously paced outside the hospital room, his gaze fixed on a closed door, his heart heavy with worry and unease. He knew that within that room lay his beloved wife, Uchiha Makoto, enduring the trials of her first childbirth, while he was powerless to be at her side. This feeling of helplessness only deepened his anxiety. Suddenly, the voice of the midwife broke the silence at the door. Fugaku's heart raced, but he quickly regained his composure, awaiting the events unfolding within. After the dedicated efforts of the hospital staff, Uchiha Makoto finally gave birth to their child. Wah! Wah! Upon hearing the baby's cries, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck Fugaku's heart, and his eyes brimmed with tears. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally swung open. Fugaku hurried inside, taking in Makoto's exhausted yet content expression, and he let out a deep breath of relief. Wonderful news! Both children are healthy, and mother and babies are safe, the nurse said with a warm smile. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy as he gently clasped Makoto's hand. Thank you, Makoto. I vow to protect you and our children. Makoto nodded wearily, her fatigue evident. Let us name the children. As he gazed at the two infants beside Makoto, a rare smile graced Fugaku's face. The elder shall be named Uchiha, and the younger Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Uchiha, lying on the hospital bed, widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. To think that he, a native of Blue Star, had become the elder brother of Uchiha Itachi. Should he really start calling his younger brother the foolish to-do? Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. Yet, Uchiha quickly became anxious about his own talents. His twin brother was exceptionally gifted, and the next sibling was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. The weight of being the elder brother was immense. System? Golden Finger? Grandfather? Uchiha could only silently call upon his golden finger to manifest. Ding. Host has been positioned. Ding. System is loading. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the Devil Fruit System. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing the voice of his golden finger, Uchiha felt as though the world of pirates had collided with that of ninjas. The Devil Fruit System was indeed intriguing. Naturally, he was also eager to explore the contents of his novice gift pack. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained a guaranteed draw for a devil fruit. Would you like to initiate the draw? To Anne's surprise, obtaining a devil fruit was to be achieved through a lottery. However, what did the term super guarantee imply? Did it mean that one was assured to receive a powerful devil fruit? Let the lottery commence. In an instant, a colossal wheel materialized before Anne's eyes, adorned with the names of various devil fruits. As Anne's voice echoed, the pointer on the wheel began to whirl, sweeping past an array of devil fruits, and watched with bated breath, acutely aware that the outcome was intricately linked to his own strength. The notion that all devil fruits were equally potent was sheer nonsense. A natural-type flame fruit versus a paramecia-type jacket fruit, any fool could discern the obvious choice. Moreover, in the world of Naruto, where strength reigned supreme, a formidable devil fruit was of paramount importance to him. As time elapsed, the wheel's pointer gradually slowed, finally halting at a deep brown devil fruit, characterized by its uneven, barbed surface. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the natural-type thunder fruit. Not bad, just average. A smile spread across Anne's wrinkled face, as he felt quite content with his novice gift. The thunder fruit was arguably the most potent natural-type devil fruit, propelling its consumer beyond 99 of the formidable beings in the Naruto realm. Of course, the newly born Uchiha was not included in that statistic, given that activating a devil fruit also depletes physical stamina. Fugaku, look how adorable it is. Makoto gazed at her son, nurturing aspirations of becoming a devoted mother, eager to see her two children grow swiftly. Fugaku's expression momentarily faltered, as though he recalled something significant. Makoto, let's rest for a few days before returning home. Okay, I understand. You have matters with the security team to attend to. You needn't spend your time with me. How could I? Today, I intend to be by your side all day long. Lying on the hospital bed, Uchiha could only observe his parents exchanging affectionate gestures, and before long, his newborn body succumbed to the weight of slumber. Thus, Uchiha returned to the rhythms of his previous life in university, where each day was filled with eating and sleeping. Regrettably, this world lacked mobile phones otherwise. Uchiha would gladly embrace a life of idleness. A week later, Fugaku cradled Itachi, while Makoto held him as they strolled through the streets of Konoha. Uchiha curiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling an odd blend of familiarity and strangeness. The Ninja Academy, Konoha's iconic river, and numerous clan territories of the ninja were all present. Along the way, many villagers and ninjas greeted Fugaku, though he chose to ignore the casual passersby. After half an hour, and finally arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory, nestled closely beside the Uchiha clan. Observing the Hyuga clan members coming and going, it became evident why the saying ever since Naruto entered the Hyuga clan, he has endured endless, disdainful glares had emerged. As the two most prominent clans of Konohagakure, the Uchiha and Hyuga families possess a significantly larger population compared to other ninja clans. At long last, a family of 4 arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, greeted along the way by numerous Uchiha members who exchanged pleasantries with the clan leader, Fugaku. A few curious individuals even playfully pinched the cheeks of Un and Itachi, though such behavior was rare, as the Uchiha clan members were renowned for their proud demeanor. At last, we are home. Amused, stepping into the familiar abode and noticing the large black television that adorned the room, he couldn't help but reflect on the peculiar technological development within the world of Naruto, which seemed rather skewed. While radios and cameras had been ingeniously created, the ninjas remained entrenched in primitive combat techniques. Even the original manga featured firearms, albeit with minimal significance, which was indeed a missed opportunity. In summary, the world of Naruto presents a uniquely skewed technological landscape, akin to that of the world of One Piece. Chapter 2. Cultivating Chakra. Thus began Uchiha's piglet-like existence, nestled daily in his mother's embrace, indulging in food and drink. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was no different, his plump little cheeks utterly adorable, bearing no resemblance to the aloof figure he would later become. For years later, by now, Un and Itachi had reached the age of 3, though their stature resembled that of boys 4 or 5 years old. It had to be said. The denizens of the shinobi world seemed universally taller, children included. Regrettably, throughout those 4 years, and system lay dormant, utterly unresponsive. Had he not physically consumed the rumble fruit, he might have doubted the system's very existence. Time to eat, and Itachi, Makoto called, lifting both boys onto the dining table. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Mother. Makoto gazed fondly at her 2 exquisitely delicate children, her heart swelling with pride, especially when she witnessed in serving Itachi another portion, their brotherly harmony warming her soul. Yet, at 4 years old, Itachi had already begun his transformation into a cool, composed little gentleman, quietly scooping rice into his mouth with an air of dignified cuteness. Itachi is just too adorable. And watch his younger brother chew, the sight of the serious little boy resembling nothing so much as a tiny hamster, stirring within him an irresistible urge. Unable to restrain himself, and extended a finger, aiming to pinch the aloof Itachi's cheek. However, Itachi seemed to sense the impending mischief, swiftly turning his head to evade Un's clutches. Alas, at 4 years old, Itachi's reflexes and speed were no match for Un's. With practiced ease, and pressed his fingertip against Itachi's soft cheek. Soon, Itachi's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with indignation and resignation, his silent judgment clear. How childish my elder brother is. Mother, and is disrupting my meal again. Itachi knew protest alone was futile, summoning maternal intervention was his only recourse. Un, thoroughly amused by Itachi's irritation, reveled inwardly at his foolish little brother's endearing reactions. Thus, even as he murmured soothing words and continued his relentless cheek pinching, utterly oblivious to his own mischievous excess. Focus on your meal. Stop teasing your brother. Makoto lifted Itachi into her lap, spoon-feeding him bite by bite. Under Un's playful gaze, Itachi's blush deepened. Once the meal concluded, Makoto gathered both children before her. Itachi, you are now 4 years old. It is time to learn chakra extraction. Your father is occupied, so I shall guide you through this process. With that, Uchiha Makoto unfurled a scroll, handing it to Un as both brothers huddled close to study its contents. This is the Uchiha clan's finest chakra guidance technique. You must dedicate yourselves to its mastery. Nodding fervently like eager chicks, Un and Itachi could scarcely contain their excitement, This was the moment they had long awaited, the sacred path of chakra cultivation. How could they not be thrilled? At the tender age of 4, one embarks upon the cultivation of chakra, a privilege bestowed upon the ninja clans. In contrast, commoners must wait until the age of 6 to engage in chakra training at the Ninja Academy, where they are often relegated to mastering rudimentary chakra manipulation techniques. Subsequently, Mikoto guided In and Itachi in refining their chakra, yet, despite their prodigious talents, the duo failed to sense its presence after an entire day of exertion. As night descended, the brothers, being still quite young, were assigned to share a room, lying together on the same bed, nestled beneath a single blanket. "All right, my foolish little brother. It's time to sleep. We shall continue our training tomorrow," and remarked, glancing at Itachi, who was still absorbed in his chakra refinement. Itachi, however, cast a resigned look at him, who was preoccupied with picking his nose, feeling a profound sense of exasperation towards his older sibling. "Brother, this world is governed by power. I must seize every opportunity to cultivate my strength. Therefore, I cannot afford to be lax in my chakra training," Itachi asserted with unwavering determination. A sentiment quite remarkable for a mere 4-year-old, given that Itachi displayed the intellect of a seasoned Hokage at the age of 7, and considered his brother's words to be quite normal. "Power, you say? Rest assured, as your elder brother, I shall safeguard my foolish little brother," and replied. Yet Itachi refrained from commenting further. The typically nonsensical remarks of his brother prompted Itachi to selectively listen. To take everything at face value would be folly. Sensing Itachi's skepticism, and realized he must affirm his authority as the elder brother. Otherwise, as a time traveler, he would struggle to command the respect of his little brother, which would render his existence quite pointless. In an instant, the ability of the rumble fruit activated, and arcs of electricity danced across his hands. Itachi gazed in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected prowess displayed by his usually childish and silly brother. This was merely Itachi's internal reflection, hadn't been aware. He would have certainly subjected Itachi to a jolt of electric therapy. "How about that? Your older brother is more than capable of protecting you, my silly little brother. Now, let us sleep." With that, Itachi relinquished his chakra training, understanding that excessive effort could be counterproductive, especially for his 4-year-old body. Thus, the two brothers lay side by side, before drifting off to sleep, and playfully pinched Itachi's little dairy, a gesture he would likely not have the chance to repeat as Itachi matured. Itachi instinctively squirmed in protest, unable to resist the antics of his somewhat naive elder brother, as Itachi succumbed to slumber and lay quietly on the bed. Deep in contemplation, his system felt as though it had perished, yet he resolved that should other devil fruits present themselves in the future, he would certainly consider bestowing one upon his foolish little brother. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the natural rumble fruit were already sufficient for him to explore for a considerable time. To overreach could diminish his combat prowess. As long as he could acquire a second devil fruit that was suitable for Itachi, he would gladly offer it to his younger sibling. The night passed in silence. The following day dawned. Itachi placed his large foot down, and for his slumberous brother, he could only indulge him. Thus, the early rising Itachi practiced amidst the sounds of his brother's snoring, only concluding when Mikoto came to call the two brothers for breakfast. After they had finished their morning meal, Fugaka summoned them to the training ground outside. Target boards were scattered all around, along with numerous shurikens and weapons. "Your mother has already instructed you in the practice of chakra. Now I shall teach you the throwing techniques of the Uchiha clan. You too must practice diligently." Upon finishing his words, Fugaku picked up a kunai and, with a swift flick of his right hand, embedded it into the target 20 meters away, striking the bullseye. Fugaku expected cheers from his sons, hoping to establish his authority as a father. However, the expressions on Itachi and Sasuke's faces remained remarkably tranquil. They paid little mind to their father's display. Chapter 3. Participating in the Third Great Ninja War. Fugaku's face flushed with embarrassment. What I just demonstrated was merely a fundamental kunai throwing technique. Now, allow me to showcase the Uchiha clan's true throwing art. He then seized 9 kunai, leaping into the air with remarkable speed to hurl them forth. Bang, bang, bang. 7 kunai struck the bullseye directly. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the 8th kunai forcefully collided with the 9th, altering its trajectory and lodging it into a tree behind the target. Father is truly impressive. Itachi watched this spectacle with keen interest, his youthful face radiating admiration for his father. It was evident that Fugaku's performance had a profound impact on the 4-year-old Itachi. Noticing his son's reaction, Fugaku felt a swell of satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a rare smile. Itachi, after a period of training, you too shall achieve this. However, Fugaku's expression abruptly shifted as he cast an angry glance at Sasuke, who was idly picking his nose. Sasuke, why are you so indifferent? Was my explanation insufficient? Sasuke, still maintaining his calm demeanor, flicked the booger from his little finger. In the world of Hokage, there is a principle that kunai do not kill. And I have not seen many strong individuals perish by their hand. Father was indeed impressive just now, but has he ever slain a formidable foe with this technique? As Fugaku prepared to respond, his expression darkened. Upon reflection, it seemed few powerful adversaries had met their end by his kunai throwing technique, though it still proved effective. I have dispatched numerous Jinin and Chunin with this skill. Yet, not a single special Jonin or Jonin. Hearing his son's revelation, Fugaku's anger intensified. All you need to do is practice diligently alongside me. With no choice but to comply with his father's command, Sasuke began the foundational training in kunai throwing. However, Itachi appeared genuinely joyful at the prospect of training with his father. Thus, Itachi commenced their daily endeavors in chakra refinement and the practice of fundamental taijutsu. In truth, the majority of individuals within the ninja world do not place great importance on taijutsu. However, nearly every ninja engages in some form of taijutsu training. As the days passed during Itachi's rigorous training, Fugaku's return home grew increasingly delayed. Half a month later, Fugaku sat gravely at the dining table, while Makoto's countenance appeared equally troubled, perhaps sensing the somber atmosphere, and refrained from his usual playful antics with Itachi. Father, mother, what has transpired? The precocious Itachi, perceiving the unease, directly inquired. The third Hokage of Sunagakure has gone missing, and Sunagakure suspects the involvement of the other 4 great ninja villages. With the relations among the 5 great villages becoming ever more strained, war looms on the horizon. Konoha is already making preparations on all fronts, and I must lead the Uchiha clan into battle. Makoto, you are to care for and Itachi at home and avoid going out for the foreseeable future. Instantly, the atmosphere at the table grew heavy. War signifies sacrifice, and it seems the Uchiha clan may endure significant losses once more. Then let me join the battlefield with foolish Urdu, and declared, astonishing the 3 adults. Makoto and Fugaku stared at their son in disbelief, while Itachi looked at his older brother with surprise. Even if he harbored similar thoughts, Itachi understood that their parents would not easily permit them to enter the fray. You are merely 4 years old. There is absolutely no way I would allow that, Fugaku asserted. Your mother is right. You lack the strength to protect yourself on the battlefield. It is best for you to remain here with her. Clearly, both Fugaku and Makoto were adamant against sending 2 4-year-olds to war. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression fell, likely disheartened by the prospect of not being able to participate. Observing this, and quickly began serving food to his father and mother, exclaiming, everything is negotiable. As long as Itachi and I possess sufficient strength, we should be allowed to witness the battlefield. Fugaku's face flickered with a hint of hesitation at An's words. A direct refusal seemed likely to hurt the 2 little ones. Yet entrusting them to the battlefield was equally concerning. 3 days from now, I shall lead the Uchiha clan to the front lines. If, before that time, you 2 can master any one of the techniques from the body flicker technique, I will allow you both to accompany me to the battlefield. As an advanced ninjutsu, the body flicker technique is not overly difficult. However, for 2 4-year-old children, mastering it would require a considerable amount of time. Of course, if and Itachi could indeed master any one of the techniques within 3 days, they would gain a modicum of self-defense, allowing Fugaku to better protect his 2 sons. Upon hearing this, Itachi exchanged knowing smiles. Given their innate talents and unwavering dedication to chakra refinement, mastering even one of the techniques would be a trivial endeavor for them. Thus, Itachi hurriedly finished their dinner and promptly returned to their humble abode to commence their training. Oh, foolish Idu, which jutsu do you plan to master first? Itachi pondered over the body substitution technique, contemplating whether he could grasp even one within 3 days, at the very least. He aimed to achieve proficiency in one of the ninjutsu. I wish to practice the transformation jutsu first, indecisively asserted, playfully tweaking Itachi's aloof little face. Then I shall also practice the transformation jutsu. If you encounter difficulties, you may consult your elder brother. After a brief discussion, Itachi embarked on their training, and chose to focus on the transformation technique, one of the body substitution techniques, as it would serve him best. Having consumed the thunder fruit, he could elementalize rendering the body replacement technique largely ineffective for him. As for the clone technique, its utility was minimal, and was far more intrigued by the prospect of assuming another's appearance through the transformation jutsu. 3 days later, after arduous training, the two brothers gathered around the dining table. "How has your training progressed, my sons? If you are unable to perform any jutsu, you shall not accompany your father to the battlefield." An and Itachi exchanged knowing smiles before simultaneously dispelling their transformation jutsu. Before them stood Itachi as On, and then as Itachi. "Truly, our sons are prodigies." Mastering ninjutsu at the tender age of 4, Mikoto gently caressed An and Itachi's heads, thoroughly pleased with their performance. Fujitaka, witnessing this, felt no need to elaborate further, as both sons had met his expectations. "Since you have both demonstrated a commendable grasp of the transformation jutsu, you are now qualified to accompany me to the battlefield," Fujitaka announced, then shifted his tone. "However, you must not stray more than 10 paces from me, so I can better protect you both." "Yes, thank you, father." Chapter 4. Inuzuka Hana. After stepping outside their home, An and Itachi trailed closely behind Fujitaka like devoted shadows. Soon, the trio arrived at a vast clearing, where numerous members of the Uchiha clan, adorned with the fan emblem on their attire, stood united. As soon as they noticed Fujitaka's arrival, the atmosphere turned solemn. The clan leader's authority unmistakable. 3 elderly figures stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Fujitaka. "We pay our respects to the clan leader." These 3 were the elders of the Uchiha clan, who typically assisted Fujitaka in managing clan affairs: the Grand Elder Uchiha Keiho, the Second Elder Uchiha Ruyan, and the Third Elder Uchiha Hongguang. Notably, all 3 possessed the rare 3-tomo Sharingan. "Esteemed elders, I intend to take An and Itachi with me to witness the upcoming war." An and Itachi, understanding the significance, stepped forward. "Greetings, esteemed grandfathers." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Uchiha clan proceeded towards the training grounds, as the Hokage building could not accommodate the impending deployment of 3,000 ninjas. In truth, the Hidden Leaf Village was not limited to just this number of shinobi. The Land of Fire required ninja for defense in every region, leading to most of the Leaf ninjas being dispersed throughout the country. By the time the Uchiha clan arrived, the majority of the ninja clans had already gathered here. As An looked around at the familiar figures and the insignia of the clans, he felt that this was the true world. The Hokage has arrived. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made his appearance on the high platform, accompanied by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze. Tsunade, who was afflicted with hemophilia during the Second Shinobi World War, did not present herself to the crowd, seemingly unwilling to appear on the front lines. The third Hokage then launched into a lengthy pre-battle address, which left him feeling drowsy. Subsequently, the ninja army departed in batches towards the borders of the Land of Fire. An and Itachi set off with the troops under the embrace of Fugaku. After a day of marching, the Leaf ninjas responsible for support reached the border of the Land of Fire to establish a camp, preparing for potential attacks from various directions. Inside the main tent, the leaders of the participating ninja clans and the high-ranking ninjas gathered. Sitting at the head of the table was Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage. Of course, none of this concerned An, who was outside the tent, wandering about with his silly friend, Adil. The 2 young boys attracted considerable attention from many young ladies, and noticed a lovely little girl sitting alone on a rock. "Oh, beautiful little sister, are you a member of the Inuzuka clan?" He recognized the clan's emblem, known for its mystery. "Are you the Uchiha twin brothers, Uchiha and Uchiha Itachi? You look so adorable." As she spoke, the little girl playfully pinched Itachi's cheek. The usually aloof Itachi was taken aback, surprised to find someone sharing his brother's peculiar fondness. Startled, he instinctively took a few steps back. "My name is Inuzuka Hana. I'm here to observe the battlefield with my father, and I am a year older than you twin brothers, so you should call me sister." And felt a strange sensation rise within him. The term sister reminded him of a certain Japanese actress. Inuzuka Hana reached out her hand toward An, who willingly offered his face for her to pinch. Imagining Hana's beauty as she grew, and thought it would be better to nurture such a lovely girl. Itachi, witnessing his brother's behavior akin to a lovesick puppy, felt goosebumps spread all over his body and couldn't help but step back again. "Come, let your sister give you a hug." Amusingly, and could not refuse and leaped into Hana's embrace. Unfortunately, at just 5 years old, Hana was still quite petite, lacking the fullness that would come with maturity. However, considering that 12-year-old female ninjas in the world of Naruto were already quite developed, and mused that it wouldn't be long to wait. Just as he was quietly enjoying the warmth, A sudden voice interrupted the moment. In the embrace of Hanazuka Hana, the impudent scion of the Uchiha clan found himself in an awkward predicament. Upon the arrival of her mother, Hana's countenance instantly fell. How could she be here? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, immediately feigned discomfort. Itachi, with a subtle smirk gracing his lips, seemed to relish the sight of his elder brother in such a predicament. Thank you, Sister Hana. I am feeling much better, and reluctantly extricated himself from Hana's warm embrace, precariously leaning against Itachi for support. Hana's mother, Hanazuka-tsum, merely scoffed in disdain. My daughter is a veterinarian. I failed to comprehend why this little brat would seek her out at that moment, and could only act oblivious. Grasping Itachi's hand as they departed. Hana, you must be cautious with your associations, maintain your distance, Sum advised before taking her leave, causing Hana's smile to wane. Sum had her own concerns regarding the earlier events. The Uchiha clan had long harbored dissenting views against Konoha, and should in one day find himself at odds with the village, it would be Hana who would suffer the consequences. Having left that encounter behind, Itachi returned to the Uchiha stronghold. Regrettably, everyone was preoccupied, bustling about without a glance towards the two young boys. Bored. And Itachi began practicing the art of shadow clones. Days turned into weeks, and the scale of war escalated. What had initially begun as the disappearance of the third Kazekage had spiraled into chaos, drawing in various shinobi villages into the fray. And Itachi remained unaware of the battles raging outside, only noting the increasing number of injured being brought back. Lacking medical ninjutsu, they could only offer limited assistance to the wounded, inadvertently earning a modicum of popularity among the villagers. A week later, Fugaku summoned Un and Itachi once more. The war draws ever closer, and even this place has begun to be attacked. Henceforth, you two must remain by my side, so that I may protect you, he commanded. Yes, father. Both En and Itachi eagerly responded, leaving the specifics to fate. However, as the conflict intensified, Fugaku became increasingly occupied, often arriving to meet En and Itachi still stained with the blood of battle. 5 days later, while Un and Itachi were training in Fugaku's tent, a middle-aged man adorned with the emblem of the Sarutobi clan entered. Uchiha and Uchiha Itachi, I am Sarutobi Kinomaru, a Jonin of the Sarutobi clan. You two are to accompany me, he stated, exchanging wary glances. En and Itachi followed the man from the Sarutobi clan as he led them through a labyrinth of twists and turns, just as En was about to lose his patience. The trio finally arrived at a cave. Chapter 5, The Invasion of the Cloud Shinobi. In a secluded cavern, a dozen young children awaited, each representing the core members of their respective clans. It was no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen entrusted the protection of En and the others to members of the Sarutobi clan. His intentions were evidently well thought out. For your safety, Lord Jiraiya has dispatched me alongside a team of Nin to safeguard you. For the time being, you shall reside here. Itachi, observing their surroundings, inquired with a hint of confusion, this is merely a cave. How would we, a group of children, retreat in the event of an enemy attack? Is there an exit on the other side? Sarutobi and Kaze exchanged approving glances at Itachi's perceptive observation, recognizing him as the son of the Uchiha clan leader. However, their disdain for him deepened as they noticed him nonchalantly picking his nose. Rest assured, if an emergency arises, we will have everything arranged, they assured. Upon entering the cavern, En and Itachi discovered an enchanting scene within. A series of miniature tents were set up in close proximity, suggesting this would be the temporary abode for the brothers. Sister Hana, it has been quite some time, En exclaimed, eagerly approaching. Hana Inuzuka responded instinctively, embracing En warmly. Itachi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched his brother take advantage of Hana's affection, quietly retreating to seek a tent for the two of them. Thus, En settled into the cave, receiving snippets of news from Sarutobi and Kaze regarding the outside world. The third Raikage had fallen, the IWA shinobi had suffered significant losses, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist had been bested by Might Guy, and realized that the war would likely conclude sooner than anticipated. In the following days, and grew more familiar with the other children. It was evident that once they matured, they would form a formidable force. Regrettably, En's youth was frequently a source of jest among them, as only the Uchiha clan would permit 2 4-year-old children to enter the battlefield, while others were invariably older. However, when it became known that Itachi had mastered the body flicker technique and had acquired both the shadow clone and transformation techniques, no one dared to underestimate the brothers any longer. A week later, while Un and Itachi were preparing a meal, without any designated cooks for the children, A figure suddenly dashed into the cave, adorned with the Leaf Village headband and stained with blood. "Nara, what brings you here?" they asked, recognizing the nin, Yamagata Nara, who served under Sarutobi and Kaze. A contingent of Cloud Shinobi seems to have discovered this location. "I will open the back exit of the cave with ninjutsu. You must hurry and return to headquarters to inform Lord Jiraiya," Nara instructed, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, earthquake technique. Instantly, the ground within the cavern undulated like waves, revealing a 2-foot square passage deep within. Having completed his task, Yamagata Nara turned to leave, presumably to assist Sarutobi and Kaze. "What should we do?" At the tender age of 4, Itachi found himself momentarily disoriented. This marked his first intimate encounter with the brutality of war. With a sudden forceful pull, and drew Itachi protectively to his side. "Itachi, lead the others back to headquarters. Stay vigilant along the way. Brother, what about you?" And met his younger sibling's gaze with reassuring steadiness. "Remember, I possess certain unconventional methods. Stay safe." Under their coordinated guidance, the cluster of children swiftly evacuated the cavern, leaving him standing alone amidst the hollow echoes. Without hesitation, he pursued the trail of Shanha Nalyang's blood, darting through the forest with electrifying speed, his small frame flickering like lightning between the trees, covering vast distances in mere instants. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, Sarutobi Kazafu tightened his grip on the kunai, wiping blood from his brow. Of his 3 remaining nin subordinates, only he remained. Shanha Nalyang had departed, and the others lay lifeless. His dwindling chakra and grievous wounds whispered the inevitable. His endurance was fading. To encounter Konoha's elite nin, Sarutobi Kazafu, during our retreat, and with 4 stationed here, there must be something of significance. Kazafu remained silent, revealing his position now would be fatal. His adversary, the infamous Kumobikure nin Toroi, master of magnet release, had already claimed 2 of his men. Stalling was his only recourse. When no reply came, Toroi turned to his squad. "Fan out. Locate Sarutobi Kazafu or uncover why Konoha guards this place." A kunai rigged with explosive tags suddenly embedded itself into one of the Kumo nin. The others scattered just as boom. The detonation left another enemy motionless, breath fading. Shanha Nalyang allowed himself a sliver of satisfaction. Eliminating even one foe surpassed expectations. Yet in that fleeting moment of relief, a massive square kunai pierced through his chest. Thud. Watching the lifeless body tumble from the branches, Toroi smirked disdainfully. "None evade my magnet release." His glare then burned into the surviving 5. "No more casualties. Kill Kazafu and withdraw." As the Kumonin expanded their search, Kazafu knew discovery was inevitable. His sole hope now rested on the children's safe return to headquarters. Only then might a sliver of survival remain. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared before Sarutobi and Kazekage, deepening their despair. "Sakuji, ignore Dana." Lord Kazekage, with a beaming smile, greeted Sarutobi and Kazekage, both of whom were now filled with a desire to strangle him. "What are you doing here, you little rascal? Hurry and leave. I'm here to assist you. Do adopt a more cordial attitude." The words unsettled Sarutobi and Kazekage, akin to having swallowed a fly. "Are you really just a 4-year-old child here to be a burden?" At that moment, as conversed with them, dozens of shurikens rained down from above. Seeing this, Sarutobi quickly shielded in and leaped onto a nearby tree. Chapter 6. Fierce Battle and Rescue. Troy and his 5 nin suddenly appeared before him. While in assess the Cloud Ninjas, they too scrutinized him, astonished at the unexpected presence of a child on the battlefield. The Uchiha clan's insignia marked this child, suggesting that his lineage was far from ordinary. Troy's deductions were astute, revealing an S identity with remarkable clarity, and felt a twinge of surprise. Who claimed that the intelligence of the natives was inferior to that of transgressors. Troy displayed no signs of foolishness. However, feeling uncomfortable in Sarutobi's embrace, and swiftly wriggled free. What are the capabilities of these Cloud Ninjas? And would not engage without sufficient preparation. Thus he inquired about the Cloud Ninja's intelligence. "The one with purple hair is Troy, a nin from the hidden Cloud Village. The other 5 are nin, foes you cannot contend with. I must ensure your safe departure. They are merely a handful of Cloud Ninjas." With that, Uchiha leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. He picked up a katana, whose owner was unknown, striking a classic pose reminiscent of my wife Zenitsu, gathering his strength. This spectacle incited uproarious laughter among the hidden Cloud Ninjas. "You, a mere child of the Uchiha clan, intend to slay us with that blade?" Be careful not to hurt yourself. I expected a formidable opponent, yet here stands a fool. Surely, the Uchiha clan wouldn't recklessly send you to the battlefield to meet your demise. Several cloud ninjas unabashedly mocked him. For it was indeed a comical sight to see a 4 or 5-year-old wielding a katana of equal length to his stature, proclaiming intentions of murder. Yet, and paid little heed to their derision, silently observing their positions. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash, sixfold. Naturally, and possessed no knowledge of thunder breathing. He merely uttered the phrase for dramatic effect. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. With a flash of lightning, one ch clutched his throat and collapsed, bleeding profusely until lifeless. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first kill. You have earned one lottery opportunity. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a Chunin. A reward of one lottery chance has been granted, and had not anticipated that the system, which had lain dormant for 4 years, would finally resurface, bestowing upon him 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. The immediate priority was combat, and thus swiftly focused his mind. The cloud-hidden village ninjas gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom that a mere 4-year-old child could effortlessly slay a Chunin. In the fleeting moment of their shock, the battle raged on, with remarkable speed, and swung his blade once more. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly, as the remaining 4 Chunin from the cloud-hidden village fell, mirroring the posture of the first who had perished. In an instant, wielding his unparalleled speed, directed his blade at the last adversary, the elite Jonin Troy. With a sharp clang, his katana was severed by Troy's kunai, sending him sprawling, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I could discern your movements. Otherwise, I too would have met the same fate as them, easily falling to your hands, and mused. Troy, seizing the moment, remarked. At merely 4 years old, possessing such formidable lightning-release ninjutsu, the death of you, a member of the Uchiha clan, would surely cause a significant stir in Konoha. En's earlier display had thoroughly unsettled Troy, solidifying his resolve to eliminate En. And, realizing his precarious situation, understood that his only reliance lay in his speed, his stamina, ninjutsu. And taijutsu paled in comparison to Troy's prowess. He was acutely aware that he had yet to unlock the potential of the Thunder Fruit. Otherwise, with the speed it bestowed, even a Jonin would be hard-pressed to withstand him. Wind release, gale cutter. In an instant, dozens of massive wind blades, resembling long swords, sliced toward Troy. Observing this, Troy immediately formed hand seals to execute the body replacement technique. In a heartbeat, his body was shredded by the onslaught of wind blades. With a resounding crash, a wooden beam was splintered into fragments. The Uchiha clan has produced yet another extraordinary talent. Allow me to assist you. However, I possess limited ninjutsu. We must conclude this swiftly. And nodded, promptly aligning himself alongside Sarutobi and Kaze. Engage. En's commanding shout signaled the commencement of their assault. And Sarutobi and Kaze grasped his intent. They crouched low, rapidly forming hand seals, gathering chakra. Meanwhile, and continuously maneuvered around Troy, drawing his attention. Wind release, vacuum wave. Blade-like gusts of wind surged from all directions toward Troy, carving deep ravines into the ground. Magnet release, wind shuriken. Troy swiftly launched 2 colossal wind shurikens to shield himself, then utilized his magnetism to direct the shurikens toward the oncoming gale blades. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens, stirring up clouds of dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, Troy's figure began to emerge. Sensing this, Sarutobi and Kaze executed the body flicker technique, propelling themselves forward. Clang. Unfortunately, Sarutobi and Wind's kunai were directly intercepted by Troy. Just as Troy finished speaking about a surprise attack, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. En's figure appeared behind Troy, having stealthily approached under the cover of smoke, and decisively swung his blade. Die! With that exclamation, and forcefully withdrew his knife, causing a torrent of blood to spray across his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying AJ Neen. Reward: 1 guaranteed lottery draw opportunity. As he felt the life ebbing away, Troy let out a furious roar. Do you think you've won? The wind shuriken that lay on the ground once again levitated, swiftly hurtling towards En's right side. A diminutive figure emerged before everyone's eyes. Itachi. Yet, Itachi stood frozen in place, as though he had forgotten his own substitution technique. Seeing this, En immediately dashed towards Itachi, a tearing sensation coursing through him, leaving him in excruciating pain. At merely 4 years old, En lacked the robust physique necessary to withstand the extreme velocity of the Thunder Fruit. Bang! At the last moment, an S right hand grasped the massive wind shuriken, blood dripping from its blade onto Itachi's face. Subsequently, and lost consciousness, and just as he was about to collapse, he felt a wave of warmth. A rough, large hand lifted him up. Fugaku, witnessing the blood seeping slowly from his body, could not help but shed tears. You all clean up the battlefield. With Fugaku's command, the Konoha ninjas began tending to their fallen comrades and gathering battle intelligence. Chapter 7, A Bounty of Rewards. As the captain, Fugaku cradled Bothan and Itachi, hastily making his way back to headquarters. Days later, in the medical room, the acrid smell of medicine made him feel quite uncomfortable. Aware of the pain coursing through his body, he understood that he had been saved. He was awake now, and in a few days, he would recover. Hearing a stranger's voice, and forced his eyes open. All he could see could be described in one word: immense, the largest in the ninja world. Lady Tsunade has saved you. Inuzuka Hana, upon seeing and awake, suddenly threw herself onto the hospital bed and began to weep. Your body seems to have endured immense strain. There isn't a single intact spot on you. However, after my treatment, you will be back to health in 3 days. I never expected that a mere 4-year-old could slay 5ch Nin from the hidden cloud village, and even fight alongside the injured Sarutobi and win to take down AJ Nin. What a formidable little fellow you are. My curiosity about you only grows. With that, Tsunade turned to leave, glancing back at him. During the days you were unconscious, she spent a considerable amount of time by your side. As Tsunade departed, Inuzuka Hana felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her in the solitary room. Then he began to serve tea and water to him, inquiring about his well-being with genuine care. Before long, Itachi burst into the room, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers to place by the bedside. Brother, how are you feeling? Father has gone on a mission, but when he returns and learns that you have awakened, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Itachi continued to chatter away, expressing his gratitude for Anne's protection during a perilous moment. His demeanor mirrored that of an ordinary child, brimming with vivacity. Observing Itachi's despondent expression, and reached out to tousle his hair. Isn't it the duty of a brother to protect his younger sibling? Itachi nodded emphatically, resolute in his intention to train diligently, aspiring to safeguard and in the future. Brother, I believe I have awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. As he spoke, a mesmerizing tomo appeared in Itachi's eyes, the crimson irises exuding an aura of dark allure. Hanazuki, witnessing this, felt a pang of envy. It was one thing for an elder brother to be exceptionally powerful, but to have a younger brother emerge as such a rare prodigy left little room for an ordinary person like him. Nevertheless, and was acutely aware of the trials that accompanied the awakening of the Uchiha's eyes, a truth that bore the weight of a curse. Then let us train diligently, so you can adapt to these eyes swiftly. Ultimately, and found great solace in witnessing Itachi's growth. Regrettably, he had yet to awaken his own eyes. Otherwise, combined with the speed of the rumble fruit, he would have been absolutely confident in eliminating Troy in an instant. After conversing for a while longer, Itachi and Hanazuki took their leave, allowing him to rest. Once they had completely departed, and turned his attention to the system that had lain dormant for the past 4 years. He had 3 chances for a draw, 2 ordinary draws and 1 guaranteed super draw, which was indeed a favorable situation. System. Let us proceed with the 2 ordinary draws first. A colossal will materialized before his eyes, adorned with familiar devil fruits above. The rumble fruit he had consumed had faded into a dull gray. The massive pointer began to spin, gliding past one devil fruit after another, finally landing on a flat-shaped devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superhuman wash fruit. The wash fruit, and felt quite satisfied with this draw. While it may not be the most formidable in combat, it possessed the ability to wash both people and objects, leaving them clean and dried. More importantly, the wash fruit held profound effects on the psyche. When objects were washed, they would lose their form, while living beings would be stripped of their strength. And it could also cleanse the darkness that resided within one's heart, purifying others' souls. It could be said that any devil fruit capable of influencing the soul was not to be underestimated. Continue. With En's command, the enormous pointer spun once more, ultimately halting on a devil fruit he did not recognize at all. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superhuman whisper fruit. The whisper fruit, a fruit deemed rather useless in the world of pirates, was even more so in the realm of Naruto. In circumstances where animals are willing, communication is possible. However, should they choose to remain indifferent, the ability to converse with them becomes futile. Within the realm of pirates, animals seldom speak, rendering the whispering fruit somewhat useful. Conversely, in the world of Naruto, the more powerful tailed beasts and summoning beasts possess the ability to articulate their thoughts, thereby diminishing the value of such powers. Quickly, esteemed system. My last ultra-guaranteed draw must yield a formidable devil fruit. And fervently began his whimsical prayers. The colossal pointer commenced its rotation once more. This lottery draw felt unusually prolonged, as if it were a mere figment of Anne's imagination. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the surgery fruit of the superhuman category. Today seemed peculiar, as if it had inadvertently disturbed the nest of superhuman devil fruits. Among the 3 fruits, the surgery fruit ranked supreme, followed by the wash-wash fruit. While the whispering fruit was undeniably subpar. After concluding the draw, and blissfully succumbed to slumber upon his hospital bed, for his body had yet to fully recuperate. 3 days later, feeling significantly revitalized, and commenced his training alongside the aloof Itachi. The 2 brothers engaged in physical and ninjutsu training within the Uchiha clan encampment. The previous battle had left Fugaku greatly concerned, prompting him to have the brothers learn an array of ninjutsu. Suddenly, a youth with golden hair appeared at the Uchiha camp and lunged toward him with fervor. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Upon witnessing this, Itachi promptly unleashed his soul-mastered technique to shield his brother, yet the golden-haired figure vanished in an instant. Truly, the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan demonstrated mastery over high-level ninjutsu at such a tender age. The newcomer was none other than the illustrious Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash. You must be Itachi. Your performance was commendable, and your decisiveness was impressive, Minato remarked, ruffling Itachi's hair, while Itachi gazed at him with a hint of admiration, as Minato had earned immense renown during the recent Ninja World War. Observing this, and felt a twinge of jealousy and stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Itachi. You are Uchiha, are you not? I am well aware of your exploits, Minato continued, extending his hand to place a sum of money into Anne's grasp. Your contributions in the recent battle were significant. You eliminated 5 Chunin from the hidden Cloud Village and assisted in the demise of a Jonin, thereby preventing the leakage of vital information from Konoha. This reward is equivalent to the completion of an A-rank mission. It was astonishing that a mere 4-year-old child, yet to become a ninja, had accomplished an A-rank task. Chapter 8. The war concludes. A relaxed gathering. In, naturally, did not decline the monetary gift presented to him. After all, an abundance of pocket money is always welcome. Lord Minato, may I have the honor of witnessing your Flying Thunder God technique? Given the opportunity to encounter the legendary Minato, and was eager not to miss the chance to experience this extraordinary skill. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze displayed a contemplative expression but ultimately did not decline Anne's request. In an instant, several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique were scattered by Minato, who then appeared in various locations, leaving behind a series of afterimages around him and Itachi. Truly impressive. Lord Minato. Itachi's admiration for Minato deepened, while he quietly observed Minato's display, gaining a glimpse of the unparalleled speed that defined the ninja world. At present, his own speed could not compare to that of the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, it was a space-time ninjutsu, incomparable to the capabilities of the lightning fruit in certain respects. Nevertheless, and held confidence that as he continued to grow stronger, he would inevitably become the swiftest man in the ninja realm, albeit not in that sense. By diligently developing the lightning fruit, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable presence in the ninja world, for everyone understands the swiftness of electricity. You too should train diligently. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Watching Minato's departing figure, and felt an overwhelming sense of prestige, it was no wonder he was one of the most beloved characters in the Hokage series. Brother. It seems that the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is preparing to retire, and the candidate with the highest support for the 4th Hokage is none other than Lord Minato Namikaze. Another potential candidate is Lord Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, but I firmly believe that Lord Minato should be the 4th Hokage, and pondered how their father, or the Uchiha clan, would make their choice. Itachi's demeanor reminded of a certain individual, Zhang Matsi. At just 4 years old, Itachi's performance in this rather adolescent world was truly remarkable, naturally, and had to showcase his own exceptional intellect to uphold his brother's dignity. The 4th Hokage would indeed be Minato Namikaze, while Orochimaru would never ascend to the position, despite both having a mentor-student relationship with the 3rd Hokage. Only Minato's character would allow him to become Hokage. Minato possessed immense strength, decisiveness, and a calm demeanor, coupled with a gentle and amiable personality. Conversely, while Orochimaru was equally decisive and calm, his darker inclinations and unscrupulous methods would never earn him the recognition of the Leaf Village ninjas. Only Minato could claim the title of Hokage. After stating this, and shifted to a more stoic expression, exuding an air of mystery. His remarkable performance also garnered Itachi's adoring gaze, as he admired his older brother. And speaks wisely, and Itachi has indeed performed admirably. You two brothers are truly geniuses. I am very proud of you, Fugaku said, embracing and Itachi, a broad smile illuminating his face. Now that the war had largely subsided, you will soon be able to return home to see your mother. And Itachi instantly beamed with joy. After all, no one relishes war. And home holds a unique significance for everyone. As the news of the war's conclusion spread, the Uchiha clan began to dismantle their camp. Preparing to move out the next day, night fell. The members of the Uchiha clan gathered together to commence a banquet. Despite the inherent pridefulness of each clan member, they momentarily allowed themselves to relax. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan had not yet experienced the severe rifts that would later emerge, although some internal conflicts existed. They were not enough to overshadow the bonds shared among them. However, the circumstances for Rin and Itachi were rather precarious. At the tender age of 4, and was deemed old enough to partake in the drinking festivities, the third elder of the Uchiha clan, disregarding decorum, filled a cup to the brim with sake for Rin and Itachi. Meanwhile, the other two elders were engaged on the Western Front under Orochimaru's command and thus were absent from the gathering. As Itachi lifted the cup to his lips, he took a delicate sip, only to have his expression immediately sour. And, on the other hand, downed his small cup in one go and feigned drunkenness as he staggered away from the table. This was N's clever ruse, pretending to be incapable of holding his liquor. He would take a single drink before wobbling off. Alas, at merely 4 years old, what was the point of indulging in alcohol? Bored, and began to wander aimlessly around the camp. Throughout the encampment, various ninja clans reveled in celebration, their faces aglow with joy. Despite the presence of injured soldiers in the medical tents, those who survived joined in the merriment. However, as N ventured beyond the main camp, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya. Both appeared flushed, evidence of their considerable libations. Ah, a little rascal from the Uchiha clan, Tsunade exclaimed, swiftly pulling N into her embrace, making him acutely aware of the metaphorical waves crashing around him. Drink, in an instant, and found himself having a cup of sake poured down his throat, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Jiraiya, witnessing this, promptly rescued N from Tsunade's clutches. You must be Uchiha, truly a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, and your contributions in this battle are noteworthy. Would you like a reward? Jiraiya spoke in a tone reminiscent of one coaxing a small child, treating him as if he were merely a 4-year-old. Then, Lord Jiraiya, please teach me a few ninjutsu techniques as my reward. And coughed, his eyes shining with anticipation. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at the little boy, then waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade erupted into wild laughter at Jiraiya's predicament, much to An's amusement. My dear child, advanced ninjutsu is out of the question. But perhaps I could teach you some techniques of a lesser tier, Tsunade suggested. Hearing her proposal, and found himself in a quandary. Techniques such as the sage art of Mount Myaboku and summoning jutsu seemed unattainable. Jiraiya would likely be unwilling to impart those to him. As for basic ninjutsu, and felt somewhat disdainful, considering the Uchiha clan's ample repertoire of techniques. Isn't there the legendary Rasengan created by Lord Minato? If Lord Jiraiya could teach me that, I would be most grateful. For a brief moment, Jiraiya's expression faltered, uncertain of how to respond to An's request. Teaching the jutsu developed by his own disciple to this little boy raised the question of whether his apprentice would have any objections. If I refuse again, it would be somewhat embarrassing. All right, let me consult with that kid from the Watergate, and nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. A jutsu of such caliber must not be easily declined, and if it could be obtained without cost, that would be even better. Let us indulge in another drink. Tsunade once again pulled N over, pouring him another cup of liquor. After exchanging a few more idle words with Tsunade and Jiraiya, and sought an excuse to leave. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might succumb to inebriation and create a scene. Chapter 9. The Mist Village Strikes. A chance for glory again. Thus, and continued his journey towards the outskirts of the camp. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol earlier, he sought a darkened space to relieve himself. In no time, he successfully fertilized a large tree. However, as he turned to return, he noticed a faint mist beginning to envelop him. Is it possible for fog to form in this weather? Fog typically arises only under specific humidity and temperature conditions at night, given the current dryness. This mist must be unusual, and remained on high alert, utilizing his height to remain concealed within the underbrush, confident that he would not be easily detected. Just as his patience waned and he contemplated heading back, several figures suddenly came into view. Each approached the camp with utmost caution, adorned with the headbands of the Mist Village, and recognized that he could not remain passive. Action was required to return and sound the alarm. In an instant, the speed of his lightning release technique surged to its peak, and within the fog-laden forest, his figure darted like a bolt of lightning. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the advancing Mist Village ninjas. As the leader of the assassination team, the Jonin, Kirigikure's Gato, could not allow him to escape back to the camp to raise the alarm. Jika, Ong, Anka, you three pursue him. Gato discerned that an S speed was beyond that of an ordinary Chunin. Thus, he immediately dispatched 1/6 of his elite force to hunt him down. In an instant, four figures shot forth from the team, their target being the fleeing in. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds of Chunin, under the leadership of another Jonin and a special Jonin, hastened towards the Leaf Village's camp. Unfortunately, within the dense fog, and struggled to discern his direction, and having wandered too far while relieving himself, relaying the message became exceedingly inconvenient. Soon, the four figures were closely trailing behind him. When they finally caught sight of him, astonishment filled their eyes. You are the unparalleled genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchihan. Your name has circulated widely in recent days. It appears that eliminating you in this operation would be worthwhile. Gato was resolute in his determination to extinguish this prodigy. Water release, water iron cannon technique. As a seasoned Jonin, the enigmatic Hozuki Lanyu possessed a wealth of combat experience. Anticipating En's landing position, he unleashed an attack, his right hand emitting a liquid that resembled bullets, piercing through a massive tree in an instant. The remaining three Jonin, unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously launched their jutsu against an water release, water spear technique. Water release, water tornado technique. In a heartbeat, 10 water spears surged towards En's back, while beneath his feet, a torrent of water swirled like a tornado, seemingly seeking its prey. The assault from the Mist Shinobi showed no signs of abating. Earth release, earth flow wall. A towering earthen wall blocked En's path, instantly obstructing his retreat. Do you believe you have me cornered? Unfazed by the combined onslaught of the three Jonin, and showed no inclination to evade. Several water spears pierced through his body, yet he leapt gracefully onto the earthen wall. Observing this scene, both Hozuki Lanyu and his three subordinate Jonin wore expressions of ease. Subsequently, the water spears transformed into a deluge, soaking and completely, evoking a tantalizing sensation of being drenched, yet not a single wound marred his form, nor did any blood spill forth. Foolish humans, do you understand the concept of elementalization? Mastery over the natural elements is a formidable trump card, and N was far from inexperienced. Moreover, the devil fruit feared seawater, not the freshwater at hand. Had the battle taken place by the sea, and would undoubtedly have refrained from confronting the water-release ninja head-on. Meanwhile, another figure, identical to N, had hurried back to the Leaf Village's encampment. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, and had employed the shadow clone technique to dispatch a clone to relay the message. Upon the return of his clone, it sought out the inebriated Jiraiya and Tsunade. Ninja are attempting to ambush us. Lord Jiraiya, please make arrangements. Before the clone could finish its sentence, it vanished in a puff of smoke before the two. Yet, even with only a single phrase, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, grasped N's intent. Tsunade, hurry back to tend to the injured. Understood. Soon, under the guidance of Jiraiya and Tsunade, the Leaf encampment began to restore its former order. The once vigilant Namikaze Minato promptly led his contingent of ninjas to support N. At this moment, however, N was not as perilously situated as others might envision. In fact, he felt a twinge of enjoyment. Damn you, Uchiha brat, if you possess any skill, stop hiding. To have four Jonin demand a mere child not to evade, wasn't that a tad overbearing? N deftly maneuvered with his superior speed, evading the four. And even though some attacks were unavoidable, he persevered through elementalization. Alas, his frail body was beginning to falter, with dwindling chakra and stamina to sustain the battle. Hozuki Lanyu and his companions found themselves at a loss, for who could have foreseen that this 4-year-old child, seemingly lacking in prowess, would possess such unfathomable speed? Certainly, The occasional appearance of the substitution technique left the four in awe, further solidifying their resolve to eliminate in. Without regard for Chakra, they aimed for a swift resolution. Eliminating a prodigy from the hidden leaf was deemed worthwhile. Heeding the command of Kirigakure's guy, the trio disregarded their Chakra reserves and unleashed a flurry of potent ninjutsu. In an instant, the entire area resembled a torrential downpour, with small lakes forming beneath the trees. Uchiha, overwhelmed, retreated, gasping for breath as he leaned against a tree. The relentless barrage of attacks had left him defenseless. Should reinforcements fail to arrive, he would be forced to flee once more, disregarding his own condition. Is this all you have? Little one, it takes 4 elite shinobi considerable time to take down a mere 4-year-old child. You have already made a name for yourself in the ninja world. Kirigakure's guy lunged forward, determined to strike the recovering and clang. A sharp sound resonated as Guy's kunai was deftly blocked. Lord Minato. Namake's Minato suddenly exerted his strength, pushing Guy back. Well done, young man. In an instant, dozens of figures emerged, positioning themselves protectively in front of Guy, and his 3 subordinates turned pale. It was evident that this mission had ended in utter failure. Signal to retreat. Guy. One of the elite shinobi protested, only to be silenced by Guy's fierce glare. Recognizing the predicament, Anka immediately signaled, and a red flare erupted in the dark sky. Chapter 10. The Enlightening Thoughts of Itachi. Yellow flash. Namake's Minato, the young Uchiha. I, Kirigakure's Guy, shall ensure your demise. With that declaration, Guy led his team in retreat, vanishing into the shadows. Minato and Uchiha did not take Guy's words to heart. After all, it was not uncommon for one to utter threats before fleeing. Lord Minato, are Itachi and my father safe? Fortunately, your timely warning allowed us to prepare. The mist shinobi attacked aggressively once before withdrawing. The ambush had transformed into a full-on assault, and it estimated that the mist village must have incurred significant losses. Following Guy's retreat, and his companions swiftly made their way back to the Leaf Village camp. Should they be caught off guard, it would spell disaster for Konoha. On the return journey, Minato frequently glanced at Lord Minato. What is it? Jiraiya-sensei has informed me that he will teach you the Rasengan. It is a high-level jutsu of my own creation. If time permits, I would be glad to guide you in your training, hoping you can master this technique soon. Coming from a common background, Minato held no reservations about learning the Rasengan. He was genuinely eager for him to succeed. Moments later, upon In's return to the Uchiha clan's camp, he found dozens of corpses strewn across the ground, being dragged away for burial. Fugaku stood alongside Itachi, both silently observing the grim scene. Itachi, father, why do wars exist? Fugaku's expression grew solemn as he regarded his son, momentarily at a loss for words. I do not know either. Nations simply find themselves at war, and people kill without understanding why. Then how can we end war? Faced with this question, even Fugaku, leader of the Uchiha clan, could summon no answer. He knew empty reassurances would mean nothing to Itachi, so he remained silent. Why does war exist? It is simply a matter of interest. The 5 great shinobi nations and the dozen smaller ones wage war for resources, population, land, water, and all else. Conflict arises from disputes over such interests. Why is it always Konoha that is invaded, while Sunagakure remains untouched? Because Konoha possesses fertile land, a vast population, and prosperity. Suna, on the other hand, offers only deserts and wastelands. Who would invade a place with nothing to gain? Of course, this assumes Suna lacks oil. If this world valued petroleum above all else, Sunagakure would have been erased long ago. En's words drew the attention of both Itachi and Fugaku, especially Itachi, whose eyes gleamed with an unreadable light. Then, brother, how can we truly end the shinobi world's wars? And hadn't expected to dig himself into such a philosophical pit. Who could guarantee eternal peace? But having spoken, he had to follow through, or lose face entirely. And so, he resorted to rhetoric once more. Where there are conflicts of interest, there will be war. Ending it is no simple task. First, one must defeat the 4 great villages, subdue the minor nations, and unify the shinobi world under a single rule. Then, establish a system that serves the majority, or at least the dominant class. Finally, distribute resources fairly, allowing time to erode the divisions between nations, villages, and shinobi themselves. Only then can war be eradicated at its root. Itachi suddenly threw himself into An's arms, weeping uncontrollably. After all, he was only 4 years old, far too young to bear such burdens. Fugaku, recovering from his astonishment, gazed at An with quiet approval. With him, The Uchiha clan's future would not be bleak. Nearby, the second elder, Uchiha Shikin, watched En's retreating figure in silent contemplation before departing, and, meanwhile, held the trembling boy close. Heart-aching. In another life, Itachi, who loved sweets, had known only bitterness. This time, and vowed to protect everything his brother held dear. After a long while, Itachi, having released his emotions, pulled away with flushed cheeks, embarrassed. Enough. Rest early. Tomorrow, we return home. Fugaku's words eased the moment as he led En and Itachi back to their tent. The next day, the Uchiha clan began relocating from this place. Yet En noticed an unusual sensation. Many clan members seemed to regard him with newfound reverence. This left En utterly perplexed. However, one improvement was evident. On the return journey, En was granted the privilege of riding in a carriage. At that moment, the second elder, Uchiha Shikin, approached En with a beaming smile. "And your performance was commendable. A pleasant surprise awaits you upon our return," he declared before departing with hearty laughter. Baffled, En turned to Itachi. "My foolish little brother. Do you comprehend the old man's cryptic words?" Itachi shook his head. "I know not. But if it is a surprise, it must be something favorable. By now." Itachi no longer took offense at En's teasing epithets. In fact, he regarded En's seemingly eccentric behavior as wisdom disguised as folly. After a day's arduous journey, the group finally arrived at Konoha. As the village gates loomed before them, many eyes brimmed with tears. "Welcome back. Konoha has triumphed." The villagers greeted their return with overwhelming enthusiasm. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene with satisfaction, regardless of circumstances. Both the second and third great ninja wars had ended in victory under his leadership. His legacy would remain untarnished, and now it was time to step aside for a worthy successor. Yet, the question of who should inherit the title of fourth Hokage weighed heavily upon him. "You too. Accompany Elder Shikin back first. I must report the battle's outcome to the Hokage," Jiraiya instructed. "And meet me at Training Ground 3 tomorrow. Your brother may join as well." With that, Jiraiya and the clan leaders who had participated in the war followed the third Hokage toward the administrative building, while the remaining clans dispersed to their respective homes. A quarter of an hour later, En and Itachi arrived at the Uchiha compound under the guidance of Elder Shikin. Due to the swift resolution of the Western Front, where the Third Raikage's legendary stand against 10,000 Iwagyu had forced an early armistice, the war had concluded much sooner than on the Eastern Front. Elders Uchiha Tsukihei and Uchiha KK stood at the entrance to welcome the returning warriors. When En appeared, the entire Uchiha clan, led by the three elders, bowed deeply in unison. "Greetings, young clan leader." The sight left En momentarily stunned. This must be the surprise Elder Shikin had alluded to. Chapter 11, The Opop no Mi. En hastily returned the bow, prompting the others to straighten. "At 4 years old, you eliminated 5ch Nin and, with the aid of Sarutobi Kazef, slew the Cloud Village's J-Nin, Toroi. Henceforth, you are our young clan leader." Securing the Uchiha clan's support had always been part of En's plans, though he had not anticipated its realization so swiftly. Of course, the exemplary performances of both the clan head and enduring the war had earned the majority's approval. Even if dissent lingered among some clansmen, none dared voice opposition now. "Honored elders, my brother and I shall take our leave," En said. "Go forth," they permitted. After dismissing En and Itachi with a wave of his hand, the elder waited until their figures had completely vanished before immediately pulling the second and third elders close. "Shikin, is what you wrote in the letter true? Aren't we acting a bit rash?" The elder and the third elder both harbored some skepticism regarding the second elder's description of an near-demonic intellect. In response, Shikin, the second elder, shoved them both aside. "I trust only what I hear and see. Even if the young heir lacks such profound insight, his strength alone qualifies him to be our successor." With that, Shikin strode away without another word. Left alone, the elder, Suraheim, and the third elder, KK, huddled together once more. "KK, what are your thoughts on this matter? For now, Uchiha is still young. Let us observe how events unfold. If problems arise, just as we can elevate him to the position of heir, we can also strip him of it. The Uchiha clan does not blindly adhere to inheritance. We deliberate to depose leaders, and we can deliberate to remove an heir as well." Having settled on this stance, the elder and the third elder dispersed to attend to their own affairs, each harboring their own hidden calculations. Meanwhile, En and Itachi had already returned home, where their mother, Uchiha Makoto, stood waiting at the entrance. The moment she caught sight of her two sons in the distance, the long months of yearning melted away into overwhelming relief. Itachi. Mikoto rushed forward, tears already brimming in her eyes. The brothers broke into a sprint, throwing themselves into her embrace, wrapped in the warmth of their mother's arms, and found himself shedding tears as well. Mother, we're home. Mikoto pressed kisses to their foreheads, her voice trembling with emotion. You're back, my good boys. My precious boys. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as the three clung to one another. Come now, let us not linger outside. I've prepared something special for you. With that, Mikoto scooped in and Itachi into her arms and carried them inside, settling them at the dining table. Wait here for your father. She then disappeared into the kitchen, humming cheerfully as she worked. Seizing the opportunity, and quietly shifted closer to Itachi. Foolish little brother. I have a gift for you tonight as well. What? Unruffled Itachi's hair with a grin. A secret. Later that evening, Fugaku finally returned home. His expression slightly strained. Mikoto and Itachi had long been waiting for the head of the household, the table already laden with a lavish feast. Father, please wash your hands and join us for dinner, and urged. Fugaku chuckled, patting an head before moving to Mikoto. The two embraced tightly, their gazes locking in silent. Profound affection, so intense that and Itachi suddenly felt like accidental intruders, as if they were the ones who didn't belong. You're home. Sit down and eat. Mikoto murmured tenderly. The family gathered around the table, deliberately refraining from discussing the war, instead sharing amusing anecdotes. The atmosphere gradually transformed into one of lightheartedness, and he could feel the warmth and happiness of familial bonds enveloping him. After dinner, however, Fugaku summoned him into his study, having endured the Third Shinobi World War. They had only managed a Pyrrhic victory, with their forces nearly depleted, while a new generation of ninjas was emerging. Should another war erupt, it could spell the end of Konoha itself. The Uchiha clan had long harbored radical factions opposing their governance. Your unexpected emergence has provided me with a glimmer of hope. My son, do you grasp my meaning? Fugaku said, his face alight with anticipation as he awaited an response. At that moment, Fugaku regarded as a strategist. However, felt immense pressure. Did his father hold him in such high esteem? The prospect of another war seemed implausible, as conflicts had only occurred approximately every 2 decades, seemingly a deliberate effort to control the number of ninjas. In any case, there would be no wars in the foreseeable future. As for the radical factions within the Uchiha, that was a matter for his father to handle. It could be considered a gift from him to Fugaku. With that, and placed the superhuman fruit on the table and handed Fugaku a prepared note detailing his speculations about the fruit's development, including its inherent drawbacks. Fugaku read the note attentively, and upon finishing, he rose, embraced him, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Such a remarkable fruit, while it may not fully sway the radicals within the clan, it could still effect significant change. Unable to withstand Fugaku's fervent gaze, and pushed his father away and took a couple of steps back. I understand your intentions, father. You wish for me to become the leader of the new generation of Konoha ninjas, thereby amplifying the influence of the Uchiha clan. I comprehend this logic and share the same aspirations, so your guidance is unnecessary. With a playful grimace and dashed back to his room, Fugaku watched his son retreat with a wry smile, feeling fortunate to have 2 such children. Naturally, he could strive for another child as intelligent as and Itachi. Once back in his room, and flopped onto his bed, inadvertently wreaking havoc on Itachi's hairstyle. Foolish Adudu, this is a gift from your brother. And placed the surgical fruit on the bed, its peculiar appearance illuminated by the light. Itachi curiously examined the unfamiliar fruit. Brother, what is this? A rare and unusual fruit? It could indeed be categorized as a special fruit. You will understand once you taste it. Itachi picked up the fruit and took a bite, his expression contorting in evident agony. Just a single bite suffices. Coughing, Itachi forced himself to swallow the cursed fruit, gasping for breath, clearly haunted by the abhorrent taste reminiscent of excrement, a flavor that would forever remain etched in his memory. Chapter 12, Training the Spiraling Sphere, and promptly handed a piece of paper to Itachi, confident that with his intellect, Itachi would undoubtedly excel in developing the surgical fruit. Perhaps, endowed with the capabilities of the surgical fruit alongside his own talents, Itachi could emerge as an unparalleled medical ninja, a pioneer in his own right. Brother. Itachi recognized this gesture as his elder sibling's affection, a wave of emotion washing over him. Wishing to avoid any sentimental display, swiftly changed the subject. Let us get some rest. Tomorrow, Lord Jiraiya will teach us advanced ninjutsu. By bestowing the cursed fruit upon their father and younger brother. Itachi felt a weight lifted from his heart. The cursed fruit, in Fugaku's hands, would effectively prevent the Uchiha clan's fragmentation, though it required careful planning. The surgical fruit, akin to a superpower, would surely liberate Itachi from the grips of his affliction, and had also contemplated who the remaining whispering fruit would be given to. The following day, Itachi rose early for breakfast, while Fugaku had already departed for his duties with the Konoha security team. Hurry and wash your hands. We mustn't keep Lord Jiraiya waiting. Observing her two drowsy sons, Mikoto savored the warmth of family life at that moment. The news of Jiraiya's lesson for and Itachi had been shared by Fugaku at the dinner table the previous night. Yes, mother. After their meal, Itachi set off for the third training ground, which was conveniently close to home. Along the way, many members of the Uchiha clan continued to show great respect for him, reinforcing his resolve to alter the fate of his clan from annihilation. Upon arriving at the third training ground, Itachi found that Jiraiya was absent, but another familiar figure awaited them. Lord Minato, what brings you here? Hello, Itachi. Minato Namikaze swiftly materialized before the two. Jiraiya-sensei has some matters to attend to, so he entrusted me with teaching you the spiraling sphere. Itachi gazed at Minato with a hint of admiration, while disdainfully curled his lip, suspecting that the perverted sage had once again indulged in his voyeuristic tendencies. It was undeniable that if Jiraiya were to rectify this flaw, he might indeed be considered a perfect ninja. Next, we will focus on physical training. First, you will run 20 laps around the third training ground. Given your young age, let us refrain from weights for now. Minato's words felt like the whispers of a demon. The third training ground was vast, and a single lap was likely nearly a kilometer. Yet Minato demanded that the 4-year-olds run 20 laps, almost 20 kilometers. Minato-sensei, aren't we supposed to be practicing ninjutsu? With your current chakra levels, it is impossible for you to perform advanced ninjutsu. Only after 2 years of physical conditioning will you possess sufficient chakra to execute a single high-level technique. The expression on In's face involuntarily fell as the words of Minato Namikaze left the two brothers with little room for rebuttal, particularly for Itachi, having consumed the surgery fruit. The ability to freely exchange positions within the sphere created by its power, along with the capacity to sever and splice anything, demanded immense physical stamina as a foundation. Nevertheless, this allowed him to pursue his physical training without reservation, for Itachi, having ingested the surgery fruit, could undoubtedly heal his own hidden injuries. In fact, and had long desired to experiment with the lightning body forging technique, which he could now commence. Yet, ultimately, they still needed to run 20 laps. Charge forth. Foolish Odudu. With a roar, and immediately surged ahead, leaving Itachi puzzled by his brother's sudden outburst, yet he swiftly increased his pace to keep up. The two brothers began to circle the third training ground, engaging in strenuous physical training lap after lap. Days turned into weeks. As and Itachi traversed the distance between home and the third training ground, with Minato occasionally offering guidance. Even in the absence of Minato's supervision, the brothers remained steadfast, never slacking off for a single day. Before long, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. And Itachi had both grown significantly taller. It wouldn't be long before they would welcome a younger brother. When Minato reappeared before and Itachi, he donned a new outfit, the Hokage robe emblazoned with the title of the fourth Hokage, accompanied by his distinctive Hokage hat. Greetings, fourth Hokage. You two are making me feel somewhat unaccustomed. I never anticipated becoming the fourth Hokage. However, was acutely aware that once Minato assumed the role of Hokage, the Night of the Nine Tails would soon erupt, necessitating his intervention. Master Minato, I believe I am ready to begin training for the Rasengan, and declared. Giving Itachi a gentle push. Understanding his brother's intent, Itachi promptly formed hand seals, chakra gathering steadily within him. Fire style, great fireball technique. In an instant, flames surged forth from Itachi's mouth, reaching several meters. Both Minato and instinctively retreated, feeling the heat wave wash over them. At that moment, Minato was profoundly astonished. To be able to perform such an extensive ninjutsu at the age of 5 was a testament to the brothers' exceptional talent, unparalleled by others. You two are truly geniuses of the Uchiha clan. It seems the time has come to teach you the Rasengan. Following this, Minato's training methods mirrored those of Jiraiya, with Naruto, guiding and Itachi through the initial stages of water sphere training. After more than half an hour, and Itachi had grasped the fundamental training methods. Observing their ability to train independently, Minato took his leave. As the newly appointed fourth Hokage, he found himself increasingly busy, leaving him with little time to mentor Itachi. After another day of diligent training, the brothers returned home, where they found Fugaku and Mikoto waiting for them. "Welcome back. Hurry and eat." Mikoto immediately prepared to rise and serve rice to Itachi, but was restrained by Fugaku. And Itachi obediently took their seats to serve themselves. "You both ought to be aware that Minato has become the fourth Hokage, a feat made possible by the unwavering support of our Uchiha clan. Once he fully consolidates his control over Konoha, our circumstances will improve significantly. Furthermore, your mother is expecting a baby brother, so for the time being, you should refrain from training and focus on caring for her at home." As Fugaku spoke, he did not look at Itachi, but instead gazed at Mikoto with a tender expression. And Itachi simultaneously stood up and replied, "We will certainly take good care of mother." Mikoto affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair, saying, "During this time, I entrust you both with your little brother." Thus, for the next 2 months, Itachi assumed the role of caretakers at home, preparing meals, doing laundry, and tidying up, which brought a rare warmth to their household. Under their attentive care, Mikoto noticeably gained weight, and it was likely that their future brother, Sasuke, would become quite chubby. In their spare time, Itachi diligently explored the powers of the devil fruit, and both made significant progress. Chapter 13. The Birth of Sasuke and its Schemes. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon the day of Mikoto's delivery arrived. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, Mikoto was in labor. Outside, the 3 men anxiously awaited. Although Itachi had consumed the surgical fruit, his current medical skills were insufficient to assist. Wah, wah, hearing the sounds from the delivery room, and realized that his younger brother had been born. "Foolish Adudu, you can now call your brother Foolish Adudu." Itachi, with a wry smile, looked at his elder brother. The trio quickly rushed into the delivery room, where they found Mikoto smiling weakly on the bed, a newborn baby wailing at the bedside. Fugaku immediately approached and grasped Mikoto's hand. "You've worked hard, Mikoto." And Itachi leaned closer to the bed to gaze at the crying infant. "Itachi, doesn't our brother look rather unattractive? Indeed, you were just as ugly when you were born." Hearing their banter, both Fugaku and Mikoto chuckled. "Let us give the child a name." After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku declared, "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke." Itachi murmured to the baby at the bedside, "Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Now I have a brother," and then leaned over the bed and poked Sasuke, causing the infant's cries to grow louder. "Now I have yet another Foolish Adudu." The 3 of them spent each day in the hospital keeping Mikoto company during her recovery, pouring their hearts into nurturing this new life, Sasuke. 7 days later, the family returned home from the hospital, and Itachi still did not resume their training at the 3rd training ground, instead dedicating their time to caring for their newly born brother, Sasuke. "Foolish Adudu." As An's voice fell, Itachi and Sasuke turned their gazes toward him. After a prolonged period of persistence from men, both Itachi and Sasuke had developed a reflexive response to this address. "Stop teasing your brother," and Mikoto remarked. Wiping the drool from Sasuke's chin, he was now beginning to resemble his older brother, Naruto. However, and was aware that with Sasuke's birth, Naruto's arrival was imminent, and he needed to be particularly cautious during this time. "Mother, aren't you quite familiar with Aunt Kushina? Could you possibly arrange for me to meet her?" In truth, Kushina and Mikoto were not very close. Their interactions were limited to mere greetings when they crossed paths. Mikoto was genuinely puzzled as to why Anne would make such a request. If you wish to see Kushina, why not just go find her? After all, you know where Minato and his family reside, and was certainly aware of where his teacher, Minato, lived, but as a mere child, he doubted he would be taken seriously in any matter. Perhaps sensing the uncertainty in Anne's heart, Mikoto reassured him, and rest assured, you will not be disappointed. All right, I shall step out for a moment, and replied before leaving the house, while Itachi continued to care for Sasuke. Once outside, and made his way toward Minato's residence with practiced ease. Upon arriving, he detected an air of tension. After a 9-month gestation period, Kushina was now 8 months pregnant, with most children being born around the 9-month mark. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise leading to an early delivery, the Ninetales would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon Konoha. It was reasonable to assume that Minato had made certain arrangements to safeguard Kushina. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A clear female voice beckoned, prompting him to push the door open. Teacher Minato, what brings you home? And was surprised to find the fourth Hokage at home. Minato, however, wore a somewhat displeased expression. This is my home. Is it unusual for me to be here? Faced with this, and could only awkwardly chuckle to ease the tension. Kushina, noticing Minato's discomfort, burst into laughter. It appeared she had been anticipating Minato to be busy at the Hokage office, yet here he was, spending time with her. Minato looked at Kushina with affection, pulling her into his embrace. With Naruto's imminent arrival, I cannot bear to leave Kushina alone at home. So I spend every moment I can here with her. And was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly walked into a scene of affection. Kushina then pulled in closer, gently caressing his cheek. I hope that when Naruto grows up, he can be as well behaved as you. And felt a bit bashful under her gaze. As his mind was that of an adult, Minato handed in a cup of water before taking a seat beside Kushina. What brings you here, and do you have questions regarding your training? I have come in search of the mistress, to safeguard her as she approaches the moment of childbirth. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged knowing smiles. Kushina gently caressed her belly. Naruto, your uncle has come to protect you, she said warmly. Minato assuredly replied, and I have already made arrangements for your mistress's safety. However, and shook his head resolutely, stating, the measures taken by teacher Minato are his intentions. But my commitment to protect the mistress is my own. Moreover, with my capabilities, do you truly believe teacher Minato fears for the safety of the mistress? And expressed his skepticism regarding Minato's plans, recalling the original timeline where both Minato and Kushina perished, along with Hiruzen Sarutobi's wife, Bawako Sarutobi, leading to considerable losses for Konoha, and felt that confronting the imminent crisis relied on his own strength. Observing and stubbornness, both Minato and Kushina found themselves at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Minato was well aware of An's prowess. With his protection, Kushina would undoubtedly feel more secure. Very well, and then I entrust Kushina to your care. I will go prepare a room, said Kushina, attempting to rise. Minato promptly intervened, insisting that a pregnant woman should not be burdened with tasks while two men stood idly by. Consequently, Minato took him to assist in arranging a small room. Your intentions must extend beyond merely safeguarding Kushina, do they not? Teacher Minato, I am concerned about the possibility of the Nine Tails causing unforeseen incidents during the delivery. Should the Nine Tails fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, Konoha would suffer immensely, and rival ninja villages may seize the opportunity to strike. Upon hearing An's analysis, Minato took heed. Once everything was settled, and found himself comfortably residing with the Namikaze family. Subsequently, and assumed the domestic duties originally belonging to Minato, attending to Kushina with the same care one would afford to a cherished companion. Under An's attentive care, Kushina's smiles multiplied, to the point where Minato sometimes felt like an intruder in his own home. As the due date approached, Minato spent increasingly more time at home, allowing him to devote additional hours to mentoring and in his training. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Uchiha Obito. Lord Hiruzen, Mistress, Kakashi, what brings you here? Upon hearing Minato's voice, and swiftly glanced outside, he was greeted by the sight of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Bawako Sarutobi, and Kakashi Hitaki. Minato, Kushina is on the verge of childbirth. This is the moment when the Jinchuriki is most vulnerable. I wish to relocate her to a safer location, where Bawako can care for her and Kakashi can provide protection, Hiruzen declared as he entered the room, lifting it into his arms. Naturally, the genius of the Uchiha clan must also assist in looking after Kushina, and was taken aback that this elder would seek him out, as it conveniently eliminated the need for further justification. Rest assured, third Hokage, I will ensure the mistress's safety, and promised, then wriggled free from Hiruzen's embrace and approached Kakashi directly. It can only be said that Kakashi has not developed the cheerful optimism of later times. He still presents an aloof demeanor, appearing as cold as Itachi. You must be Kakashi-sensei. I am an Uchihan, your junior. Kakashi's tone was notably frigid, offering little more than that to an unfazed by the chilly reception, and understood that beneath Kakashi's exterior lay a brooding, somewhat lascivious character. Naturally, and still harbored a desire to unmask Kakashi, to glimpse the true face behind the mask. However, Kushina, observing the interaction, pulled Kakashi forward to introduce him to Kakashi. Greeted properly. At the behest of his mentor, Kakashi maintained his stoic expression, simply stating, Kakashi Hitaki. Following this brief exchange, the group busied themselves. As the transfer of a pregnant woman nearing labor is quite a considerable task, particularly with the necessity of bringing essential items. By the time preparations were complete, night had fallen. Under the cover of darkness, Kushina was swiftly relocated to the outskirts of Konoha, an area that appeared desolate. Essential doctors and guards accompanied them. Within, and Kakashi specifically assigned to a room adjacent to Kushina's. Due to their youth, the two were placed together in the same quarters. In the ensuing hours, In and Kakashi split into two groups to safeguard Kushina, while Lake Biwa remained in constant attendance around the clock. Regrettably, Minato found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities during this period, having previously spent time with Kushina. At last, the day of Kushina's delivery arrived, and everyone was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. And I have faith in your abilities. Regardless of what unexpected events may arise, you must remain here to protect my wife, Kakashi instructed, handing in a flying thunder god kunai. This was entrusted to me by Lord Minato. It may prove invaluable in critical moments. Rest assured, I will handle matters here, and replied, examining the kunai in his grasp, while internally steeling himself. He was acutely aware that the masked man, Uchiha Obito, would likely make his move tonight. Most importantly, he needed to ensure the safety of Kushina and Naruto. Listening to the chaotic sounds emanating from the infirmary, En's mind grew increasingly composed. Suddenly, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the clashing of steel outside, and realized that Obito had struck. The Umbu guards were likely no match for him, given the inexplicability of Kimui, which no ordinary ninja could withstand. One could only speculate how Kakashi would fare against Obito should their paths cross. Nevertheless, none of this was of concern to En. Despite the mounting anxiety within him, his sole focus was to secure the infirmary. Wawa. It seemed Naruto had been born, yet En remained on high alert, fully aware that Obito might soon make his move. As En momentarily lost focus, a piercing scream echoed through the ward. Without a second thought, En forcefully kicked open the door. With a resounding crash, splinters flew, and En noticed an unfamiliar figure within the room, a masked individual clad in dark robes, Obito. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, along with several doctors, lay lifeless in a pool of blood. And protect Naruto, Kushina exclaimed, struggling to rise and shield Naruto. In an instant, En appeared before Kushina, his kunai aimed directly at Obito. Master, allow me to handle this. You focus on protecting Naruto. Seeing the fierce 5-year-old and standing before her, Kushina felt a mix of emotions, yet she realized that both she and Naruto had no choice but to rely on the small figure in front of them. Obito, however, did not regard the 5-year-old as a threat. Die, he shouted, charging toward Kushina at lightning speed, his kunai aimed at En's throat. En swiftly deflected Obito's kunai and unleashed a surge of lightning toward him. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Directed by En, the lightning hurtled toward Obito with remarkable speed. Obito, unable to easily evade such a rapid attack, swiftly activated his Kimui, shifting his body to another dimension. The impact of En's assault obliterated a wall, startling Obito. Troublesome brat, he muttered to himself before making another advance. Yet En was prepared to unleash his full power. Utilizing the speed of his thunder fruit, he darted around the room, launching kunai and shuriken in rapid succession. Had it not been for his determination to protect Kushina and Naruto, En would have already harnessed his thermal and magnetic abilities to strike Obito forcefully. Even with Obito's Kamui allowing him to evade En's attacks, he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. There was no chance of him killing Kushina and Naruto or unleashing the Nine Tails to devastate Konoha. If En prolonged the fight any longer, Obito's own life might be at stake. Kushina, observing En's fierce battle, felt reassured and took the opportunity to comfort Naruto in her arms. Naruto, you must grow strong like your brother and protect your mother well. However, Obito's fury ignited as he realized his plans had been thwarted by the small child before him. I will kill you, brat, he vowed, just as a figure suddenly appeared beside Kushina. Kushina, are you all right? Minato asked, concern etched on his face. You arrived a bit late, but En has been protecting me and Naruto splendidly. Seeing the situation unfold, Minato felt a sense of relief. Yet he also sensed that his presence hadn't significantly altered the course of events. Realizing the tide was turning against him, Obito began to contemplate retreat. However, after making a bold declaration, he immediately fled, a rather humiliating retreat. The Sharingan? The clever Minato once again discerned a blind spot. The crimson Sharingan in Obito's eyes was impossible to conceal. Chapter 15, Obito's operation fails. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet it seems our clan lacks such formidable individuals. And was explaining this to Minato while subtly repositioning himself. The ever-dedicated Minato slightly bowed. Make your move, sensei. A flash of lightning crackled through the air, instantaneously arriving before Obito. Without hesitation, Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Obito in the blink of an eye. And Minato, as master and disciple, exhibited exceptional synergy, launching their attacks sequentially towards Obito. You wish to kill me. In an instant, Obito vanished into another dimension, narrowly evading En's kunai and Minato's Rasengan. And what kind of ninjutsu is that? Minato felt a sense of helplessness regarding Obito's abilities, even in this brief skirmish. He realized that the masked man's jutsu might well be a space-time technique. Minato understood all too well how troublesome such jutsu could be, and only On, who had been in combat for a considerable duration, had more intelligence on the matter. Sensei, this is a space-time technique. As long as we keep attacking, we can defeat him, and continued to charge towards Obito with remarkable speed. Hearing En's words, Obito felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated that the flaws of his technique would be discovered after only a few encounters. Minato nodded thoughtfully. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying aspect of combat, and now that they had insight into this technique, continuous assault was the key. In the confined space, the three engaged in a relentless dance of battle, leaving Kushina in awe of the unfolding chaos. In truth, what drew the most attention was En's performance. At merely 5 years old, he possessed such formidable power that allowed him to participate in such intense combat, overshadowing the brilliance of his contemporaries. Boom. At last, the room could no longer withstand the intensity of the battle, shattering into debris. Minato swiftly withdrew, cradling Kushina and Naruto, while En soared from the collapsing structure. Protect the Hokage. We cannot allow this intruder to escape from Konoha. Meanwhile, the Umbu began to react, with numerous ninjas surrounding Obito. Beneath the mask, Obito's expression was one of fury, clearly indicating that this operation had ended in utter failure. Damn it. Without hesitation, Obito shot towards the perimeter of the encirclement. Pursue him. The Umbu members sprang into action, chasing after the fleeing masked man. Minato, momentarily wavering, contemplated pursuing Obito as well but ultimately hesitated. Kushina, perceiving his inner conflict, urged him. Go. At this moment, I find myself safe. With that, Kushina affectionately ruffled En's hair, adding that he too would protect me. Minato offered an apologetic smile before promptly rushing out. Indeed, Kushina is remarkably gentle, yet such tenderness is also a duty of Minato's, and understood that this mission would likely yield no fruit, for those adept in space-time ninjutsu are not easily apprehended. And, being a gentle-hearted boy, remained unaware of how many girls he would captivate in the future. No, I still prefer the warmth and allure of a kind and beautiful older sister like Kushina. Haha. However, such a gentle and charming older sister is indeed hard to come by. The night passed in silence, and took care of Kushina for another day before returning home. As Naruto had already been born, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was no longer in such a fragile state, thus there was no longer a need for En's care. As for Minato, he had not returned all night, regrettably achieving nothing. Konoha could only bolster its defenses to prevent the masked man from launching another surprise attack. Of course, none of this concerned 5-year-old En. I'm going out to play, and exclaimed, You don't need my help to look after Sasuke with that foolish Udo around. With those words, and dashed out of the house, believing that it was better for Itachi to care for 1-year-old Sasuke. Mikoto watched En run off, gently shaking her head. Although 5-year-old En had begun to express his own opinions, as a mother, she felt a considerable amount of pressure. Yet, when she saw Itachi and Sasuke playing together, her expression softened involuntarily as she embraced the two brothers. Your Nisan is always so mysterious. Both Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku noticed the unusual bond between Un and Itachi. But they paid it little mind, for there are always geniuses in this world that ordinary people find difficult to comprehend. After En left the Uchiha clan grounds, he strolled through Konoha. The village, having just emerged from war, seemed largely unaffected. The streets were bustling with life, reveling in the rare peace of the ninja world. Yet, En was acutely aware of the undercurrents still swirling within the ninja realm. Had it not been for his intervention, Minato and Kushina might have perished. Konoha would have faced the chaos of the Nine-Tails, and the Hidden Cloud village would have resumed hostilities against Konoha. It seemed that without him, few would be enjoying this peace. Was this right or wrong? Having muttered this softly, and touched his fair, delicate face, he had saved Minato and Kushina. which meant that the subsequent plot would likely hold little relevance for him. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them fight. When waters rise, let the earth cover. With the power of the thunder fruit, he felt confident against anyone. With this thought, and joyfully made his way toward the territory of the Inuzuka clan. The Inuzuka clan is among the more renowned ninja families in Konoha. Known for their heightened senses, be it smell, hearing, or sight, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, with instincts that are remarkably acute. They are typically assigned roles as guards and enforcers within the village. In the Inuzuka clan, every member possesses a ninja dog during their childhood. Thus one can easily imagine the multitude of dogs residing within their territory. The sounds of barking echoed incessantly, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere of the Inuzuka clan. Inuzukatsu hurriedly emerged with several clan members to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Concern and unease were etched on their faces, and a sense of panic inevitably gripped their hearts. After all, such a situation was unprecedented for the Inuzuka clan, whose ninja dogs were trained as steadfast combat companions. The sudden agitation of all the ninja dogs signified that something was amiss. Upon Tsum's arrival at the scene, she beheld a large pack of ninja dogs baring their teeth at him, their menacing glares sending chills down one's spine, as if they were poised to pounce. Yet, their trembling bodies and ruffled fur revealed a deep-seated fear and anxiety among the dogs. As the instigator of this incident, and had not anticipated such an effect. A year prior, during the Third Ninja World War, and had exerted every ounce of strength to save Itachi. And it was then that he seemed to awaken a unique power, one not of this world. Chapter 16, The Exciting Flower. This was the Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability found among millions in the world of One Piece. As a hallmark of the strong, and had confirmed this power through numerous clandestine trials. And now it manifested, instilling terror in the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. Are you here to play with Flower? Despite being surrounded by frenzied canines, En's countenance remained calm and composed, his gaze unwavering, and exuded an indescribable confidence and dominance that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Witnessing this, Tsum's regard for En deepened, elevating his status in her eyes. She discerned that En possessed not only formidable strength, but also an enviable temperament and wisdom. Furthermore, as the young leader of the Uchiha clan, Tsum's admiration for En grew even stronger. In a gentle tone, Tsum addressed En, Flower is waiting for you. The other formidable members of the Inuzuka clan were oblivious to this, puzzled by their leader's newfound gentleness towards a child, and smiled slightly, revealing little emotion, maintaining a serene demeanor as he replied, I came to see your aunt. Tsum's expression remained unchanged as she took 2 steps forward, lifting him and carrying him inside. Clearly, she did not regard En's visit as a matter of significance, suspecting it was merely an attempt to charm her daughter. I have brought you a gift, one that you will undoubtedly cherish. As En spoke, Tsum directly carried him into the house and handed him over to Inuzuka Hana, who was engrossed in her reading. Keep an eye on this boy, Tsum instructed before departing without a backward glance, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Are you here to see your sister? In an instant, Inuzuka Hana scooped up and began to playfully pinch her cheeks, causing En's little face to flush a delightful shade of red. Only when Hana had thoroughly indulged herself did she reluctantly withdraw her hands from En's face. Humph, after such a long time of not coming to play with me. You truly are a fickle-hearted fellow. At that moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down En's forehead. Knowing that children in the world of Naruto mature quickly, she was taken aback by how early this maturity manifested. At merely 6 years old, Inuzuka Hana seemed to grasp such concepts already. Nevertheless, her betrothed could only be comforted by her, for Hana, as she grew, would undoubtedly become quite charming. Haven't I been diligently training under the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze? As soon as I finished, I rushed to find you. This is my sincere devotion. Observing En's exaggerated gestures, Hana instinctively wrinkled her nose, clearly unimpressed by En's words. If that is how you feel, then the gift I had prepared for you is no more. Gift? What gift? The little girl's attention was swiftly captivated, her curiosity piqued by the mention of a present. Hana's eyes sparkled like 2 luminous gems, radiating curiosity and anticipation. Completely forgetting the previous topic as all her focus shifted to the enigmatic gift and had alluded to. Suddenly, En's hands, previously empty, produced a bizarrely shaped fruit. Its unique form and texture igniting immense curiosity within Hana. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, taking the peculiar fruit from En's grasp to examine it closely. This fruit looks decent. I can begrudgingly accept it as a gift. Unbeknownst to Hana, the significance of the devil fruit eluded her. She merely perceived it as an ordinary piece of fruit. However, chose not to elaborate further, knowing that once Hana tasted it, she would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude. After all, this was a legendary treasure, a mythical fruit seldom encountered. With that, and swiftly seized the devil fruit and placed it into Hana's mouth. In an instant, Hana's expression contorted, evidently displeased by the taste of the fruit, which resembled something quite repugnant. Gritting her teeth, she managed to swallow a mouthful while her large eyes glared fiercely at it. What a strange fruit. The flavor is utterly dreadful. With that, Hana lunged at it in a fit of frustration. In a flash, and deftly caught her in his embrace. Fear not. This fruit possesses very special effects. You shall not regret it. And then proceeded to explain, and upon learning the truth about the whispering fruit, Hana eagerly bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. Alas, the current 6-year-old Hana was still a little girl, preventing him from indulging in any inappropriate advances. Thank you, as Hana nestled against him like a small creature, and felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Suddenly, the wailing of an infant shattered the serene atmosphere between them. Hana promptly wriggled free from Anne's embrace and hurried into the adjacent room. Before long, Inuzuka Hana emerged, cradling an infant in her arms. This is my younger brother, yeah, she remarked, and he doesn't seem much older than your brother, Sasuke. I hope they can become good friends. Well aware of the unreliability of her words. Understood that as one of the formidable Konoha 12, he had an intimate knowledge of Ya, who had been a striking character from the onset of the narrative until the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War. It could be said that Ya's disposition was somewhat at odds with Sasuke's, however, and found a certain charm in the present Ya, hoping that his future personality would be more amiable compared to the original storyline. Of course, and recognized the futility of such hopes, as his own existence had already rendered the narrative quite convoluted. It won't be long before you enroll in school, will it? And nodded despondently. The education at the Ninja Academy held little significance for him. He might well apply for early graduation within a year, confident in his abilities, and believed it would not be long before he could venture forth. Indeed, had it not been for his tender age, he might have already been out exploring. All right. I will graduate early alongside you. After all, I have long since mastered the three-body technique. And neither affirmed nor outright rejected Hana's words. For who could predict the future with certainty? After exchanging a few casual remarks with Inuzuka Hana and playfully engaging with the still young Ya, and departed from the Inuzuka clan's territory. Although he had begun to grasp the usage of Conqueror's Haki, he remained somewhat perplexed regarding the cultivation of observation Haki and armament Haki. In truth, and intended to devote time to studying the Marine Six forms from the world of One Piece. If successful, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Should he manage to pass down the Marine Six forms, and believed his standing would be scarcely inferior to that of the Sage of Six Paths. The image of a martial artist empowered by the thunder fruit wreaking havoc in the Naruto world was undoubtedly an intriguing prospect. Chapter 17. Entrance Examination. The journey home was marked by silence. Upon returning, and discovered his family gathered at the table, with Itachi feeding the 1-year-old Sasuke, the two appearing quite harmonious. You're back. And come quickly and eat. Mikoto naturally handed in a bowl and then embraced him. Ever since Itachi began feeding Sasuke, Mikoto had reached out for a toy of her own, extending her arms toward the 5-year-old and, to which he could only passively yield, silently enduring her affection. Only Fugaku's expression darkened slightly as he rubbed his nose in contemplation. The 4th Hokage had inserted himself into the police department, where numerous Umbu ninjas were stationed. As Fugaku spoke, his demeanor grew somber, evidently displeased with Minato Namikaze's arrangements, believing they encroached upon the Uchiha clan's authority over the police department, and recognized that his machinations were beginning to bear fruit. This was his first step towards rescuing the Uchiha. Did Master Minato allow members of the Uchiha clan to join the Umbu or other departments? Fugaku nodded, acknowledging the existence of such arrangements. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to one who was being forcibly fed, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. And how do you know all this? Father, it is my brother's arrangement. It was evident that even 5-year-old Itachi sensed an unusual atmosphere, likely orchestrated by his enigmatic brother. This is merely a modest plan of mine, to position Master Minato's influence within the Konoha Police Department while facilitating the entry of Uchiha clan members into other departments. This way, Konoha can better embrace the Uchiha. The Konoha Police Department had long been under Uchiha control, managing trivial disputes among villagers, which had garnered little public support. It aimed to introduce the Hokage's authority into the police department while allowing Uchiha clan members to infiltrate other sectors. He believed that, given the Uchiha's proud nature, they would seamlessly integrate into Konoha, avoiding the estrangement from the village's upper echelons that had plagued the original storyline. Since this is your arrangement, I shall not inquire further. As a father, Fugaku felt a mix of helplessness and admiration for his remarkably astute son. It was indeed surprising for the head of Konoha's foremost clan to place such trust in his 5-year-old. Time galloped forward. A year later, the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy arrived. The entrance was bustling with eager children and their parents, a testament to the timeless desire for children to succeed. Early that morning, Fugaku had brought in Itachi to the gates of the academy, where the brothers presented contrasting images, one aloof and strikingly handsome, the other beaming with a smile, capturing the attention of many. As the foremost clan of Konoha, their family crest also drew considerable interest. Foolish Adudu, do not be so aloof. Have you not noticed how everyone is focused on you and overlooking me? Itachi glanced impatiently at his older brother, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity. His brother's occasional brilliance was matched by moments of sheer folly, leaving him exasperated. Greetings, clan leader, young clan leader, and Itachi. Hello, sister-in-law. And straightforward remarks caused the young girl Izumi to blush deeply, and without uttering another word, she hurried away. Fugaku shook his head at this, while Itachi glared at his brother in frustration. In truth, and Izumi had scarcely met, and he had learned about her from their father. Yet, En's forthrightness left both Itachi and Izumi somewhat helpless. Following this, various ninja clans exchanged greetings. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan remained somewhat unwelcomed, with only a few individuals approaching Fugaku, though they were not shy to commend the two brothers, En and Itachi. In summary, the majority of students who arrived were clan-born shinobi, while children from commoner families were largely marginalized. Parents, please entrust your children to us teachers. An assessment will be conducted within the school premises. Those who are uneasy may wait here. Fugaku nodded at the two brothers, prompting Itachi and En to proceed into the school with quiet discipline. Even though it was their first day, none of the hundreds of children present were crying. Each appeared remarkably composed. Under the guidance of an unnamed teacher, the boisterous crowd of youngsters formed a neat square formation. At a glance, an estimated over 300 children were participating in the assessment. Suddenly, a man with dignified yet slightly aged features stepped forward. I am Konoha's Jainin, Shimura Kazama. I will oversee your evaluation from this point onward. Hearing this, En's lips curled involuntarily. Not wearing a Jainin vest must be a Tokubetsu Jainin. This guy has got a bit of an ego. And Kazama, this is Naruto. A battlefield of shinobi, not some slice-of-life comedy. This guy is clearly in the wrong genre. The first test involved chakra extraction. Only those capable of drawing out chakra would qualify for the next phase. Under the direction of several nondescript nin, the 300 children swiftly arranged themselves in orderly rows. 30 pitch-black stones were placed on tables, each manned by an instructor. These are chakra resonance stones. They measure the amount of chakra your body can extract. The greater the chakra, the lighter the stone's color. Some prodigies can even turn the black stone completely white. A chorus of awed murmurs rose from the children, as if witnessing something extraordinary. But to one, it was unremarkable. After all, most people like Kakashi suffered from chakra depletion. Only those with inherited bloodlines could recklessly spam jutsu without concern. Thus, this test was practically meaningless. Step forward when your name is called and channel as much chakra as possible into the stone. First, Sakata Jintoki. Second, Kurosaki Ichigo. One by one. The children passed the assessment. None were eliminated in this round. Even taijutsu specialists in this world possessed chakra. Reaching the pinnacle through sheer physical prowess alone was nearly impossible. Soon, it was the brother's turn. Foolish little brother. Your elder brother shall graciously yield this opportunity to you, and wore an exaggerated expression of sacrifice, as if he were missing out on something grand. Itachi merely scoffed. His brother was merely using him as an opening act, a prelude to his own, far more monstrous display of talent. Chapter 18. An unexpected turn in the assessment. Not that Itachi cared. Such opportunities for public acclaim meant little to him. With measured steps, Itachi advanced, placing his right hand upon the chakra-sensing stone. The chakra within him surged forth, flooding into the stone. Soon, the obsidian surface began to transform, the inky blackness receding like a tide, until the stone gleamed white. Is this the fabled prodigy? Behold the emblem of the Uchiha clan upon his back, a testament to their brilliance. Truly, as the foremost noble clan of Konoha, they have birthed such a remarkable youth. At this moment, every gaze, whether of teacher or student, was riveted upon Itachi, who undeniably commanded the spotlight. Only a handful of individuals displayed disdain, clearly unwilling to acknowledge Itachi's prowess. Yet, unfazed by their scorn, Itachi coolly turned away from the table, allowing his brother's forthcoming performance to take precedence. His aloof demeanor only served to captivate, drawing a throng of 6-year-old admirers. How handsome! I want to marry him. Yes, he is so dashing. I wish to be his girlfriend. As the crowd's admiration grew increasingly unabashed, Izumi felt a pang of jealousy, sensing her Itachi slipping away. She promptly called out, "What is your relationship with Itachi? We are childhood friends." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence, and Izumi felt a flush of embarrassment. Noticing her discomfort, Itachi silently approached her side, presenting an enchanting image of youthful harmony. Un, who had not yet made his grand entrance, found himself overshadowed by the affectionate display of the two 6-year-olds. It seemed the onus was now on him. With a soft murmur, and stepped forward and raised his hands. "All eyes on me." He then placed his hands upon the chakra sensing stone, disregarding the astonished looks of the crowd. In an instant, the darkness on the stone dissipated, revealing a radiant, milky glow that danced upon its surface, imbuing the once ordinary stone with an air of mystery. This spectacle left the onlookers, teachers and students alike, dumbfounded. After a prolonged silence, it was Shimizu Kazama who first regained his composure. "All right, let the assessments continue." With his command, the group sprang into action. Yet, En's earlier display lingered in their minds, with many regarding him with newfound reverence. As time slipped by, over 300 children completed the test, with only 4 being eliminated, a commendable outcome, yielding a mere 1% failure rate. Among them were several promising youths from various ninja clans. Yet none shone as brightly as the brothers, En and Itachi. Those who passed should not grow complacent. We shall now commence the second assessment. Under Shimizu Kazama's direction, the candidates formed several long lines. Meanwhile, the instructors positioned targets 10 meters away for the ensuing challenge. The second assessment involved the throwing of shurikens, with each participant allotted 10 shurikens. To pass, one had to hit the target with at least 6. Failure to do so would result in immediate elimination. Instantly, a flurry of young children began to murmur among themselves, for embedding a shuriken into the target from a distance of 10 meters required considerable strength, a quality that many commoners, particularly the civilian ninjas, lacked. It is worth noting that in this era, sustenance was often scarce, making it difficult for the children of common folk to compete physically with those from families of lineage. Yet, no one seemed to dwell on these disparities. And soon the assessment commenced. As each child stepped forward to throw their shurikens, the atmosphere grew increasingly disheartened. For 6-year-olds, 10 meters was quite a stretch. And even if they managed to strike the target, it did not guarantee a hit. "Brother, this is so boring." At that moment, the mature-minded Itachi also felt a twinge of impatience, for this task posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Just hang in there. This time, many will likely be eliminated. One by one, participants concluded their attempts until it was finally Un and Itachi's turn. As expected, their performances were nothing short of spectacular. Itachi stepped forward and swiftly launched his shurikens, all 10 hitting the target and forming a perfect circle. This display astonished the onlookers, including the instructor, who gazed at Itachi's target with admiration, and recognized it was his turn next, and took a couple of steps forward with the shurikens in hand. The power of the natural thunder fruit activated instantly, and lightning coursed through the shurikens, with a resounding crash. And as shurikens pierced the target and violently embedded themselves into the large tree behind it, the supervising Nin teacher felt an icy chill beneath him, sensing that something peculiar had just zipped past, only to realize moments later that he had narrowly avoided being rendered impotent by a child. En's target bore no shurikens. It was a failed first attempt. As Shimizu Kazama cast a disapproving glance at it, it was clear he was displeased with En's performance, and furrowed his brow, feeling as though his situation mirrored a scene from a Stephen Chow film. Despite his shuriken passing through the target, he received no points, leaving him feeling unjustly wronged. Fine. In truth, it's all unjust. Unfortunately, En was unaware of Kazama's motives against him, but he had no intention of letting this matter slide easily. Thus, he retrieved another shuriken, once again charged with lightning, and aimed squarely at the target. However, The laws of magnetism and electricity were unpredictable, whereas shuriken would veer off to remain a mystery even to him. In an instant, and shuriken sailed once more through the target, but inexplicably veered off course, heading directly towards Shimizu Kazama, who was not far off. With a clang, Kazama, being a special J-nin of some skill, managed to deflect an S attack with a kunai, his gaze seething with fury directed at it. Had he not been vigilant, he too might have faced a similar fate. Upon witnessing the scene, and feigned innocence, adopting a soft tone as she addressed Shimura Kazama, saying, "I apologize, teacher. I had no inkling that such a situation would arise. It was unintentional. Of course, I understand that as a high-ranking ninja, you would deftly evade any mishap. I have faith in your prowess." As he spoke, Kazama's irritation grew. Yet he found himself powerless to act under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thus, he could only glare at him with a fiery intensity, as though wishing to wither her with his gaze. However, remained unfazed, subtly signaling an international gesture of goodwill towards Kazama as the assessment continued. Chapter 19. Successful Enrollment. This only intensified Kazama's vexation, to the point where he nearly bit through his own teeth in frustration. Soon, a group of young children completed the second assessment, but this very task eliminated half of the participants, resulting in a notably high failure rate. Many youths dashed out in tears, evidently seeking solace from their parents. Meanwhile, those who remained exhaled a collective sigh of relief, for a 50% elimination rate was indeed daunting. As the crowd's emotions settled, Kazama shot a venomous glare at him before addressing everyone. "Congratulations on passing the second assessment. Without further ado, we shall immediately commence the third assessment." The third assessment was quite simple, running laps around the schoolyard until one no longer wished to continue. In an instant, over 100 children surged forth like wild stallions, seemingly disregarding Kazama's words, as running posed little challenge to them. After exchanging a wary glance with Itachi, and felt a twinge of caution, then joined the throng of runners. "Brother, something feels amiss. Observe how the teachers are evenly distributed around the playground. They may have further intentions," Itachi remarked, and acknowledged this insight, suspecting that Kazama might target her specifically. However, she dismissed her concerns, reasoning that assessing a group of 6-year-olds couldn't entail anything too elaborate. "Do not fret, foolish Udo. With our abilities, this assessment is exceedingly simple," she assured. Itachi nodded in agreement, then quietly distanced himself from it, running toward Izumi. While uncertain of the reliability of his brother's aerodynamics theory, he recognized that a girl like Izumi would indeed require her own protection. Thus, Itachi abandoned his sibling and willingly became Izumi's windbreaker. Before long, the children completed their first lap, with the teachers still remaining unresponsive. After the second lap, the teachers continued to exhibit no reaction, though most of the children were now gasping for air, clearly fatigued by the 1,000-meter distance. As they approached the third lap, the surrounding teachers sprang into action. Who had been leading the charge, found herself targeted as the teachers, previously stationary, hurled several red balls towards the front runners. As swiftly evaded the impending attack, the others were caught off guard, scrambling in disarray as they suffered hits from the sudden onslaught. At that moment, the irksome voice of Shimura Kazama echoed throughout the arena. Everyone endeavored to dodge the instructor's strikes, as this was an integral part of the assessment. With a sinister grin, Shimura Kazama cast a fierce glance at the approaching end, instilling a sense of urgency among all present. One could not afford to be careless regarding anything related to the evaluation. As caught sight of Shimura Kazama in the distance, he silently cursed the man while remaining vigilant of his movements. Just as the gap between them narrowed, Shimura Kazama sprang into action, hurling several small orbs towards him. Realizing that his current physical abilities would make it challenging to evade, and immediately activated his fruit-based powers, narrowly dodging the attack. Unfortunately, the unfortunate souls trailing behind him were not so lucky. "Ouch, that hurts," cried out those struck by the red orbs, their lamentations ringing out. It became apparent to even the most oblivious that it was being specifically targeted by Shimura Kazama, resulting in a wide bubble of space forming around it. No one dared to follow closely behind. Itachi, observing quietly, cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Kazama, thinking that such trivial tactics were easily countered, and he had no intention of allowing this man to trouble his brother. Subsequently, and began to dash ahead, effortlessly outpacing the instructors as he completed lap after lap. However, the others lacked his stamina, and one by one, they succumbed to exhaustion. Those who had previously looked down on and Itachi now fell silent. unwilling to meet the brothers' gaze. As the lapse continued, more and more individuals faltered, leaving only Un and Itachi remaining on the playground. "All right, Itachi, if we keep this up, our father will become anxious," and remarked. "Indeed," Itachi replied in unison. The two brothers came to a halt, while some instructors secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two young prodigies had been running tirelessly, and they themselves felt fatigued from trying to challenge them, a thought that brought a hint of embarrassment. As Shimura Kazama resigned himself to the situation, he acknowledged that the Uchiha brothers were indeed exceptional talents, and he could not push too hard against them. Unbeknownst to Shimura Kazama, and had already taken a disliking to him. "Congratulations on passing the ninja school assessment. You may officially enroll tomorrow," Shimura Kazama announced before turning to leave, with the other instructors nodding at the crowd as they departed. Instantly, the previously orderly 100 students scattered like birds. However, Izumi discreetly followed Itachi, to which he said nothing in response. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving first place in the entrance examination. You are awarded one chance to spin the prize wheel," and was taken aback by the sudden notification from his system, startled by its unexpected appearance after such a long silence. As for the lottery opportunity, and was quite indifferent. Unless it was an extraordinary draw, it was unlikely to yield any formidable devil fruits. Upon the trio's emergence, however, they discovered that the leader of the Uchiha clan had vanished without a trace. This old man truly had faith in leaving his two sons behind, unconcerned about the possibility of someone attempting to abduct the young Uchiha heir from Konoha. Fugaku naturally trusted the strength of his two sons, and feeling rather bored while waiting, he decisively chose to depart. One could only say that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Both In and Itachi were somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Izumi revealed a faint smile, realizing an opportunity had presented itself. Since the clan leader had already returned, she proposed a trip for the two of them to enjoy some dango. Of course, her words were directed towards In, yet her gaze remained fixed on Itachi. Naturally, Itachi would not decline Izumi's invitation. In fact, he had a fondness for the treat, and thus the two swiftly reached an accord. As for Anne's desire to join, it seemed of little concern, especially since Itachi and Izumi had already set off. "You two go ahead. I shan't be a third wheel." With that, and disregarded the pair and made his way home, as he still wished to inquire about the matter concerning Shimura Kanna with his father. To his surprise, after meandering around, he found himself back at school, specifically elementary school. He could only hope that the Ninja Academy would offer him a different experience. Otherwise, he was not inclined to endure 6 long years in this place. Chapter 20. The bold Inuzuka Hana. Upon returning home, and found his father, Fugaku, seated in the corridor, awaiting his return. Surely, he wished to discuss why Shimura Kanna had been targeting him today, and had no intention of indulging his father. Otherwise, their conversation could stretch on indefinitely. "I must tell you. After all, you will learn of it sooner or later." With that, Fugaku swiftly pulled him beside him. From his surname, Shimura, you should understand that the Shimura clan has held a long-standing enmity with our Uchiha clan, a deep-seated conflict that has persisted since the Warring States period. Moreover, during the last Ninja World War, you had an intense battle with the Cloud Ninja, didn't you? When Konoha's Chunin, Yamashiro Akiyoshi, perished, you appeared rather late, leading Shimura Kanna to believe you deliberately delayed your arrival, unwilling to save him. The reason for Kanna's belief stems from the fact that Yamashiro Akiyoshi was a student he held in high regard, a ninja he intended to cultivate. With Fugaku's words concluded, and could only muster a wry smile. This fellow was truly unreasonable. Yet, this was the world of Naruto, where such circumstances were all too common in the occasionally treacherous realm of ninjas. Regardless, and was determined not to let Shimura Kanna off the hook. "Where's Itachi? Why didn't he come back with you?" The ever-optimistic Fugaku finally noticed the absence of one of his sons. "Oh, the love of a father is indeed unwavering. Itachi went on a date with Izumi. I felt superfluous there, so I returned. You could also seek out the young girl from the Inuzuka clan," and was astonished to discover that his elderly father was still quite the lecher, teaching his son at the tender age of 6 to abduct another's daughter. Wasn't that rather inappropriate? And what of my foolish Udo? He is currently slumbering, awaiting Itachi's return for dinner. Subsequently, the father and son fell into a comfortable silence. As is often the case between fathers and sons, after a few exchanges, their conversation dwindled. How are relations within the clan and the village at present? Upon hearing En's inquiry, Fugaku broke into a smile, a hint of pride gracing his features. Many members of the Uchiha clan have successfully integrated into various departments, while some dissenters, influenced by my washi-washi fruit, are reluctant to engage in conflict with the village. Only a handful of stubborn individuals still aspire to instigate a coup and seize control of Konoha, then let them be dealt with. Humph. Such matters do not require your reminder, old man. With that, Fugaku rose and retreated indoors, leaving him to awkwardly touch his nose as he stood in place. Surviving the Great Ninja War and being the leader of the Uchiha clan, his father was certainly no pushover. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. At last, under Itachi's beaming expression, everyone proceeded to the lunch segment. As night fell, and lay quietly in bed after an afternoon of training, preparing for a systematic lottery. It was the familiar drill, with a reminiscent flavor. Soon, the pointer landed on a devil fruit with which and was somewhat acquainted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the superhuman silence fruit. The superhuman silence fruit is known to be quite a troublesome entity in the world of pirates, though this is largely due to the user. However, after 9 years of compulsory education, and understood the immense power of the silence fruit. This fruit can isolate all external sounds, rendering those within its soundproof barrier unable to hear anything from the outside. While the outside world cannot perceive any sounds emanating from within, it can even make one's movements completely silent. Of course, those familiar with the physics of sound comprehend this. With proper development, the silence fruit becomes a formidable devil fruit. Moreover, in a world rife with assassinations and traps, the silence fruit's efficacy in the Naruto universe would undoubtedly surpass its performance in the pirate realm. The fruit's characteristics reminded an of Gu Shaolin's ability to silence others. It must be said that there is a certain similarity between the two. But to whom shall this devil fruit be bestowed? Lying in bed, and inexplicably began to ponder. As he had few acquaintances, making the casual gifting of such a remarkable item rather precarious. Unable to reach a conclusion, and resolved to cease his thoughts and succumb to a deep slumber. The following day, and Itachi entered the campus together, while the guards and teachers behind them gazed in astonishment at the pair's retreating figures. It could be said that the upper echelons of Konoha were well aware of the emergence of 2 talented ninjas from the Uchiha clan. As in, Itachi's performances left everyone in awe. Brother, it seems we shall inevitably attract more attention in the future. Regarding Itachi's concerns, and remained indifferent, casually tossing his bangs. Fear not. If any charming young ladies are vying for your attention, feel free to pass them my way. Ahem. Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat twice and turned his head away, pretending not to recognize him. The 2 brothers traversed the lengthy corridor of the educational district, arriving at their designated classroom. Upon swinging open the door, and was taken aback, for the room was predominantly filled with children from various ninja clans, with scarcely a few commoners present. It seemed the 3rd assessment was intended for the final class divisions. Many in the classroom had barely endured a few blows during the 3rd evaluation. Silly Idu, you've spoken a bit too much today, which is rather uncharacteristic of your aloof demeanor. Itachi did not anticipate that his well-meaning reminder would backfire, but then again, he should not have expected less from his elder brother. As the 2 conversed, the attention of the classroom was drawn to their entrance. However, upon catching sight of it, most dared not meet his gaze directly, for his fearsome reputation from the assessment lingered. Nearly incapacitating an invigilator and being targeted by the head examiner were feats beyond that of an ordinary student. And you finally decided to attend school. Suddenly, a striking figure burst in, enveloping him in an embrace. Hana, there are so many people here. Grant me some dignity, preserve a hint of mystery. Hanazuki Hana disdainfully pouted, then lightly pecked him on the cheek before swiftly darting away, as if claiming her territory. The other girls in the classroom who had taken an interest in and relinquished their hopes and turned their attention towards Itachi, for the allure of the aloof male deity was undeniably potent. Upon noticing this, Izumi stepped forward to grasp Itachi's hand, similarly attempting to assert her claim, albeit with less audacity than Hana. Thus, and Itachi commenced their journey through the Ninja Academy. However, for a genius and a faux genius like them, such classes proved to be exceedingly tedious. Consequently, and began to lead Itachi in evading classes through the use of shadow clones, while his true self ventured to the waterfall behind the Uchiha clan's territory to train, continuously guiding Itachi in the development of his ocular prowess. Chapter 21, Uchiha Shursui. A week later, at the waterfall behind the Uchiha clan's mountain, shuriken throwing technique. With a sharp command, Itachi's figure darted through the woods. his shuriken and kunai flying forth with relentless precision, as if intent on piercing his own brother. Beside him, 3 kunai hovered in midair, intercepting Itachi's attacks. The clashing of metal resonating through the forest. The brothers maintained their composure, clearly accustomed to such skirmishes. In an instant, Itachi's form exchanged positions with the kunai near him, followed by the launch of an explosive tag. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed, leaving the previous spot charred and blackened. Itachi did not believe that this would suffice to subdue his brother, remaining vigilantly leaned against the tree, without hesitation, and launched an attack from the shadows. Lightning release. Thunderbolt. A straight bolt of lightning, imbued with an astonishing aura, pierced through Itachi's chest. In an instant, Itachi's form transformed into a puff of white smoke. Foolishidu. A commendable substitution technique. Yet, this was not the end. The aloof Itachi shed his indifference, his combative lineage awakened, although he had never triumphed. Every confrontation with his brother ignited a fervor within him. Suddenly, Itachi produced a short blade from seemingly nowhere and charged at him once more. 1,000 cuts. Itachi continued to unleash a barrage of kunai, aiming for a decisive strike. He then lunged forward, his silver short blade exuding an overwhelming ferocity as he slashed violently. However, deftly redirected his kunai to deflect Itachi's projectiles, sidestepping the short blade with ease. Just as thought Itachi's tactics had reached their conclusion, the kunai he had deflected suddenly reversed direction. Itachi continuously activated his fruit abilities to shift his position, yet his short blade never ceased its relentless assault. Foolishidu. A clever strategy indeed, using your abilities to feign a deflection of my kunai, then swiftly closing the distance for a flurry of strikes. A mere ordinary ninja would have perished under such a maneuver. Alas, it remains too immature for my brother. Haha, who do you think your brother is? A genius. And declared, tossing several kunai into the forest before unleashing another lightning strike. Upon witnessing this, Itachi gripped his short blade tightly, warily observing the area where his brother had attacked, for he held an unreserved trust in it, fearing something amiss in the woods. Suddenly, a short-haired youth with a slightly mischievous demeanor emerged from the forest. Forgive me, I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely intrigued by your battle. You two must be the sons of the clan leader. Truly, a clash of titans, befitting the Uchiha clan's prodigies. Observing the stranger's familiar demeanor yet cold exterior, both En and Itachi exchanged peculiar glances, caught between laughter and restraint, and stepped forward and inquired, "You've said so much, yet you have not introduced yourself." "I am Uchiha Shisui, considered your senior," he replied. And Itachi had no reason to doubt Shisui's words, for this was indeed the Uchiha clan's territory, and outsiders could not easily enter. Moreover, Shisui had already gained some renown. Once he graduated and undertook missions, he would undoubtedly earn the moniker of Shunshin Shisui. "Senior, shall we engage in a spar?" And expressed his curiosity regarding Shisui's current prowess, wondering if he had awakened the Sharingan. Shisui did not decline An's request. Instead, he gently unsheathed the katana from his waist. Upon witnessing this, Itachi's interest was piqued. He tightened his grip on the short blade and stepped forward to stand protectively in front of it. "Let me take care of this," Itachi proclaimed, his expression brimming with confidence, indicating that he had not yet satiated his thirst for battle. However, and perceived this as Itachi's desire to toy with his opponent, to savor the sweet taste of victory. Shisui initiated the confrontation with the kunai-throwing technique, a trademark of the Uchiha clan. A flurry of kunai surged toward Itachi from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Following his battle with an, Itachi had been stripped of his kunai and shuriken, relying solely on his short blade to deflect Shisui's relentless assault. Soon, the ground beneath Itachi was littered with an array of kunai and shuriken. Yet he had scarcely moved from his position. Observing this, Shisui wasted no time and leaped forward, swinging his blade fiercely at Itachi. With a sharp clash, Itachi's short blade met Shisui's katana, igniting a shower of sparks in the air. However, Shisui was taken aback. The young boy before him was 3 years his junior, and despite his own advantage of height and momentum, he found himself effortlessly countered by Itachi. Realizing this, Shisui finally decided to unleash his true potential. Both Itachi and Shisui opted to forego ninjutsu in favor of close-quarters combat, engaging in a relentless exchange of strikes. Their figures collided and separated within the forest, appearing as mere afterimages as they relied on their agility and speed. Unfortunately, the surrounding trees bore the brunt of their ferocity, becoming riddled with damage. Clang. After yet another fierce exchange, both Shursui and Itachi landed gracefully on the ground. What incredible speed! Shursui marveled, astonished that a mere first-year student could match him so closely. Despite being 3 years older, he had gained no advantage. Itachi, meanwhile, silently wiped the sweat from his brow, having anticipated a straightforward victory but finding the battle prolonged unexpectedly. With a disdainful huff, Itachi's eyes began to transform. His once primarily black and white gaze shifted to a deep crimson, the mesmerizing Sharingan swirling within his eyes. As he activated the Sharingan, Shursui recognized that he would need to exert his full capabilities in this fight. At that very moment, Shursui's eyes also morphed, revealing his own Sharingan. Un, observing the scene, felt a surge of jealousy, nearly driven to madness. His own Sharingan seemed devoid of hope, leading him to wonder if it was due to his own complacency. Surely it should have been my turn, he lamented inwardly. Unbeknownst to both Shursui and Itachi, the two collided once more in a fierce exchange. Unfortunately for Itachi, he found himself at a disadvantage this time, at just 6 years old. He was no match for the 9-year-old Shursui in terms of Sharingan mastery and physical prowess, yet it would not stand idly by while his younger brother faced adversity. With a sharp whistle, he signaled to Itachi, who instantly understood his brother's intent and prepared to unleash the powers of his devil fruit to swiftly conclude the battle. Snap! The short blade, imbued with the power of the surgery fruit, effortlessly cleaved Jishui's katana in twain, akin to slicing through tofu. This spectacle left the 9-year-old Jishui thoroughly alarmed, for it was his first encounter with such an event. Chapter 22, An Unforeseen Target. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable prowess of the surgery fruit, granting immortality while bestowing such comprehensive effects. Cursed be the circumstances. Jishui could only let out a low growl of frustration. Having never anticipated that his katana would be severed so easily, nor could he employ his most adept technique, the body flicker technique. Observing this, and approached and patted Jishui on the shoulder. Ha! Although Itachi may not best me, you have been vanquished by a mere 6-year-old. Nevertheless, at the age of 9, Senior Jishui remains quite formidable. Hearing Ines' seemingly boastful consolation, Jishui felt a twinge of discomfort within. In the days that followed, Jishui often found himself at this location, sparring with In and Itachi. Eventually, he began training alongside the two, and Fujikage, aware of this, did not object. As a descendant of Kage, he believed it prudent to extend support whenever possible. 2.5 months later, In and Itachi continued their days at school, indulging in leisure while practicing in their clan's grounds. However, due to their striking good looks and exceptional talents, they remained prominent figures within the Ninja Academy. The reason the brothers were present at school today was due to the impending mock assessments, also known as practical exercises. This afternoon, they would participate in practical drills, where they would challenge one another, the outcomes of which would impact their final grades. The selection process was random, yet one could opt to challenge a specific individual. Hibiki cast a glance at In and Itachi, harboring mixed feelings towards them. On one hand, he admired their brilliance. As a teacher, it was impossible not to favor prodigies. On the other hand, he was exasperated by their lax attitude, having scarcely attended classes over the past 3 months. It seemed likely that the brothers would be singled out during the assessment, particularly since their shadow clones had drawn the attention of many young girls, inevitably breeding resentment. In and Itachi paid little heed to Hibiki's mention of the practical training, indeed, and stifled a yawn with his hand. In comparison to the sparring sessions with his brother, the Academy's practical drills felt akin to child's play. Nonetheless, the alteration in the curriculum proved beneficial for him, as the memories brought back by the shadow clones rendered him less fond of the courses arranged by the Academy. Before long, the tedious morning classes concluded, and the sun had ascended to its zenith. In and Itachi followed Hibiki's lead out of the classroom, where the group stood resolutely under the scorching sun. Hibiki produced a list and positioned himself before the group, his pen spinning back and forth, presumably jotting down notes. Once he set down his pen, a rare seriousness adorned Hibiki's expression. After 3 months of study, the path to becoming a ninja remains distant, yet assessments at each stage are essential. Hence, the school has arranged these practical drills for you. In the upcoming assessment, it is imperative that all students adhere to my arrangements. However, should any of you wish to engage in friendly sparring amongst yourselves, that is permissible. The mention of Huibizu instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire class. After all, which young soul wouldn't want to showcase their prowess before their peers, with the exceptions of Un and Itachi, observing the raucous crowd of spirited children. Wabiza cleared his throat a couple of times to regain control. Suddenly, a group of enthusiastic youngsters surged forward, encircling Un and Itachi. Teacher Wabizu, I wish to spar with Uchiha. Teacher Wabizu, I wish to spar with Uchiha Itachi. Teacher Wabizu, I wish to spar with both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha. Gazing at the eager young challengers, and couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. What audacity they had to challenge him. It appeared that his intimidating presence had diminished since the entrance examination. Itachi, on the other hand, maintained his aloof demeanor, revealing his true character only in the presence of Un. After exchanging a glance with his brother, Itachi slowly stepped back, allowing him to take center stage. I only engage with the strong. I refuse to duel with the weak. With that, and directed his gaze toward the bulliest individual in the crowd, accompanied by a derisive expression. The chubby boy, feeling belittled by Un's disdain, was instantly consumed by anger. What are you staring at? Do you think I'm weak? And paid little heed to the boy's reaction, instead waving his hands dismissively at the throng surrounding him. Then, adopting a rather mocking tone, he declared, "Oh no, no, no. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you specifically. I mean to say that all of you present here are beneath me." Wabizu, helplessly witnessing this scene, felt cold sweat trickle down his cheeks. It was evident that a confrontation between the two factions was inevitable, yet Wabizu doubted that a group of similarly aged youths could rival Un's prowess. Meanwhile, not far away in the office building, two figures observed the unfolding spectacle. Kazama, did you summon me here merely to witness this? 6-year-old children brawling? Shigemura Danzo cast a discontented glance at his cousin Kazama. Were it not for this clan member's considerable abilities, Danzo might have considered taking a drastic action against him. Perhaps sensing the chill in Danzo's gaze, Kazama swallowed nervously. "Fear not, clan leader. This time I shall surely surprise you." Simultaneously, on the playground, and sprang into action, launching a powerful punch that knocked out the nearest opponent with a strike to the jaw. Witnessing this, the other children recoiled in fear, though a few daring souls remained undeterred. "Let us all attack together. There are more than 10 of us. He cannot possibly defeat us all at once." Instantly, the fear that had gripped them dissipated, and they collectively charged at an lightning release, full body paralysis, and struck the ground with one hand, unleashing a wave of electricity that spread outwards, enveloping a radius of several meters around him. As for the group of unruly children who had actively attacked him, they were swiftly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground with froth escaping their mouths. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Ebisu regretted not intervening earlier to prevent the altercation. In an effort to rectify his mistake, he promptly approached to assess the condition of the fallen children. After checking on them, he felt a sense of relief, as thankfully no serious harm had occurred. Meanwhile, within a distant office building, Shimura Danzo bore an unusual smile upon his aged visage. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding Uchiha and's performance during the Third Shinobi World War, attributing it solely to the machinations of the elderly Uchiha Fugaku. To his astonishment, however, another prodigious talent had emerged from the Uchiha clan, one who was now part of his rude organization. With that thought, Danzo departed from the Ninja Academy. As there was little left to witness, once Danzo had left, Shimura Kazuma began to smirk in his office. With Uchiha now en route, he would easily be able to manipulate him, allowing him to act as he pleased. Chapter 23, Teaching Shursui and Itachi. Unbeknownst to En, Danzo and Kazuma were scheming against him. Even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. However, given the chaos he had caused, practical training was rendered impossible. Under Ebisu's guidance, those in need of medical attention were sent to the hospital, while the others returned to the classroom to continue with the monotonous curriculum. Seizing the opportunity, En utilized the shadow clone technique to escape. Unfortunately, Itachi failed to grasp the essence of the moment and mindlessly followed along to class. Walking alone on the streets of Konoha, En observed the tranquil and harmonious surroundings, which brought him an increasing sense of inner peace. It had been 6 years since his arrival in this world. During this time, he had managed to avert the extinction of the Uchiha clan and prevent the events of the Night of the Nine Tails. Under Minato's leadership, Konoha had begun to flourish. Reflecting on this, En felt a tinge of accomplishment, as it was his arrival that had instigated such change. Just as these thoughts meandered through his mind, he was suddenly lifted by a strong arm. "En, what are you doing here? It's class time. Be careful, or I might tell Makoto to spank you." The person who had scooped him up was Kushina, while Kakashi stood nearby, rolling his eyes in exasperation, holding little Naruto. "How adorable!" exclaimed Kushina as she began to pinch his cheeks, eliciting a look of utter despair from him. Little Naruto, just a year old, gazed at him with wide eyes. And it must be said, the young Naruto was undeniably the most endearing, though the most striking version remained the Sage Mode Naruto. "Kushina. Isn't Kakashi a member of the Umbu? Why is he out shopping with you?" Kakashi rolled his eyes and replied, "Previously, there were actions taken against Kushina by the Cloud Ninja. Although she was not harmed, Lord Minato remains concerned, so he sent me to ensure her safety." Listening to Kakashi's narration, Kushina's crimson hair stood on end. The residents on the street, upon witnessing this scene, promptly retreated. Somewhat perplexed, wondered why his mentor's wife reacted so intensely. Was it not customary for the various ninja villages to target each other's Jinchuriki? Perhaps sensing its confusion, Kakashi elaborated. At that moment, the actions of the Cloud Ninja nearly endangered Naruto. A mother, though often gentle, becomes fierce when her child is threatened. The Cloud Ninja had touched upon Kushina's sensitive spot. "Rest assured, Sensei. Once I grow up, I shall surely annihilate the Land of Lightning and the Village of Cloud." "Very well, then. I shall await your vengeance," Kushina responded, taking An's words to heart. Otherwise, the 5 great ninja villages would not have engaged in such prolonged conflict. An's determination was commendable, and so Kushina embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, for he was indeed an adult in thought. "Sensei, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave," and declared as he extricated himself from Kushina's embrace and dashed away. However, just a few paces later, he turned back. "Sensei, do not let Kakashi look after the children. He is a brooding lecher who will lead Naruto astray." With that, and paid no mind to Kakashi's hungry gaze, and swiftly ran to the corner, disappearing from sight with a quick turn. Kakashi was taken aback by this unexpected insult. How could he be labeled a lecher? He merely enjoyed reading about Liu Bei. How could such an innocent pastime earn him such a title? Was it possible that guy had informed him about him? When had the two even become acquainted? Kakashi found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Kushina, covering her mouth, chuckled softly at An's amusing antics. After bidding farewell to Kushina and Kakashi, and lost interest in his outing and turned back home. The following day, An, along with Itachi's shadow clone and Shirsue's clone, entered the school. The trio, instead of attending class, slipped away to their usual training spot. What was meant to be a training session turned into a gathering where they sat cross-legged together. Chakra, a blend of spiritual and physical energy within the human body, could be considered the essence of one's strength. However, I have discovered that there exists another mysterious power within us that remains overlooked and unutilized. Both Shirsue and Itachi looked at it in puzzlement, with Shirsue even reaching out to touch An's forehead, checking for signs of fever, and understood their skepticism. But he knew that actions spoke louder than words, and it would be more effective to let them experience it firsthand. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped the area as it unleashed his youthful conqueror's haki, causing the surrounding trees to sway as if buffeted by a tempest. The expressions of Shirsue and Itachi froze momentarily, their eyes clearing as they turned to one, the astonishment in their gaze unmistakable. 6 Paths Sage. As the whispers of the water lingered, it was the sage of 6 Paths who established the ninja sect, promoting the art of ninjutsu. Should In's method of cultivation possess universality, his achievements could indeed rival those of the sage, creating a unique system of practice attributed to him. Although Itachi felt a sense of astonishment, the thought of his brother's enigmatic nature alleviated his tension. I designated this newfound power as haki. With my earlier display merely a manifestation of its essence, the potential applications of haki are far more advanced, though I have yet to fully master them. Unfazed, and confidently attributed the discovery and application of haki to himself, for in this world, none could wield it. Thus, the discoverer of such power must surely be him. Once An completed his explanation, both Shirsue and Itachi looked at him with eager anticipation, clearly wishing to harness this force as well. Having shared this knowledge, and intended for both of them to gain mastery over this power, yet clarified that the form of haki he exhibited, known as Conqueror's Haki, is inherently innate and cannot be acquired through mere effort. Thus, we must strive to master other forms of haki. Upon hearing this, Shirsue and Itachi nodded solemnly in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the trio had gradually begun to revolve around An as their focal point, a detail that escaped the notice of Shirsue, Itachi, and An alike. Next, I commenced training in observation haki, instructing the two of them to act as my assistants. With that, and produced a piece of black cloth and blindfolded his eyes. You too shall take turns striking me. Once I can evade both of your attacks, my training in observation haki shall be deemed complete. Naturally, Shursui and Itachi could not refuse such an extraordinary request and readily acquiesced. Thus, the three embarked on their training in observation haki, and the forest around them echoed with the sounds of piercing screams. Chapter 24, Graduation Assessment. Half a year later. What? You three wish to apply for early graduation? Shursui, Itachi, and then arrived early at the Hokage's office to submit their request, as the curriculum at the Ninja Academy felt utterly trivial. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed helplessly at the trio of younglings before him. Had the youth of today become so ambitious, wanting to graduate at the tender age of 7? Minato-sensei, you are well aware of our capabilities. Continuing our studies would merely squander our time, and asserted. Shursui and Itachi nodded in agreement. For who among them would prefer to languish in the academy when they could embark on missions as ninjas? Shursui had merely 2 years left until graduation, thus eligible to apply for early completion. Minato then turned his attention to Un and Itachi, who had only spent a year at the academy. Did they truly wish to graduate so soon? Is it not reasonable for talents like Itachi and myself to enjoy a few privileges? And inquired, winking at Minato in a bid to charm his way through. Minato, however, tugged at his golden locks in frustration, utterly at a loss for how to handle the three of them. If the allowance for 3 individuals to graduate early were to be made, then En and Itachi's ages would indeed be rather young. However, directly refusing would place Minato in an awkward position, as the Ninja Academy permits early graduation. Nevertheless, Minato quickly conceived an astute plan. Since the 3 of you aspire to graduate ahead of schedule, and the Ninja Academy conveniently accommodates such requests, I shall grant my approval too. However, early graduation necessitates an assessment. Should you fail the evaluation, you will not be permitted to graduate early. The anticipated look of exasperation failed to materialize, prompting Minato to sheepishly stroke his chin. Since there are no objections from you 3, we shall conduct the assessment tomorrow morning at Training Ground 21. Yes, Lord Hokage. With that, the trio swiftly exited the Hokage's office, and Minato promptly made arrangements concerning their early graduation. Once outside the Hokage building, the 3 felt a profound sense of relief. And what kind of assessment do you think the 4th Hokage will devise for us? And, while absent-mindedly picking his nose, glanced at Shursui and Itachi. What could Minato-sensei possibly arrange? At most, he might just have a few people spar with us. I doubt it will be that simple. Itachi replied, wearing a pensive expression, clearly contemplating the strategies the 4th might employ. Observing this, and stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Itachi's neck and pulling him close. Do not worry. With our strength, we can easily handle whatever tricks Minato-sensei has in store. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, arrangements regarding the trio's simultaneous application for early graduation were set in motion, and Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root, soon received the news. Danzo had surmised certain possibilities regarding their early graduation, but had not anticipated it occurring so soon. Are you aware of this news? Upon hearing this, Kazama Shimura chuckled wryly and shook his head. Though he was employed at the Ninja Academy, it was impossible for him to constantly monitor 3 students who hardly attended. In that case, you should engage with the 3 of them and ascertain if they would be willing to join Root. At the very least, we need to bring one into our ranks. Yes, leader. Kazama did not dare to refute Danzo's orders. Yet he was acutely aware that securing even one individual would not be an easy task, especially since all 3 bore the Uchiha surname. If one were to be drawn in, Kazama hoped it would be Uchihan. With Danzo's command issued, Kazama led a considerable number of Root members to lie in wait at the periphery of the Uchiha clan's territory. Unbeknownst to the trio, they meandered through Konoha, and midway through their excursion, and suddenly felt inspired, and, along with Shursui and Itachi, began a barbecue atop Hokage Rock. Thus, Kazama Shimura, who had hastily made his way to the Uchiha clan grounds, narrowly missed encountering Un and the others. The following day, in accordance with the directives of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, In, Itachi, and Shursui arrived at the 21st training ground before 9 o'clock. However, the presence of so many individuals for what was merely a graduation assessment piqued their curiosity. Among the attendees were the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the Hokage's assistant, Nara Shikaku, as well as the influential figures Shimura Danzo and Shimura Kazuma. It was evident that both Danzo and Kazuma bore displeased expressions. As they had been stood up by the trio the previous day, Minato regarded the three young boys with a smile, expressing his hope that despite the challenging nature of the assessment, they would succeed. He held a level of respect for their abilities. Yet the presence of Danzo made him uneasy, as he anticipated unforeseen complications. Hurry up, Teacher Minato, I can hardly wait to graduate. En's youthful enthusiasm elicited smiles from those present. Minato clapped his hands, and instantly, three figures appeared before En and his companions. These three are my personal guards. And they are also special jonin of Konoha. Choose your opponent from among them. As long as you can endure for 3 minutes, you will pass your graduation assessment. Typically, ordinary students would face a chunin in their graduation test, but Minato devised this unique method due to the extraordinary talent displayed by En, Itachi, and Shursui. The trio of Aoi Kageyama, Noera Kinta, and Shiranami Genma exchanged glances, their lips curling slightly in amusement. The notion that two 7-year-olds and an 11-year-old required them to engage in combat was somewhat amusing to them. Teacher Minato, what if we win? En's voice, though soft, commanded the attention of all present. Before Minato could respond, anger flared among Noera Kinta and his companions, incited by En's bold statement. Do you even realize what you're saying, Uchiha brat? Kageyama retorted. You've thoroughly provoked me, he added. You three will undoubtedly fail this graduation assessment, Noera declared. As the tension escalated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Narashikaku considered intervening, but Minato raised his hand, halting their movements. His radiant smile remained unaffected by the charged atmosphere, revealing his excitement for the impending battle. If you manage to win, I shall teach you some rare ninjutsu, indeed quite precious. However, should you fail to endure for 3 minutes, you will return to your studies. Chapter 25, The Battle Against Special Jonin. Upon hearing Minato's promise, En nodded vigorously. A glimmer of anticipation also appeared in Itachi and Shursui's eyes, for this was the high-level ninjutsu spoken of by the Hokage, and its effects were sure to be remarkable. Who will go first? As the nimble Danza twirled a kunai around his fingers with effortless grace, an air of leisure enveloped him. Both Shinobi of the Fire and Yamakawa Aoi exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unperturbed by Danza's initial assault. Indeed, the trio regarded the matter with indifference, as protectors of the Hokage. A victory over these mere children would hardly be deemed honorable. With a slight cough, Itachi stepped forward and unsheathed the short blade from his back, the mesmerizing pattern of his Sharingan swirling in his eyes. Clearly, Itachi was employing his full prowess, as he would not dare underestimate a special jonin. What is this? Why isn't that older brat the first to engage? Danzo felt a pang of contempt, realizing he was not being taken seriously, as if they believed he could be easily dispatched. Infuriated, Danzo gripped his black-bladed katana tightly and charged toward Itachi with fervor. Be careful. My black blade is laced with poison. Itachi's heart tightened at the warning, and he swiftly swung his short blade in response. Clang! The clash of their weapons echoed. But alas, Itachi's youth proved a hindrance. He was knocked backward by the force of the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo leapt into the air, poised to strike again with his katana in a similar manner. He was filled with confidence, for Itachi would have no means to leverage his strength while airborne. Yet, Itachi remained composed, even having the time to glance at the advancing Danzo. Boom! In an instant, Danzo's strike connected, and Itachi transformed into a splintered piece of wood. Was that a one-handed seal? I underestimated you, but I shall not hold back any longer. Danzo composed himself, accelerating toward Itachi once more, employing the same technique with renewed vigor. As he observed Danzo's increased speed, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. It seemed he had underestimated this special jonin. With his Sharingan activated, he could barely keep pace with Danzo's velocity. Aware that he could not triumph without resorting to other means, Itachi's gaze sharpened, and he activated his Kinbunchika Haki, stone manipulation. In that moment, Itachi's fighting spirit ignited, and he charged at Danzo, opting for close combat despite his disadvantage in speed. Simultaneously, a massive boulder hurtled toward Danzo from the left. A peculiar tactic. Danzo recognized the necessity of a swift response. Failure to counter could lead to his offensive being dismantled, leaving him to defend. Thus, he quickly formed hand seals, channeling Chakra, wind release, rapid cross-cut. In an instant, for cross-shaped wind blades sliced the boulder into fragments. Unfortunately for Danzo, Itachi had managed to disrupt his rhythm, yet he remained committed to his unyielding assault. The figures of the two individuals swiftly intertwined, accompanied by the sharp sound of tearing fabric that reverberated throughout the venue, capturing the attention of all present. It was the distinctive green vest of the Leaf Village Jonin that had sustained a tear. Hey, don't embarrass us. Exactly. Both Nara Shikaku and Inazuka Kiba, witnessing Itachi's performance, curbed their earlier nonchalance, yet they spared no words in criticizing their opponent. Humph, just don't end up embarrassing yourselves. Clearly, the opponent was irked as well. After engaging a 7-year-old for such a duration, it was a blow to their pride. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku exchanged knowing smiles at Itachi's display, acknowledging him as a prodigy of Konoha and a formidable shield for their village. As for Anko, she refrained from further commentary. Should Itachi defeat his opponent, it would necessitate him exerting his full strength, potentially exposing his complete abilities. Thus, a stalemate would serve both parties well, preserving their dignity. In the distance, Shimura Danzo and Shimura Kanji simultaneously wore amused smiles, recognizing that such talent must be nurtured within the roots of the village, where it could truly flourish. When the 3-minute mark was reached, Uchiha Itachi passed the assessment, granted permission to graduate early. Following this, Minato Namikaze cast a glance at the opponent, who understood the implication and nodded, retreating behind the 4th Hokage. The opponent realized this was in consideration of his well-being. Prolonging the battle with an uncertain outcome would not bode well for his reputation, especially if he were to be defeated by a mere child of 7. With Minato's announcement, the second match commenced. As his voice echoed, Uchiha Shisui and Yamashiro Aoi leapt forward, landing before the audience. Oh, it seems I am quite valued. In that case, I shall take it easy during the assessment. I hope you can endure for 3 minutes. I trust you won't end up as disgracefully as the last fellow. Instantly, the tension escalated, with both competitors glaring fiercely at each other, while the onlooker remained unperturbed. Mirroring Itachi, Shisui activated his Sharingan, revealing 2 spinning tomo within his eyes. The emergence of Shisui's 2 tomo Sharingan drew the attention of all, for such a feat at his age was a rarity even among the Uchiha clan's prodigies. If Itachi's earlier performance had piqued Danzo's interest, then Shisui's display stirred his intrigue even further. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, the emergence of prodigious talents within the Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly frequent. I wonder whether this trend is advantageous or detrimental for Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan was steadily integrating into the village. The 3rd Hokage reassured himself that there was no need for excessive concern, especially with the 4th Hokage, Minato, at the helm, who he believed would adeptly manage the situation. In response to Hiruzen's musings, Nara Shikaku could only offer his best counsel. As the Uchiha clan gradually integrated into Konoha, the collective strength would render the village invincible against any ninja village. In the arena, Yamashiro Aoba wore a somewhat grim expression before swiftly forming hand seals. Release. Instantly, the genjutsu cast by Shisui was effortlessly dispelled by Yamashiro Aoba. The formidable bloodline limit, employed immediately through the use of illusion techniques, spoke volumes of your battle awareness. Upon hearing Aoba's praise, Shisui maintained his usual composure, obviously not underestimating the prowess of a special jonin, believing that a mere genjutsu would not suffice to subdue him. Chapter 26, Uchiha Shisui vs. Yamashiro Aoba. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Both Uchiha Shisui and Yamashiro Aoba commenced their assault with the Great Fireball Technique, 2 unstoppable fireballs colliding, erupting in a dazzling display of light and unparalleled heat. The grass below was scorched black under the force of this overwhelming impact. An impressive display of power. Yamashiro Aoba surged forward at full speed, wielding 2 kunai aimed at Shisui from above and below. In response, Shisui unsheathed his katana and advanced towards Aoba. His Sharingan's tomo and observation haki fully engaged in tracking Aoba's movements. In the instant their paths crossed, Shisui abruptly bent low and delivered a fierce side slash towards Aoba. Sensing the impending danger, Yamashiro Aoba quickly raised his kunai in defense, positioning them across his chest. Clang! The 2 clashed and swiftly separated, appearing evenly matched. However, the true loser was Yamashiro Aoba, for Shisui was significantly younger than him. The ferocious battle resumed, with Uchiha Shisui and Yamashiro Aoba vying for supremacy, each striving to push the limits of speed. In an instant, the arena transformed into a realm of nothingness, their figures materializing and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Each exchange difficult to capture. Their astonishing speed was beyond imagination, with the sharp sound of katana meeting kunai echoing around them, accompanied by the dazzling sparks that burst forth like brilliant fireworks in the air. Both combatants executed their techniques with fluid grace, a perfect fusion of power and velocity. Imbued with destruction and agility, delivering countless strikes in a fleeting moment, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Noera Jinkin remarked, "Why doesn't Aoba utilize that technique?" To which Tsukikage responded, shaking his head, "Aoba's Scatter Thousand Crows technique holds little value against the Sharingan. Besides, Aoba considers the crows as allies. He would never allow them to participate in such a test. If they were to be injured, it would be regrettable." At that moment, a sudden shift occurred in the arena. Yamashiro Aoba discarded the kunai he had been wielding and, in the blink of an eye, produced two new kunai. Secret technique, Stone Needle. The kunai, tethered by two black strings, lunged ferociously towards Shursui. Forewarned, Shizuke's swiftly executed a body flicker technique, retreating several meters to evade the assault from Aoyama, all the while casting a grateful glance at him. In truth, and had previously advised both Shizuke's and Itachi to flee at the first mention of secret techniques, urging them to distance themselves as far as possible. After all, in tales of death gods, Hokage, and pirates, the names of powerful moves are often proclaimed loudly, as if to ensure that none are left unaware, which is decidedly unwise. It was precisely due to Anne's counsel that Shizuke's managed to avert this crisis. However, the near miss ignited a fierce rage within Shizuke's, prompting him to unleash his own counterattack. Shadow Clone Technique. He bellowed, and in an instant, 6 identical figures of Shizuke's materialized on the battlefield. Caught off guard, Aoyama found himself bewildered. With his exceptional Jonin prowess, he could not discern which among the 6 was the real Shizuke's, compelling him to focus solely on defense. This was, in fact, Shizuke's combination technique, merging the body flicker and clone techniques to obscure his true location from his adversary. On the battlefield, the indistinguishable silhouettes of Shizuke's relentlessly assaulted Aoyama. Each strike felt tangible to Aoyama, leaving him overwhelmed as he struggled to differentiate between the clones and the genuine Shizuke's. Clang. The sharp sound of clashing weapons echoed as Aoyama temporarily blocked Shizuke's onslaught. Subsequently, Shizuke's blade began to swing with relentless ferocity. As time progressed, the speed of his strikes increased, while Aoyama grew increasingly flustered. Suddenly, sensing fatigue, Aoyama faltered, allowing his Jonin vest to be slashed, crimson blood trickling from his back. Yet Shizuke's assault showed no signs of abating. His blade's momentum and velocity continued to escalate. Recognizing the situation could spiral out of control, Namake's Minato intervened, aware that prolonging the battle was unwise. With 3 minutes elapsed, Uchiha Shizuke's passed the assessment and was granted permission to graduate early. Thus, under Minato's intervention, the clash between Uchiha Shizuke's and Aoyama concluded abruptly. However, all present understood that the victor of this confrontation was undoubtedly Uchiha Shizuke's. Had it continued, Aoyama would have faced dire consequences. Just as Minato was poised to announce the commencement of the 3rd test, and leaped into the arena, exclaiming, "Let us begin. I can hardly wait. Rest assured, Minato-sensei, I am eager for the advanced ninjutsu you promised." Upon hearing Anne's words, Noera Hyuga's expression darkened, clearly indicating that he felt disregarded. Gradually, Noera Hyuga stepped into the arena. "Little brat, do you not think you are being excessively arrogant?" A hearty laugh followed. A youth must possess a certain audacity. After all, the illustrious Minato Namikaze, known as the fastest man in the ninja world, has a disciple whose battle speed must match his own. Upon hearing In's words, Minato's forehead was instantly adorned with several dark lines, clearly indicating his annoyance. What does it mean to be the fastest man in the ninja world? A true man must never be merely fast. Hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, suppressing laughter that dared not escape their lips. Nara Shikaku merely scoffed, as this was indeed a jab directed at an "allow me to educate you on behalf of the 4th Hokage." With that, Nara Shikaku swiftly drew a kunai from his waist, charging towards him with remarkable speed. However, halfway through his dash, he abruptly halted. "Why don't you activate your Sharingan? Do you look down upon me?" In response to Nara Shikaku's inquiry, and could only offer a wry smile. With Itachi having already awakened his first Tomo and Shursui his second, and, on the other hand, showed no signs of awakening his Sharingan. This was undeniably incongruent with his identity as a traveler, lacking any semblance of an advantage regarding the Sharingan, and had no effective means to expedite its awakening. It seemed he could only leave it to fate. Perhaps he could seek out a master of Jinjutsu to experience the night of the Uchiha massacre, which might trigger his own Tomo. Yet, Nara Shikaku did not afford in the luxury of contemplation, suddenly diving forward to thrust the kunai at An's chest, and deftly sidestepped, evading the kunai with ease. Chapter 27. Join the route. Thus, Uchiha and Nara Shikaku engaged in a swift dance of attack and defense, pursuing one another across the arena. However, it wasn't long before Nara Shikaku's patience began to wane. The 3-minute time limit loomed over him, preventing him from indulging in a prolonged game of cat and mouse. Will you merely continue to hide, you wicked Uchiha? I initially intended to grant you some dignity, but since you wish to concede so swiftly, I shall not hold back, and had contemplated prolonging the skirmish with Nara Shikaku. But considering that Minato had already prepared a gift for him, his anticipation surged. Lightning release, 5 million volt thunder serpent. A silver bolt, resembling a diminutive serpent, shot towards Nara Shikaku with astonishing speed. En's inaugural strike was executed with impeccable timing. Faced with the rapidity of the lightning, Nara Shikaku had neither the time nor the ability to evade, left only to witness En's attack descend upon him. Instantly struck by the lightning, Nara Shikaku lost consciousness, his body charred and smoking as he lay on the ground. Of course, a normal human would likely perish from a 5 million volt shock. However, as a character from an anime, Nara Shikaku merely succumbed to unconsciousness. In the world of One Piece, Enel's initial strike was a staggering 10 million volts, yet it failed to incapacitate many individuals, highlighting the remarkable resilience of humanity within that realm. Conversely, in the Naruto universe, ninjas embody the essence of high offense but low defense, possessing physical prowess that pales in comparison to their One Piece counterparts. Even with An's attack measuring a mere 5 million volts, it still managed to incapacitate Nara Shikamaru. How are you, Shikamaru? Not good. Hurry and assist. Without delay, Aoi Konoha and others rushed forward to support Nara Shikamaru. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Shikamaru was not gravely harmed, merely rendered unconscious by the electrical shock. En's display, however, left all present in a state of shock. A 7-year-old child effortlessly defeating a special Jonin. Are you certain this isn't fiction? Congratulations, host, on defeating the special Jonin. You are rewarded with a guaranteed lottery draw opportunity, and was pleasantly surprised to discover the unexpected reward of a guaranteed lottery draw. Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Nara Shikaku all bore smiles, evidently pleased with En's performance, recognizing him as an extraordinary genius of Konoha. As for Danzo Shimura, his gaze towards En was filled with fervor, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable, even beginning to question Danzo's inclinations. Meanwhile, Shimura Kanji's expression was one of utter dismay, akin to someone who had consumed a fly. Anyone would feel anxious under the scrutiny of such an unparalleled talent. Congratulations, host, on graduating early. You are rewarded with another guaranteed lottery draw opportunity, and was astonished by the system's generosity, granting him 2 guaranteed lottery draws. Uchiha and had successfully passed the assessment and was permitted to graduate early. Of course, my previous promise stands. You may visit the Hokage office to select the advanced ninjutsu you desire. After Minato's announcement, everyone prepared to depart, as matters seemed to have reached a conclusion. However, at that moment, as the Hokage, Danzo Shimura interjected. Since we are all here, let us finalize the arrangements for these 3 geniuses. I wonder what plans you have for them, Minato? Upon hearing this, Minato's brow furrowed. Before he ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, it was acceptable for Danzo to address him as Minato, considering they were contemporaries under Hiruzen. Yet, after becoming Hokage, Danzo's continued use of his first name undermined Minato's authority. As a senior advisor, Minato had long desired to overshadow him. I plan to form a small team for them to undertake missions, with Kurenai Yuhi as their leading jonin. After hearing Minato's arrangement, the others nodded in approval. Having Kurenai, a master of Genjutsu, Mentor Uchiha was indeed a fitting choice. However, Danzo and Kanji's expressions darkened. Such an arrangement would leave them with nothing to gain. Watergate. I find your arrangement rather rash. Should any misfortune befall these 3 unparalleled geniuses simultaneously, it would constitute not only a tremendous loss for the Uchiha clan, but for the entirety of Konohagakure. Thus, I believe it would be prudent to separate their assignments. Shimizu Danzo's words bore a semblance of truth, causing a momentary hesitation among the group. Nara Shikaku pondered briefly before approaching En and the others. What do you 3 propose? Instantly, all attention shifted to En and his companions. After all, if the trio were unwilling, any distribution would be futile. En glanced at Shursui and Itachi, and after a brief exchange of glances, he stepped forward as the representative. We are amenable to separating. Shursui and Itachi can join Lord Minato's Umbu or accompany a certain Jonin on missions. As for myself, I am willing to join the route and serve under Lord Danzo. Upon hearing En's declaration, expressions of surprise crossed the faces of those present. The Uchiha clan and the Shimura clan have never been on amicable terms, and En's willingness to join the route, despite his complicated relationship with Shimura Kazashi, caught everyone off guard. Both Shimura Danzo and Shimura Kazashi beamed with delight. Their faces wrinkled like blooming chrysanthemums. They had not anticipated that the most talented of the three, would voluntarily join the route, a rarity indeed. Kazashi felt a surge of joy. With Uchiha in the route, he could mold him at will and eliminate any future threats. In that case, let Uchiha Itachi join the Umbu, and Uchiha Shursui be assigned to a certain Jonin's team. With the voice of Namikaze Minato, the assignments of the three were effectively settled, though each individual harbored their own thoughts. In truth, En's decision stemmed from a consideration for the futures of Itachi and Shursui. According to the original narrative, both would endure various hardships and awaken their Manjiki Sharingan at a young age. However, En feared that his interference might distort the storyline, potentially hindering their growth. By separating himself from Un and Itachi, he hoped that both could confront their challenges alone, perhaps awakening their Manjiki Sharingan even sooner. Chapter 28. Inquiry of Ninjutsu. Upon returning home after the assessment, Itachi was tasked by Fugaku to look after Sasuke, who had not appeared for several chapters. Meanwhile, En was abruptly pulled into the study by his father. What were you thinking? Why do you wish to join Danzo's route? The Shimura clan has always been at odds with our Uchiha clan. Your reckless decision to join Danzo's route is exceedingly perilous. Anyone who joins the route will be subjected to Danzo's curse of the tongue, rendering you a puppet. And I have always had unwavering confidence in your abilities. You have consistently managed your affairs with remarkable competence. However, this time you have truly disappointed me. I shall soon seek out Shimura Danzo and advocate for your withdrawal from route. Fugaku regarded him with an expression of exasperation, akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a wayward pupil, while En appeared utterly indifferent. Observing this, Fugaku felt his frustration mounting, to the point where he silently grasped a bamboo staff. Rest assured, Father, I am confident in my ability to safeguard myself within route and to manage all matters effectively. In truth, En paid little heed to the so-called technique to eradicate the tongue's calamity. After all, eliminating Danzo would render it ineffective. What En desired was the formidable power of root, a strength that rivaled any faction within Konoha, lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, even after hearing En's explanation, Fugaku remained seething with anger, his chest heaving as if it might explode at any moment. You believe you can handle everything? Have you underestimated Root, and more importantly, Shimura Danzo? He is a disciple of the second Hokage, the architect who shaped Root from obscurity to its current form. In short, Danzo is not to be trifled with. It would be best for you to withdraw from Root. Upon hearing this, En resolutely shook his head in rejection, setting aside his own unwillingness to depart. How could Shimura Danzo possibly allow him to leave so easily? It was likely that even if his father could persuade Danzo to grant him freedom, it would entail significant repercussions. Fear not. With my strength, Danzo cannot prevail against me. At worst, his technique will only have a limited effect on me. Fugaku gazed at En, realizing that this was beyond the realm of his persuasion. Perhaps I should utilize the wash fruit to see if I can cleanse you of the marks left by the technique you mentioned. With that, Fugaku could no longer contain his curiosity and attempted to pry open En's mouth for experimentation. Seeing this, En swiftly pushed Fugaku's hand away. I have not yet been marked by Danzo's technique. Save your wash fruit for Mother's laundry. After uttering these words, En disregarded Fugaku's darkening expression and dashed out of the study. Fugaku then began to contemplate his authority as a father, pondering whether he should employ the wash fruit in combat. Dear, there seems to be quite a bit of laundry to attend to. Could you help me out? Certainly. A night passed in silence. The following morning at 9 o'clock, an Shursui arrived at the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, Itachi had not engaged in battle. Otherwise, he could have extorted a high-level jutsu as well. You've arrived quite early. Are you unable to contain your excitement? Have you decided which jutsu you wish to acquire? Minato Namikaze displayed even more enthusiasm than an Shursui, much to the chagrin of his aide, Narashikaku, who was visibly exasperated. Hokage-sama, perhaps we should first listen to one and Shursui's thoughts. Noticing this, Shursui stepped forward and began to recite the lines En had taught him. The esteemed second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is renowned as a master of forbidden techniques. My curiosity regarding the forbidden jutsu created by Lord Tobarama has compelled me to select one that belongs to him. Forbidden techniques? Have you considered this thoroughly? It is essential to understand that each of Lord Tobarama's forbidden techniques carries inherent risks and may very well cause you harm. Evidently, Minato Namikaze's counsel to Shursui fell on deaf ears, as Shursui remained resolute in his determination. In truth, Shursui is currently unqualified to engage with forbidden techniques. However, prodigies often receive preferential treatment, allowing Shursui the opportunity to choose some less perilous forbidden arts. I hope the Hokage will permit me to select a jutsu created by Lord Tobarama. Observing Shursui's steadfastness, Minato and Nara Shikaku ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Subsequently, Nara Shikaku rose to retrieve the Book of Seals. Meanwhile, Minato's attention shifted to Ensurely. You do not wish to learn any forbidden techniques as well. I assure you, that is out of the question. Upon hearing this, immediately waved his hands in denial. Of course not, Minato-sensei. I have no interest in forbidden techniques. With a shy smile, An's expression caused Minato to feel a hint of unease, fearing this little one might be up to something mischievous. Suddenly, both Minato and Uchiha fell silent, leaving Shursui standing awkwardly in place. Fortunately, Shursui's discomfort did not linger for long, as Nara Shikaku soon entered, cradling the immense Book of Seals. Please select the jutsu you desire. At that moment, Shursui's curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to step forward and examine the techniques contained within the tome with great care. Observing Minato and Shikaku, voiced his own request. Presently, possesses no significant shortcomings. If one were to be noted, it would be his physical constitution, which struggles to withstand the speed of lightning. If consuming the Reikage fruit could grant one the velocity of lightning, then the kindergarten principal, Kazuru, would have already conquered the pirate world, as few can endure a strike at light speed. Hence, to enhance his swiftness, and yearned for a technique that would fortify his body. I feel somewhat frail and desire a lightning release technique with a body enhancement effect, ideally akin to the lightning chakra mode of the Cloud Village. Upon hearing this, both Minato and Shikaku were taken aback. The lightning release techniques in Konoha are already scarce, and those with body-enhancing properties are even rarer. As for jutsu comparable to the Cloud Village's lightning chakra mode, they are virtually non-existent. Your request is rather unrealistic. Had such techniques existed in Konoha, their renown would have already spread throughout the ninja world. And felt a twinge of helplessness, for he recognized that Konoha's lightning release techniques were indeed few, and those suitable for him were even fewer. Just then, Nara Shikaku spoke up, revealing that our Nara clan possesses such a lightning release technique. To everyone's surprise, the situation took an unexpected turn, and even the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed curiously at Nara Shikaku beside him. It seemed that even the Hokage was unaware of the formidable lightning techniques possessed by the Nara clan. One could only conclude that the enduring legacy of various ninja clans held significant merit. In Chapter 29, the choice of the multi-shadow clone technique emerged. Who would have thought that the Nara clan harbored such profound heritage? Yet, why had I never encountered this before? As the Hokage, Minato had not witnessed the lightning techniques of the Nara clan, and was equally intrigued, having watched countless episodes of Naruto. He couldn't recall any mention of such powerful lightning techniques from the Nara clan. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku's expression darkened slightly. The technique in question was known as the Lightning Dragon Technique, an art acquired by the Nara clan since the Warring States period. It was said that once mastered, the ninja's speed, strength, stamina, and even the potency of their lightning techniques would see remarkable enhancement. It is said, unfamiliar with various narratives, understood that claims prefaced with it is said often lacked reliability. Noticing and skepticism, Nara Shikaku patiently explained. To practice the Lightning Dragon Technique, a ninja must first undergo rigorous physical training to enhance their muscles and resilience, enabling them to withstand a portion of the lightning's power. Subsequently, the ninja must gather lightning within their body, refining their muscles and nerves to achieve a deep fusion of their chakra with their cellular structure, thereby adapting to the forces of electricity. This process demands exceptional mastery over lightning techniques and immense patience, as a moment's negligence could inflict irreversible harm upon the practitioner. After hearing Nara Shikaku's words, the Hokage's office fell into a contemplative silence. While muscle injuries could heal, damage to the nerves posed a far graver challenge, especially given the prolonged nature of the training. Had anyone from the Nara clan ever succeeded in mastering this technique? Since acquiring it, no one from the Nara clan had managed to master the art, as the ninjas adept in lightning techniques were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of this training was immense. Some who attempted to forcefully practice it ultimately lost their qualifications as ninjas. With a heavy sigh, Nara Shikaku lamented that despite possessing such a powerful technique, there had yet to be a clan member capable of mastering it, a reflection of his own shortcomings as the clan leader. Meanwhile, Minato looked at him with concern, evidently apprehensive about him undertaking this perilous training. Rest assured, Sensei Minato, I firmly believe in my capabilities, and declared, then turned to Nara Shikaku. As the leader of the Nara clan, I wish to train in the lightning dragon technique. May I inquire what sacrifices must be made? Nara Shikaku nodded slightly. Simply addressing him as clan leader spoke volumes. After all, nothing held greater value than human connections. If you wish to train, then by all means, take it. After all, the lightning dragon technique merely serves as a decorative relic within our Nara clan. After finishing his words, Nara Shikaku directly retrieved a scroll from his bosom. It was evident that he had anticipated this moment, keeping the Raijin technique scroll close at hand. As the Hokage's advisor and the intellectual representative of the Inoshikacho trio, Nara Shikaku could undoubtedly deduce its needs from the formidable lightning ninjutsu, and cautiously accepted the scroll, nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. In truth, and was not overly concerned about the dangers of practicing the Raijin technique. His foolish friend Ito had not only developed the surgical fruits for combat, but had also made strides in medical applications, and Itachi had not fallen behind in this regard, and believed that with careful attention, he could master the Raijin technique using the Thunder Fruit and his Kenbunchika Haki. Hokage-sama, I have made my choice. I wish to learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku opened the sealing book, while Shursui stepped forward to examine the training methods for the multi-shadow clone technique, and was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He had only shared part of the sealing book's contents with Shursui and had not expected him to choose the multi-shadow clone technique. Perhaps it was due to his deeper understanding of this technique and the greater details he provided that led Shursui to desire it as well. It should be noted that the number of shadow clones created by the multi-shadow clone technique should not be excessive, lest one be drained of chakra in an instant. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Once Minato finished explaining the multi-shadow clone technique, and Shursui prepared to depart. Just then, Nara Shikaku called out to him once more, advising him that he could come to the Nara clan anytime if he had any questions. Yes, thank you, clan leader Nara, and felt quite satisfied with his gains from this encounter, particularly with the inclusion of the Raijin technique, which filled a gap in his abilities. Next, An and Shursui made their way to the waterfall in the Uchiha clan's back mountain, where they commenced their training in the multi-shadow clone technique, and believed that mastering this technique would greatly enhance his development of the Thunder Fruit. Meanwhile, Itachi remained at home with Sasuke, but was determined to ensure that Itachi would also train with this powerful tool. In the afternoon, and arrived at the location, estimating that the ninja school had dismissed for the day. His primary purpose was to seek out Shimura Kanna. After all, he was unaware of the route's location or the whereabouts of Shimura Danzo. Navigating through familiar corridors, and soon knocked on the door of Shimura Kanna's office. Come in. Upon seeing and enter, Shimura Kanna's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and he warmly offered in a cup of tea. You have finally arrived, and congratulations on joining the route. Thank you, Teacher Shimura, for your future guidance. It was a curious moment, despite their mutual animosity. These two scheming individuals exchanged pleasantries with a veneer of civility. Two foxes, one large and one small, wore masks of insincerity. Now that you are part of the route, would you like to serve under my command? I shall take splendid care of you. One must recognize that the outcome differs significantly when someone is tended to at their roots compared to when they are neglected. Particularly since I have some association with Lord Danzo, a talent like yours shall undoubtedly not be overlooked under my guidance. Dismissing the repugnant remarks of Shimura Kanna, and curled his lip in disdain. Even without much thought, one could easily surmise Shimura Kanna's intentions. Should he truly find himself working under Kanna, he would undoubtedly become a target for that individual. Nevertheless, and was aware of his enmity towards Kanna and resolved to seize any opportunity to eliminate him. For the time being, it would be prudent to maintain distance from Shimura Kanna. Having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, he was still quite unfamiliar with the intricacies of the routes, fully relying on the arrangements made by Lord Shimura Danzo. Shimura Kanna discerned the subtle refusal in Anne's words. furrowing his brow but opting not to press the matter further. As long as Uchiha remained within the roots, he would have ample opportunities to deal with that malevolent Uchiha. After classes at the Ninja Academy concluded, Shimura Kanna led an away with purpose. Chapter 30. The Offering of Silent Fruits. As they journeyed, En and Shimura Kanna walked in silence, one trailing behind the other. Under Kanna's guidance, their path grew increasingly obscure, and the number of passers-by dwindled. After a half-hour stroll, Kanna brought into a quaint, secluded courtyard. It was tranquil, with only a few dried leaves dancing gently in the breeze, scattering about. Kanna approached and knocked rhythmically on the door. It opened promptly, revealing a figure adorned with a mouse mask peering out. Snowflakes twirled. Cherry blossoms fell. After exchanging their secret code, the masked root member opened the wooden door. Watching their clandestine exchange, and couldn't he help but smile. It mirrored the secretive rendezvous of the underground perfectly. Noticing En's amused expression, Shimura Kanna shot him a disgruntled glare. Yet he refrained from voicing any further remarks, leading En inside. Upon entering, En discovered a hidden world within. The space retained an antique charm with its wooden architecture, yet it was impeccably neat. One could not help but notice the traces of shurikens and kunai scattered throughout. This likely served as a former training ground for the roots, now temporarily abandoned for various reasons. Do not wander your gaze indiscriminately when you meet Lord Danzo, and be mindful of your tone and demeanor while speaking, Kanna instructed. His demeanor reminded En of a loyal eunuch at the emperor's side. It was undeniable that he possessed the qualities of a sycophant. However, despite his internal disdain, En nodded in acknowledgement of the admonition. Thus, he followed Shimura Kanna through the courtyard until, quite suddenly, Kanna entered one of the rooms. Upon witnessing the scene, En promptly followed suit. However, upon entering the room, he discovered that it was arranged like a labyrinth, filled with corners and mirrors at every turn. Reluctantly, En trailed behind Shimura Kazama, navigating through an intricate maze, and in his perception, they had descended approximately 15 meters underground. In truth, utilizing his observation haki, En had already begun to ascertain the layout of the place. Finally, at the end of a dimly lit corridor, they arrived at a stone chamber, which Shimura Kazama approached without hesitation. He naturally pushed the door open, and En, seeing this, immediately followed suit. The furnishings within were remarkably austere, featuring only a table and 2 chairs that delineated a sense of simplicity throughout the space. Upon the table lay a collection of books and a stack of documents, while the adjacent bookshelf was laden with various scrolls and important files. One might say that Shimura Danzo's office bore a striking resemblance to that of the Hokage. As the leader of Root, Danzo sat in the center, appearing to have awaited him for some time. Behind Danzo stood an individual adorned with a fox-faced mask, whose identity remained a mystery. Was it Yamashiro Aoi or Yamanaka Inoichi? Lord Danzo, I have brought Uchiha, Kazama stated before discreetly stepping back, clearly aware of his modest standing within Root. The moment Kazama exited, an air of tension enveloped the room. Uchiha, welcome to Root. Danzo's voice resonated with a somber and oppressive tone, as if the very essence of life had been drained from the atmosphere. His single eye emanated a piercing and frigid light, complemented by the tightly bound bandages that enveloped him, reminiscent of the chilling bandaged figure from the Conan series. The combination of Danzo's appearance and the surrounding environment intensified the atmosphere of dread, sending a shiver through Lord Danzo. After offering a greeting, En fell silent, deeming it prudent to remain reticent until he grasped the situation more clearly. En, you must be aware of the long-standing discord between the Uchiha clan and the Shimura clan. Why, then, are you willing to join my Root? En feigned contemplation, lowering his gaze momentarily before lifting it to meet Danzo's solitary eye, initiating his ingratiating demeanor. Our Root resides in the shadows of Konoha, much like the roots of a tree deeply entrenched in the darkness. The primary mission of Root is to eliminate any threats that obstruct the prosperity of the village. To fulfill this vital objective, we execute our tasks without hesitation, employing various means, showing no mercy. Lord Danzo is even known as the shadow of the ninja world. I believe such a Root is truly magnificent, which is why I am willing to join, to assist Lord Danzo in becoming Hokage. Upon hearing En's lengthy discourse, a smile unconsciously crept across Danzo's face. It was unexpected that the one who understood him best would be a mere 7-year-old from the Uchiha clan, which brought a thrill of excitement to Danzo. More importantly, En's final statement rekindled Danzo's ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage once more. After the esteemed Namikaze Minato ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage, Danzo Shimura perceived his youth and burgeoning prestige as a potential threat, leading him to believe that Minato might relinquish his aspirations of becoming Hokage. However, upon receiving a promise from the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Danzo felt a renewed sense of confidence. Yet, he would not allow himself to be swayed by mere words. After all, it was such discernment that enabled him to lead the root organization effectively. Is not the fourth Hokage your mentor? What compels you to assist me in attaining the title of Hokage? Danzo inquired. Due to the fourth S approach, which I find rather unaccustomed, I believe that Konoha can only flourish under your esteemed leadership, Lord Danzo, and replied. Danzo dismissed An's response, recognizing that further inquiry would yield little at this juncture. Torian, take him down for some necessary arrangements. Wait, I have a gift for Lord Danzo. Torian, taken aback by An's declaration, paused, as it was a rare occurrence for someone newly inducted into Root to present a gift to Danzo. Danzo's curiosity was piqued, intrigued by the unexpected behavior of the youth before him. In an attempt to conceal his true intentions, and casually produced a scroll containing a ninjutsu. Release. A peculiar fruit materialized before Danzo and Torian's eyes, and then inscribed the fundamental details of the silent fruit on a piece of paper, leaving the potential for its development entirely in Danzo's hands. As Danzo examined the note, a knowing glance passed between them. Take him down. Seeing that Danzo had not tasted the fruit, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Curious about the expression Danzo would exhibit had he sampled the devilish fruit with an olive flavor. Resigned, and followed Torian out, leaving Danzo alone in his office. Such a unique fruit exists in the ninja world. Why have I never heard of it before? And from where did this Uchiha boy acquire it? It seems a consultation with Orochimaru is in order. Chapter 31. Torian's Aesthetic Sense. After exiting with Torian, and trailed closely behind him, suddenly, Torian halted before a stone building, pushing the door open and revealing the interior's expanse to him. The room was vast, adorned with an array of blades, masks, and garments, all bearing the insignia of Root. Lord Danzo has not yet made any special arrangements for you, so for now, you should collect our Root equipment. Once Lord Danzo has finalized your assignments, you will be considered a full-fledged member of Root. As Torian began selecting suitable gear for him, he stood to the side, contemplating Danzo's intentions. He wondered what tasks the cunning old man might assign him. The notion of being tasked with surveilling the Uchiha clan seemed almost laughable, and stood still, pondering for a moment, when Uni, the oil girl, tossed a large assortment of equipment he had selected right in front of him. Various items such as kunai, shuriken, smoke bombs, and a katana were haphazardly piled together, however, and found little interest in these objects. Unperturbed by An's expression, Uni continued her incessant chatter. Since you joined the Root at the tender age of 7, we don't have clothes and gear suitable for someone so small, so I took the smallest sizes available. If they don't fit well, feel free to alter them. Now, put on this mask and prepare your gear. You are now a member of the Root. And promptly grabbed the clothing from the table and donned it, but given his young age, the garments were several sizes too large, making him look as though he had donned a sack. As for the mask, Uni had chosen a red pig face, reminiscent of Peppa Pig. Upon seeing this, En's expression immediately soured. Surely, he deserved a fox or cat face mask to match the striking beauty of the Uchiha clan. It was undeniable that Uni's taste was somewhat misguided, failing to appreciate his exquisite features. Who will I communicate with in the future? Or shall I return here to seek Lord Danzo? Uni looked at him earnestly, her tone laced with curiosity. You are a prodigy personally recruited by Lord Danzo, and I will be your sole contact. Should Lord Danzo have any plans for you, I will be the one to inform you. By the way, my surname is Uni. I am a member of the Uni clan, and nodded in acknowledgement and began to reluctantly strap on the various pieces of equipment, the oversized clothing still draping over him. Once he had adorned himself in the ill-fitting attire and the Peppa Pig mask, he presented an amusing sight, as if he were indulging in some peculiar whimsy. Having noted that and was ready, Uni commanded, "Follow me," without paying heed to An's discomfort. She led him in silence through the labyrinthine passages of the Root's underground base. Under Uni's guidance, they soon arrived at a pristine white room. Without knocking, Uni boldly entered with an in tow. The room was cluttered with instruments and experimental specimens, reminiscent of a laboratory from En's previous life in a technical university. To become a member of the Root, you must undergo the tongue curse eradication technique, which is under Lord Danzo's control. The name alone suggested it was no benign ninjutsu. I do not wish to undergo this, may I refuse? Absolutely not. An impatient Uni pressed him down into a chair and swiftly covered his eyes. Moments later, and felt a warmth envelop his tongue, realizing he had fallen victim to Lord Danzo's tongue curse eradication technique. In the ensuing hours, and followed Yunv as they scurried about, and by the time the two concluded their tasks, it had already been 3 hours. Upon emerging, and felt that the efficiency of the route's operations was comparable to that of the bureaucratic system from his past life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for joining the route, granting a single opportunity for a lottery draw, and was taken aback that this could directly yield him a chance for a lottery draw, though he resolved to address it later upon returning home. Casting a glance back at the ancient architecture behind him, and understood that this was certainly not the headquarters of the route, but merely a stronghold arranged by Danzo. After all, as a figure shrouded in the shadows of the ninja world, Shimura Danzo understood the wisdom of having multiple hideouts. Upon returning home, the setting sun bathed the Uchiha clan's grounds in a warm glow. Along the way, and courteously acknowledged the greetings of the Uchiha clansmen, as his strength had garnered increasing recognition from the clan. Particularly under the strategic collaboration with Fugaku, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown ever closer. Upon entering his home, and noticed the table was already laden with a feast, as if the family were eagerly awaiting his return. However, Itachi was conspicuously absent, likely training with Shursui, and took the rare initiative to pick up the 2-year-old Sasuke and began to eat heartily. Nisan, I want to eat this, Sasuke, though able to speak it too, still sounded quite juvenile. All right, silly little brother, and responded, feeding Sasuke while the two engaged in this simple act of sharing. This sight stirred a sense of discomfort in Fugaku and Mikoto, who exchanged glances before Fugaku was the first to break the silence. And how is it? That old dog Shimura Danzo hasn't given you any trouble, has he? At Fugaku's words, and unexpectedly spat out the rice ball he had just taken a bite of. His father, who had always maintained a gentle demeanor, showed no mercy when it came to Danzo. For someone of my unparalleled genius, Shimura Danzo actually sought my inclusion in the route. Besides, with your son's prowess, how could Danzo possibly deceive him? Fugaku's lips curled into a slight smile, evidently pleased with An's response. His son, at the age of 7, had already defeated a special J-Nin, displaying an intellect that rivaled his own in youth. Well, if Danzo ever gives you trouble, do not hesitate to let me know. And comprehended Fugaku's concern, his father was wary of him being wronged. However, and did not believe that Danzo could pose a threat to him, with his current capabilities. As long as he was not up against a powerhouse of the late 4th Hokage's caliber, he felt confident he could navigate the ninja world with ease. All right. Enough talk. I've been busy all day, let us eat. At this, Mikoto, embodying her role as the head of the family, prompted even the 2-year-old Sasuke to hasten his eating. Chapter 32. A frenzied explosion, Shursui devours the devil fruit. After dinner, and stood in the tranquil ambience, bathing and burning incense, before retreating to the sanctuary of his chamber to recline upon his bed. With 2 premium draw opportunities and 1 ordinary draw, his anticipation for the forthcoming events was palpable. System, grant me an ordinary draw. He was eager to test the waters. Should he obtain a devil fruit of merit, he would certainly expend his 2 premium draws as well. The familiar surroundings enveloped him, evoking a sense of comfort, as the Grand Needle swiftly halted upon a devil fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Paramecia-type mimic fruit. En's countenance brightened considerably. The fruit's user was none other than the formidable Xiaofeng. While the fruit did not enhance combat prowess, its ability was undeniably potent. Activating its powers enabled the user to transform their appearance into that of any individual etched in their memory, with the right hand facilitating the alteration and the left hand reverting to their original form. Although transformation techniques existed within the realm of Naruto, they were easily discernible by the adept. System, may I consume a second devil fruit? And recalled the notorious Blackbeard from One Piece, a wielder of multiple devil fruits. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that he would not pale in comparison to Blackbeard. Ding. In this world, only the host is eligible to consume multiple devil fruits. While a pang of regret accompanied this revelation, and found solace in the knowledge that he alone could partake of several fruits, whereas others were confined to just one. Steeling himself, and initiated the premium draw. As the needle spun with increasing velocity, his heart raced, cognizant that the premium draw could equally yield an inferior devil fruit. When the needle finally came to a standstill, a wave of relief washed over him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Paramecia-type Momo fruit. In One Piece, the Momo fruit was wielded by Bondrewd, albeit the character's shortcomings rendered him unworthy of such a powerful fruit. The Momo fruit's ability magnified the speed, strength, volume, and weight of any object it touched, potentially amplifying them by up to 100 times. Regrettably, it could not affect living beings aside from the user, presenting a slight imperfection. Determined to consume both the mimic fruit and the Momo fruit, and resolved to master the powers of these three devil fruits. Envisioning a time when he would reign supreme in the ninja realm, unable to contain his excitement, he embarked on yet another premium draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Zoan-type mythical bat fruit in its vampire form. The system was indeed remarkable. The user of the bat fruit was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, a solitary powerhouse capable of extraordinary feats. The animal-type phantom fruit, specifically the bat fruit, first and foremost enhances one's physical prowess in all aspects. Moreover, through the abilities endowed by the bat, one can amplify their observation haki. More significantly, the vampire form of the bat fruit allows the user to accelerate the aging of their opponents by draining their blood, while simultaneously restoring their own youth. In certain respects, this could be considered a form of immortality. The system materialized the mimic fruit and the Momo fruit, which it eagerly devoured. Undoubtedly, the mimic fruit is the most intriguing, as it can replicate anything, even physical appearance, with absolute fidelity. This reminded N of the renowned figures from his previous life, such as Sensei Asuka, Sensei Yoshizawa, and Sensei Fukada, leaving him speechless for the night. The following morning, N groggily rose from his bed. After a brief morning routine, he set off with Itachi to their training spot, only to find Shirzue already waiting there. It's rare for both of you to arrive late, N remarked, tossing the devil fruit he had in hand towards Shirzue. Curiously, Shirzue caught it and examined it for a while, finding it rather unremarkable. This is a gift from my brother, representing the power we wield. Upon hearing Itachi's explanation, Shirzue grasped the significance of the fruit in his hand. After a year of training together, both Itachi and N were aware of each other's unique powers, though Shirzue had never inquired further, merely understanding the general concept. The fruit you consumed is a legendary devil fruit. Mine is of the nature type, and Itachi's is of the superhuman type. As for the devil fruit you hold, it is the animal-type phantom bat fruit. Consuming this fruit will enhance your physical capabilities across the board and improve your observation haki, though your transformed appearance may be somewhat peculiar. However, if you have reservations, you may choose not to partake. N's words resonated profoundly with Shirzue, who had never imagined such wondrous devil fruits existed in the world without his prior knowledge. Resolutely, Shirzue cast a determined glance at N and Itachi, preparing to take a bite. You must consume the entire fruit to gain its full power, Itachi said, a smile inadvertently spreading across his face, clearly anticipating the ensuing spectacle, and was taken aback by his foolish companion's antics, yet he chose not to expose it, as everyone deserved this experience. Thus, Shirzue bit down without hesitation, and in an instant, his expression morphed drastically, his previous charm and aloofness vanished. Nevertheless, he persevered through the unpalatable taste in his mouth, swallowing the entire devil fruit in a few quick bites. How does it feel? Itachi inquired as Shirzue's form began to transform. Suddenly, two fluffy ears sprouted atop Shirzue's head. His stature surged to 2 meters, and a pair of fleshy wings unfurled from his back, presenting an appearance that was both wicked and terrifying. Crunch! The sound of a camera shutter captured everyone's attention, and only N possessed the ability to perform such a feat. And how can I revert back? Although Shizuki yearned for immense power, remaining in this form felt more like a curse than a blessing. The Zoan-type devil fruit grants its bearer the ability to transform into an animal, and thus, those who wield it possess 3 distinct forms: human, beast, and hybrid. The human form is the most fundamental state, representing the individual's everyday appearance, yet it is imbued with the formidable physical capabilities bestowed by the Zoan fruit. The hybrid form combines the agility of the human shape with the ferocity of the beast form, making it arguably the pinnacle of Zoan transformations. The beast form, which is your current state, embodies all the powers of a wild animal. If you wish to revert to your human form, that is a matter for you to master. Having said this, N and Itachi commenced their training, while Shizuki contemplated his own abilities. Chapter 33. A year later, Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry. 1 year later. On the border of the Land of Fire, the sky crackled with energy as lightning release. 30 million volts, tenfold Thunderbird. Instantly, The Thunderbird's form expanded tenfold, its speed accelerating correspondingly. The entire area was engulfed in a tempest of lightning, resembling the end of days. He was the thunder god of Konoha. Mission failure. Retreat. Faced with En's onslaught, the rock shinobi, witnessing this scene, desperately scattered to the periphery. Unfortunately, some unfortunate souls, lacking sufficient speed, were reduced to charred remains. The survivors among the rock shinobi fled in disarray. Yamanaka Ino, witnessing this, wore a smile that radiated awe towards the formidable En. Your title as the Thunder God of Konoha now rivals the illustrious Golden Flash of the 4th Hokage. Not too shabby. After a year of growth and conflict, and not only experienced a significant increase in height but also matured in mind. Having single-handedly defeated the elite Jonin, Nara Shikaku, Danzo promptly assigned an increasingly challenging missions. This exposure revealed to him the true nature of the ninja world, where friendship and peace were rare commodities, overshadowed by conflict, assassination, and ruthless ambition. Through this year, and learned that Konoha embodied both righteousness and darkness, and the root organization was not entirely under Danzo's control, though his influence was formidable. Over the course of the year, you instilled fear in the hearts of the 4 great ninja villages, with smaller villages too terrified to harbor any thoughts against Konoha. Now, you are the most renowned figure within the root organization. Upon hearing Yamanaka Ino's teasing, and offered a wry smile and shook his head, the louder the name, the greater the risk. Such individuals tend to meet their demise swiftly. Having repelled the rock shinobi's attempts to infiltrate the Land of Fire, and inquired, "What mission does Lord Danzo have next?" Upon hearing En's eagerness to undertake another mission, Yamanaka Ino grew visibly anxious. "If we assign you another task, it might very well ignite the 4th Great Ninja War. Thus, both the 4th Hokage and Lord Danzo wish for you to return to Konoha and take a respite." Understood. And understood that this was not the appropriate moment to provoke other ninja villages. Should another great ninja war erupt, it would be a grave mistake on his part. Moreover, Konoha was not adequately prepared for war, and even the staunchly assertive Danzo Shimura hoped that En would return to Konoha for some rest. 2 days later, En and Shino Aburame hurriedly made their way back. Upon entering the gates of Konoha, En parted ways with Shino, who needed to report to Danzo, and headed towards his home. Suddenly, 2 figures darted across the rooftops beside him. Rarely did he encounter such a sight. Unable to suppress his competitive spirit, En leaped into the air, landing on the rooftop to pursue the 2 figures. 3 silhouettes swiftly traversed the rooftops, with a slight gap between the first 2, while En closely trailed behind. They leapt over balcony after balcony, their speed rendering the ordinary citizens of Konoha awestruck. At that moment, En was fervently chasing after Kakashi and Might Guy, steadily closing the distance between them. Although En was a few years younger than the 2, his rigorous training and the enhancement of the Lightning Dragon technique had rapidly elevated his physical capabilities. His current speed even surpassed that of Kakashi and Might Guy, albeit only slightly. Perhaps sensing En's encroaching presence, Kakashi and Might Guy felt an undeniable pressure urging them to accelerate. Their pace quickened once more, and the trio began to whirl around Konoha in a frenetic circle. As time passed, an increasing number of onlookers began to take note of the spectacle unfolding upon the rooftops. Stop! In an instant, an elderly figure appeared before them. En and Kakashi swiftly dodged, but an unyielding Might Guy collided directly with him. Bang! Ouch! The 3 halted abruptly, and Kakashi quickly moved to assist the person who had been struck. Might Guy, startled by the unexpected collision with Hiruzen Sarutobi, grew somewhat anxious. "I apologize, Lord Third." After casting a reproachful glance at Might Guy, Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. "It is acceptable for you 2 to spar in Konoha, but it must not disrupt the lives of the citizens." Kakashi and Might Guy nodded earnestly, instinctively recognizing that the current situation did not concern them. They were not oblivious. They quickly understood that Hiruzen's intention was to speak with En. Thus, without uttering a word, they swiftly departed, leaving behind a tranquil atmosphere. Hiruzen let out a soft snort as he watched the 2 retreat. When his gaze shifted to En, it softened considerably. "You have performed admirably this past year. Due to your presence, Konoha has suffered few losses in its border skirmishes. You are indeed the guardian deity of Konoha. I have heard that foreign ninjas retreat upon encountering you, much like they did with Minato in the past." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen, En felt that the conversation was veering off course, and he nodded in agreement out of reluctance. Perhaps sensing that En had just returned, Hiruzen swiftly redirected the discourse onto a more appropriate path. "When the 2nd Hokage perished, I ascended as the 3rd Hokage. At that time, Konoha was in turmoil. And to ensure its stability, I collaborated with Danzo to establish Root. Now, Minato has become the fourth Hokage, yet Danzo continues to oversee Root. As a friend, I sincerely hope Danzo can step back and ease his burdens, and was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's revelations, fresh from the borders of the Land of Fire. He pondered why Hiruzen had chosen to confide in him. And, I believe you understand my intentions, Hiruzen remarked before turning and greeting the villagers of Konoha amiably, and remained on the rooftop, deep in thought. It appeared Hiruzen wished for him to succeed Shimura Danzo, thereby facilitating a better collaboration with the fourth Hokage. However, and found it perplexing whether this was truly Hiruzen's desire or an inclination from Minato himself. Regardless, and was determined to contend for Danzo's position. After this brief encounter, and lost interest in leisurely wandering the streets, he hastened back to the Uchiha clan's compound. Greetings, young clan leader. You have finally returned. The villagers expressed immense enthusiasm for An's homecoming, known as Raijin Uchiha, and had earned significant respect through his battlefield accomplishments, which filled the Uchiha clan with pride, especially as An's reputation soared within the shinobi world. Chapter 34. Refusing to participate in the Chunin exams. After exchanging pleasantries with his clan members, and wearily returned home. You are finally back, Makoto exclaimed, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace, tears streaming down her face. As the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, she understood that achieving such fame in the shinobi world was often accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. Yet, and was merely an 8-year-old child, far too young to bear such burdens. Suddenly, a small figure dashed out from within the house, wrapping its arms around An's leg. Nisan, welcome home. It must be noted that even though Sasuke grew up to be somewhat brash, the children of the Uchiha clan were undeniably adorable in their youth. Oh, you foolish little brother. Have you been diligently training with your older brother at home? The innocent Sasuke eagerly nodded, as if seeking praise. Yes, I've been training alongside Nisan the whole time. Good. Once you start school, I will gift you something special. Thank you, Nisan. After a brief chat at the door, the trio returned inside. Makoto busied herself preparing snacks and fruits for An, while tidying up his room. Sasuke trailed behind An like a shadow, incessantly inquiring about the circumstances of An's missions along the borders of the Land of Fire over the past year. In turn, selectively shared the brighter aspects, relishing the serene ambience of family. Before long, Fugaku, who worked in the Konoha guard, returned home. Upon catching sight of An, his eyes involuntarily glistened with emotion. You rascal. You've thought of returning after all this time? You've only sent a few messages in a year. Could you not have come home even once? Hearing Fugaku chastise his son, Makoto immediately expressed her discontent, positioning herself protectively in front of An. After all the effort it took for An to come back, can't there be a kind word? Forget about your unreliable father. Let's have dinner together when Itachi returns. After her remark, she guided An and Sasuke to the dining table, leaving Fugaku somewhat awkwardly standing alone. Brother, you're back? Yes. And you? How have you been? I was so rushed on my mission that I didn't know about your arrangement with Shursui. Itachi sheepishly scratched his head as he spoke. Shursui has been assigned to the Umbu and is currently on a mission outside as well. And you? I've been placed in Mizuki's Jonin team, and I have 2 excellent companions. And was taken aback that Itachi had been assigned to Mizuki's team, wondering whether Obito would make a move in the shadows. He felt it prudent to remind Itachi. The ninja world is fraught with undercurrents, especially with numerous individuals still harboring ill intentions towards Konoha. Be cautious while executing missions with your teacher, and was uncertain whether his warning would alter the course of events. Ultimately, he had done what he could. Now it was a matter of fate. All right, you two, hurry up and eat. Sasuke can hardly wait. Yes. The family enjoyed a harmonious reunion dinner, though Fugaku felt his paternal authority had once again been challenged. After the meal, Fugaku summoned Itachi and An into his study. In a week, the Chunin exams will take place. Do you two wish to participate? And stepped forward to refill Fugaku's cup with tea, then directly shook his head in refusal. Jonin engage in battles like a cacophony of pots and pans, while Genin wreak havoc. I prefer to quietly remain a Genin. Fugaku then turned his gaze towards Itachi, seemingly hoping for him to join the Chunin exams, as it would reflect favorably on him. My teacher has also advised against me participating in the Chunin exams, suggesting that I spend a few years as a Genin to gain experience. In truth, the current situation was not one of warfare, and there was a significant shortage of combat power. Otherwise, an 8-year-old becoming a Chunin would be an extraordinary feat. Then let it be, Fugaku conceded, recognizing the brother's determination, relinquishing this opportunity for boasting. As night fell, and lay quietly in bed, contemplating his future. He had never used his imitation fruit in front of others, meaning no one was aware of his ability to completely transform into another person. Having already attained a significant status within the Hidden Leaf Village at such a tender age, and realized that it was unlikely for him to ascend to higher ranks. Thus, he resolved to temporarily venture beyond the village, seizing the opportunity to explore the world outside. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, instead of choosing to rest at home, and took Itachi to the waterfall where he had previously trained, ensuring that no one was around. He produced a scroll. "Brother, why are you so tense? There is hardly anyone here. You wouldn't understand, foolish Udu." Without further explanation, and placed the scroll on the ground. Release. In an instant, dozens of scrolls cascaded to the ground. These were the spoils and had collected over a year of battles. His focus had primarily been on developing the devil fruit and haki, leaving him with little time to practice conventional ninjutsu, with the spiraling sphere being his only noteworthy technique. Now that he had a break, and decided to refine some of the more manageable ninjutsu first. What are all these? These are the techniques I acquired from foreign ninjas during combat. Take a look and see if you can learn any. The sooner, the better. Itachi felt deeply moved by his brother's thoughtful arrangements, even while he was out on missions, and had been thinking of him. Excitedly, Itachi began to study one scroll after another, silently vowing not to disappoint his brother's expectations. Multiple shadow clone technique. To expedite his training, Itachi summoned 4 shadow clones to assist him, watching his brother's fervor, and was puzzled by Itachi's enthusiasm. He had merely intended for the clever Itachi to learn the techniques, and then utilize his Sharingan to replicate them. Thus, the two brothers engaged in a dynamic exchange, one diligently mastering various ninjutsu, while the other lounged lazily against a tree. Before long, afternoon arrived, and just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Itachi's voice resonated from below. "Brother, I have mastered everything. Some of these techniques were a bit complex, which is why it took me so long," and leapt down from the tree, landing before Itachi, his Sharingan swirling with intensity. "Very well. You may now demonstrate before me." Itachi felt immense joy at his brother's Sharingan, for even though he was the young clan leader of the Uchiha, it was somewhat unflattering not to have awakened his own Sharingan. From that point on, the two engaged in a demonstration and learning session, within continuously acquiring various ninjutsu. Chapter 35. Target, Seven Tails, Shomei. A week later, on the streets of Konoha, while he was leisurely strolling with Inuzuka Hana, he was abruptly confronted by a figure blocking his path. "Lord Danzo has issued new orders." "Who is this person?" Hana immediately positioned herself protectively in front of him, her kunai aimed at the stranger. As Inuzuka Hana's ninja dog, Yukiyun, bared its teeth, it kept a vigilant gaze on the unexpected intruder. "Torian, you may claim to be single, but your lack of awareness is truly astounding. Did you not notice that I was on a date with my girlfriend? Your timing is utterly unfortunate." Upon hearing In's words, Inuzuka Hana's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. The expression beneath Torian's mask soured as he observed 2 children, no more than 8 or 9 years old, engaging in such frivolous courtship. "Is this how today's youth amuse themselves?" With a sense of resignation, Torian gravely remarked, "Lord Danzo has an important mission that requires your attention, otherwise I would not disturb your rare day off." "Very well." After bidding farewell to Inuzuka Hana, and fell in step with Torian, as they traversed the rooftops of Konoha, and felt a twinge of embarrassment and casually donned a Peichi mask. "Are we heading towards the center of Konoha? Is Lord Danzo waiting for us at the Hokage Tower?" "Just follow me," Torian replied, his demeanor unyielding, prompting him to silence his inquiries. Soon, they beheld the towering Hokage Tower in the distance. Suddenly, Torian leapt down directly into the sewer below. Whoa, and had not anticipated such an adventurous maneuver. It seemed they were indeed heading to the true headquarters, the very sewers where Danzo frequently made his appearances in the anime. Thus, and pinched his nose and followed suit, plunging into the depths of the sewer. To his surprise, the reality was far from the filthy, odorous scene he had envisioned. Although the air held some unpleasant scents, the overall environment was relatively clean and orderly. "Keep up." And Torian navigated through the twists and turns of the sewer until they arrived at the central hub. In the heart of the sewer lay a vast circular platform, with 4 tall bridges extending in each direction, suspended in midair. 3 figures were already present on the circular dais. Shimura Danzo, rarely seen without his cane, wore a notably serious expression, and recognized one figure as Shimura Konan through his observation haki, but the other remained unfamiliar. You've arrived, and your performance over the past year has been commendable, all thanks to Lord Danzo's astute guidance, and replied, eliciting a hint of a smile from Danzo. Clearly pleased with An's response. The others present were taken aback. Was this truly the cold, humorless leader of the root? Once everyone had gathered, Danzo tapped his cane upon the ground. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Zetsu, was gravely injured in battle against the Cloud Shinobi. It is likely that Takigakure is seeking a new Jinchuriki to harness the Seven Tails. Therefore, your mission is to stealthily infiltrate Takigakure and seize the Seven Tails at all costs. This mission will be led by Kaido as the captain. It is imperative that you succeed. As the voice of Shimura Danzo fell, everyone understood his intentions. Currently, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was Kushina, and her relationship with Danzo was far from amicable. As the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to obtain the tailed beast, even if it risked igniting war. And murmured softly to himself, "Is that so?" The term "is that so?" referred to Yamado's codename within Root. At this time, Yamato had yet to seize Kakashi's Sharingan and remained an exceptional would-release ninja within Root. After issuing his orders, Shimura Danzo departed. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, gather at the gates of Konoha. Yamato concluded before turning away, leaving behind a cool and aloof silhouette. Aburame Torian and Shimura Kazama removed their masks, as they were all familiar with one another. A year had swiftly passed. It was astonishing how he had gained such a formidable reputation, and Lord Danzo had praised him profusely. Shimura Kazama's tone was filled with resignation, and was no longer someone he could easily manage. Nevertheless, the tension between the two persisted, and this mission presented a perfect opportunity. I'll take my leave now, and had no desire to engage in further banter with Shimura Kazama. With tomorrow's departure imminent, he had matters to attend to. After exchanging a nod with Aburame Torian, and swiftly departed. Seeing En's disinterest in conversing, Shimura Kazama seethed inwardly, further solidifying his resolve to eliminate En. After En emerged from the sewers, he did not return home, but instead turned to seek out Kushina. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Namikaze household, he found Naruto playing outside. "Ananai, are you here to see me?" "Oh, you're playing all by yourself, huh? I'm actually here to see your mother." After hearing this, Naruto dashed back into the house, observing the chubby little Naruto, and felt a flicker of pride. With Minato and Kushina around, Naruto no longer had to consume expired milk or junk food. He was truly the prince of Konoha now. "And you've come. Naruto said you were looking for me," Kushina said, attempting to pick it up with practiced ease, but he swiftly evaded her embrace. "Mother, I'll be leaving again tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. It's rare for a genius like you to seek me out. Come in." With that, Kushina ushered him inside and thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. Having run around for much of the day, unceremoniously drank it all in one go. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, and with the Nine Tails sealed within her, her sealing techniques must be formidable. My mission relates to the tailed beasts, so I wish to learn sealing techniques from you. Upon hearing an S objective, Kushina displayed a hint of conflict, unsure whether she should allow him to proceed. After all, every endeavor involving the tailed beast was fraught with peril. Rest assured, Master, with my capabilities, a mere tailed beast is nothing. Kushina gazed upon the 8-year-old boy before her, unable to stifle a light chuckle. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails within her scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the audacious boast. "Brethren, what is a tailed beast?" Naruto inquired. "A tailed beast is a formidable creature, but you will learn more about it once you start school," Kushina replied, soothing Naruto's curiosity. Turning her attention back to En, she continued, "I can teach you the 8-trigram seal, but I have conditions." Upon hearing Kushina's willingness to impart this knowledge, En nodded eagerly. Chapter 36. A transmigrator who cannot cook is not a qualified transmigrator. Regardless of the conditions, En was confident in his ability to fulfill them. Seeing En's agreement, Kushina cradled the young Naruto in her arms. "Once Naruto graduates from the Ninja Academy, you shall be his teacher," and felt a bit flustered at the thought of mentoring Naruto, recognizing that even without the Nine Tails, Naruto's Uzumaki lineage would undoubtedly make him a powerful ninja in the future. "What about Kakashi? Isn't he also quite suited to be Naruto's teacher?" En questioned. A wider smile spread across Kushina's face. "I have asked Kakashi about this, and his response mirrored yours. You two will have a match, and the victor will become Naruto's teacher." En sighed resignedly, acknowledging his master's playful nature. "All right. I agree to your terms, but let us keep my training in the 8 trigram seal from Minato-sensei. Agreed, Kushina affirmed. Due to In's tight schedule, he promptly began his training in the 8 trigram seal. With the enhancement of his Sharingan, he dedicated himself to mastering the technique until he had grasped the fundamentals before departing. Upon returning home, he exchanged farewells, as his outings often extended for long durations. The following day at the gates of Konoha, as the gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu, idly observed the comings and goings of ninjas on missions, Kotetsu remarked, our esteemed Raijin Uchiha is also heading out on a mission? Izumo responded, while we've been stationed here, we've certainly heard tales of your exploits. I suspect this time you have a special assignment. Given An's young age and distinct appearance, his identity was not a secret within Konoha. Over the past year, he had saved numerous Konoha ninjas, garnering significant popularity, which made it easy for Izumo and Kotetsu to recognize him. With the two of you here, no formidable enemy would dare approach Konoha's main gates. After exchanging a jest with the duo, and briskly made his way outside, noting that only he was absent from their team. Upon spotting in, Yamato turned without uttering a word, embodying the demeanor of an aloof deity. Only In knew that Yamato had a more complex personality beneath his cool exterior. As Yamato took the lead, Shimizu Kazama and Aburame Torian promptly followed suit. In the lush forest, the four traveled in silence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, yet the atmosphere among them left them feeling quite uneasy. After 3 hours of swift travel, they finally paused for a brief respite. Consume the military rations, we cannot afford to waste time here, the captain commanded. At this, Shimizu Kazama produced 2 pills and swallowed them without hesitation. And, however, grimaced at the thought of consuming such fare. As the military rations resembled compressed biscuits in the world of Naruto, and he found himself lacking any appetite. Observing this, Aburame Torian looked at In with hopeful anticipation, seemingly wishing for him to take action. Thus, and retrieved a pre-prepared scroll. Release. In an instant, an array of fresh ingredients cascaded to the ground at An's feet, accompanied by various utensils. Seeing this, Yamato could not help but interject. We do not have time for you to cook. We must depart again after a brief 30-minute rest. Do not worry, it will not take long, and replied, disregarding Yamato's displeasure, and began to tend to the ingredients. Fire style, fireball technique. With a flourish, and ignited the firewood beneath him, flames roaring to life and heating the wok to its limit. Next, he took out a cutting board and wielded a gleaming chef's knife. Skillfully chopping ginger, garlic, and scallions, their crisp sounds resonating through the forest. Then, he presented a chicken that had been partially prepared and proceeded to cut it into pieces. The wok erupted with sizzling sounds as the chicken entered the hot oil, sending sparks flying. The aroma of the heated oil wafted into the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. With such potent scents and smoke, are you not concerned about attracting enemies? Not at all. En's confident reply momentarily stunned Yamato, revealing his disregard for the latter's concerns. Sensing the awkward tension between the two, Aburame Torian hastily intervened. In the past, while cooking near the borders, ninja would often attack, but since An's arrival a year ago, he has made it so that other ninja villages avoid the smoke altogether. After hearing Torian's words, Yamato felt somewhat embarrassed to press the matter further, letting out a huff to express his dissatisfaction before taking a seat to rest. Meanwhile, En remained unfazed, continuing to expertly wield the spatula, quickly stir-frying the chicken pieces that glimmered with golden hues. Smoke billowed from the wok, the aroma of the ingredients permeating the air. As the cooking reached its peak, and carefully added various seasonings, the unique spices wafting through the atmosphere, arousing the appetites of all present. With impeccable timing, the chicken became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the juices releasing an irresistible fragrance. Finally, En sprinkled chopped scallions and sliced green peppers, gently tossing the mixture until the chicken melded with the fresh aroma of the vegetables, resulting in a dish that was both visually and olfactorily delightful, a splendid stir-fried chicken. Yamato, Shimura Kazama, and Oil Girl Torian could not help but sniff the air, particularly Oil Girl Torian, who expertly indulged herself with a bowl first. Meanwhile, Yamato and Shimura Kazama, having consumed their military rations, found themselves unable to partake in this delectable stir-fried chicken and felt a sense of embarrassment besides. Thus, the entire dish, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, was entirely devoured by En and Oil Girl Torian. Half an hour later, Yamato declared, "Let us continue on our journey." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, while Shimura Kazama shot in a glare before following suit. In an oil girl, Torian quickly tidied up and promptly caught up. Due to the midday interlude, the four shared no words, merely bowing their heads and hastily pressing onward. With their combined prowess, even the slowest, Shimura Kazama, was notably a special jonin, and the quartet crossed into the territory of Takigakure before nightfall. They decided to rest there for the night, with plans to formally infiltrate Takigakure the following day. Yamato, without further ado, clapped his hands against the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled within a radius of several meters, emitting a deafening roar. Long, greenish wooden strips surged forth from the depths of the earth, coiling and intertwining like dragons. In the blink of an eye, these wooden strips rapidly assembled atop a vacant foundation, forming a spacious and standard 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. Observing Yamato's wooden construction, and enthusiastically shouted, "Would release, 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 1-bath technique." Yamato, for once, wore a rare smile, as the name aptly suited his jutsu. Chapter 37. Information Leak, and the astonishing Shimura Kazama. Even Yamato found it slightly more agreeable, albeit just a tad. Would release, would clone. At Yamato's command, a piece of wood erupted from the ground, twisting and entwining until it formed a figure identical to Yamato. Let us rest well tonight. Once we reach Takigakure, there will be no time for respite. With that, Yamato strode into the wooden house, and the others promptly followed. The night passed in silence. At 5 the following morning, Yamato roused everyone. It must be said that he excelled in this regard. After a simple meal, the four resumed their journey in silence. With their swift strides, they soon arrived at the periphery of Takigakure. Before them, waterfalls cascaded like silver threads, droplets sparkling in the sunlight and casting a spectrum of colors. High above, the cliffs were adorned with verdant vines, which coiled around the stones, forming a natural barrier that separated Takigakure from the outside world. Proceed cautiously. Do not make a move until we have located the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Zetsu. Yamato then stepped back a few paces and once again employed would release. In an instant, a staircase emerged rapidly from the ground. Initially, the staircase appeared unremarkable, but as time passed, it began to grow swiftly, ascending with remarkable speed. Soon, the length of the staircase approached the height of the waterfall, ultimately aligning perfectly beside it. One could only commend the meticulous arrangement made by Shimura Danzo. Yamato's would release not only had the capacity to suppress tailed beasts, but also facilitated the infiltration of the four into Takigakure. Let us move swiftly, Yamato commanded, and the four of them adeptly utilized the staircase, soon landing atop the waterfall. The moment they touched down, An's observation Haki immediately sensed an ominous presence lurking in the shadows. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Torian, employing the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, perceived the current predicament. The intel has been compromised. We are surrounded. With Torian's declaration, dozens of figures leaped from the surrounding forest, encircling Un and his companions atop the waterfall. Then, a middle-aged man, with graying temples and a slightly weathered demeanor, stepped forward. I never anticipated that Konoha ninja would attempt to infiltrate Takigakure to seize the Seven Tails. It appears the intelligence was indeed accurate. As he spoke, the middle-aged man casually tossed a mask into their midst. Your spies from the Konoha Root organization have been exposed. Shimura Danzo's scheme has failed. It would be wise for you to surrender now. Hearing the man refer to Danzo as an old dog, and could hardly suppress a laugh. This laughter instantly alleviated the tense atmosphere, redirecting the attention of both parties toward him. What are you laughing at, brat? Sent on a mission at such a young age. You must merely be cannon fodder. And felt a sense of helplessness at being called a brat, but his youthful appearance at 8 years old was indeed misleading. However, instead of answering, he drew a short blade from behind him. Yamato, Yamanaka Torian, and Shimura Kazama all assumed combat stances. Suddenly, another middle-aged man emerged. His skin a pale hue, devoid of color, as if drained of vitality. Shikawa, he must be Konoha's Raijin. Uchiha, leave him to me. Upon hearing this, Shikawa's expression shifted to one of anxiety, glancing worriedly at the figure beside him. Ziji, your injuries. Let me contribute my final strength for Takigakure. Shikawa, looking at the Seven Tails Jinchuriki who had devoted his life to Takigakure, nodded in resignation. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Breakthrough. As Yamato's voice rang out, a kunai suddenly shot toward him. Be careful. Torian could only helplessly warn him, who remained unresponsive. Everyone on the scene was astonished. They had not anticipated that the Konoha ninja would initiate internal strife first. Clang, and extended his right hand to his back, not even turning around, effortlessly blocking Shimura Kazama's kunai with his dagger. You were the one who leaked our intel, weren't you? Seeing his carefully prepared assault thwarted so easily, a malevolent expression appeared on Kazama's face. Humph. Zensuke Shimura, that wretched old dog, still aspires to pass the mantle to you, when it is I who am his true kin. With my prowess, I ought to have ascended to the rank of Jonin. Yet that old cur has persistently held me back. Should you ascend to the leadership of the root, I foresee a bleak future for myself. If I eliminate you here today, the root shall remain mine, and the leadership of the Shimura clan will likewise be within my grasp. At this moment, Shimura Kazama appears utterly deranged, voicing his grievances incessantly. Yamanaka Toryun retorted angrily, "Is this truly your justification for betraying Konoha? If you perish here, I shall return to Konoha as its special jonin." The onlookers surveyed the frenzied Shimura Kazama with disdain. "If you possess the capability, slay us all here. Otherwise, no village will spare a traitor. Then I shall cleanse the path for Lord Danzo." With a sudden, forceful kick, Yamato struck, prompting Shimura Kazama to raise his arms in defense. Leveraging the force of Yamato's kick, Shimura Kazama's form soared into the air. "Do you think I would act without certainty? Prepare to meet your demise." As Shimura Kazama roared, he swiftly formed hand seals. Explosive tag. Mutual explosion technique. Instantly, tension gripped everyone as they activated their respective defenses. Would release. Wooden barrier. Yamato conjured a protective wooden barrier, enveloping Un and Yamanaka Toryun within. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, causing him to feel the ground tremble around her, the barrier quaking perilously. Sensing the imminent collapse of the wooden barrier, and placed her right hand upon it. Tenfold weight enhancement. In an instant, the faltering barrier stabilized, though it required immense effort from Yamato, as the wooden barrier was suspended over the water. And the increased weight was quite burdensome. Once Yamato perceived that the explosions had subsided, he retracted his wooden barrier. Although the blasts had ceased, the river's surface remained tumultuous. Rippling outward, dense smoke billowed into the air, enveloping the entire scene. The blackened smoke ascended from the epicenter of the explosion, merging with the sky and obscuring the sun's radiance. Charred corpses littered the river's surface, indicating significant losses for Takigakure. The once clear waters were now muddied, disrupted by the tremendous shockwave of the explosion. The vegetation along the riverbank had also suffered, with some trees toppled and the soil cracked, revealing scorched earth and fragments of rock. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle with the Ninjas of Takigakure. Ha! You shall all perish. Outside the smoke, Shimura Kazama laughed maniacally, clearly believing victory to be assured. Meanwhile, Un, who had been utilizing her observation haki to sense Shimura Kazama's presence, merely scoffed and drew a kunai from her thigh, hurling it forth. As Shimura Kazama was laughing, he abruptly fell silent, blood gushing uncontrollably from his neck. The absurd Shimizu Kazama was effortlessly vanquished. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas of Takigakure revealed themselves. Among the original 60 or so ninjas, half lay dead or injured, while the survivors were largely wounded. Their leader, Sichuan, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Zaki, bore numerous scorch marks, likely having shielded their comrades from the brunt of the explosion. Observing the Takigakure ninjas on the riverbank, Yamato's face, rarely graced with a smile, displayed a flicker of satisfaction. Although Kazama was a traitor to Konoha, this incident had considerably eased the difficulty of their mission. With that, Yamato took the lead, charging towards the riverbank, confronting over 30 opponents single-handedly. Upon witnessing this, Nakatorian and swiftly followed suit, trailing closely behind Yamato. Humph! A desperate, isolated soul clinging to life, now reduced to a futile struggle. In an instant, the ninjas of Takigakure stood in formation, their hands moving swiftly to form seals, chakra gathering in their mouths. Water release, raging waves. In a heartbeat, the river's waters converged, forming a towering water column that encompassed the entire area. Realizing the necessity to counter this formidable attack, Yamato hastily began forming his own seals. "And assist me." Understanding the command, and instantly moved closer to Yamato. Would release, would shield. A triangular wooden barrier materialized directly in front of the trio, as an activated his abilities. 50-fold volume enhancement. 50-fold weight enhancement. Yamato felt the weight of the reinforced barrier increase dramatically, straining to maintain the augmented ninjutsu. Bang! The colossal water column crashed against the barrier, unleashing a relentless barrage of impact. Yet, the combined efforts of Un and Yamato's ninjutsu successfully thwarted the onslaught. Once the attack subsided, the distance between the two sides had considerably diminished. The ninjas of Takigakure soared into the air, akin to phantoms, launching themselves at the trio from all directions. Shuriken, kunai, and sharp daggers whistled through the air, with some even stealthily throwing kunai embedded with explosive tags. Why Nakatoriyun and Yamato, not to be underestimated, brandished their weapons in defense. The cacophony of explosions, slicing winds, and clashing metal intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Soon, the three were separated amidst the fray, yet this provided Un with the opportunity to unleash his full potential without restraint. Lightning release, thousand thunder, 50-fold enhancement. In an instant, dark storm clouds gathered ominously above and, accompanied by flickering bolts of electricity. As if ignited by the wrath of the heavens, countless lightning strikes cascaded from the clouds, dancing wildly across the area. The erratic bolts descended indiscriminately, each strike causing violent tremors and deafening roars. The ground trembled under the onslaught of lightning. Flora swayed precariously in the aftermath of the tempest, while the lives of the ninjas became utterly worthless in that moment. In the eye of the tempest, and found himself enveloped by a radiant embrace of lightning, each current swirling around him, emanating an awe-inspiring energy. Under the illumination of the thunder's brilliance, the entire vicinity was instantaneously aglow, resembling the impending doom of the world. This man was a madman. He might very well strike himself down. The thunder god of Konoha. Could this truly be the might of divinity? And strike had obliterated the majority of the attacking ninjas from the Takigakure, with only a scant few managing to escape. Shuchuan and Zhuzhe watched in despair as half of Takigakure's strength had been drawn out to ambush the Konoha ninjas, only to suffer catastrophic losses. What they had initially deemed the simplest adversaries now appeared to be the most formidable foes. In an instant, both Shuchuan and Zhuzhe relinquished their assault on Oil Girl Takan and Yamato, redirecting their energies towards En. You handle these two. The thunder god of Konoha is ours to confront, Zhuzhe declared, activating his tailed beast cloak. Given En's earlier display, Zhuzhe could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Seven-colored illusion. The phosphorescent powder Zhuzhe spoke of surged towards En, while he simultaneously unleashed a sophisticated genjutsu. However, upon hearing Zhuzhe's voice, En activated his Manjiki Sharingan, augmented by his formidable observation haki, rendering Zhuzhe's illusion utterly ineffective. Lightning, instantaneous movement. En's figure materialized instantaneously at Zhuzhe's lower abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuzhe unleashed his seven tails, striking fiercely towards En. Regrettably, within the realm of observation haki, Zhuzhe's attacks proved futile, as En nimbly evaded each lash of the tails with agile footwork. Spiral sphere. 50-fold amplification. In an instant, the palm-sized sphere expanded to the size of a house, crashing down upon the Jinchuriki of the seven tails, Zhuzhe. Boom. With a single blow, Zhuzhe was hurled backward, crashing through several colossal trees. Already grievously injured, he coughed up blood, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. Oil Girl Takan and Yamato, witnessing this, were utterly astonished, redoubling their efforts in resistance. It could be said that without En's intervention, both would likely face dire consequences today. Shuchuan, witnessing the scene, immediately rushed to assist Zhuzhe, his gaze filled with animosity directed at En. Leader. It seems the seven tails will not belong to us in Takigakure. You should lead the remaining members to safety. However, before Shuchuan could say more, Zhuzhe interrupted him. There is no room for buts now. The ninja world is on the brink of upheaval. At that moment, Zhuzhe pondered deeply, with Konoha being the wealthiest and most powerful of the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with the seven tails and the unparalleled genius Uchiha, it was likely that conflict would ensue throughout the ninja realm. Hearing Zhuzhe's words, Shuchuan sighed in resignation. If the battle continued, half of Takigakure's strength, along with its leader, would perish here. Reluctantly, Shuchuan handed Zhuzhe a small vial, and then bellowed to the heavens, retreat. Upon receiving the command from Shuchuan, the first to retreat was the swift ninja, who dashed away into the distance, followed closely by the other ninjas of Takigakure. Casting a glance at Zatsu as they did so. Observing this scene, Zatsu erupted into hearty laughter. Yet the tears at the corners of his eyes betrayed his deep affection for the village. Chongming, my life is but a fleeting moment for you. However, as I approach my final moments, could you lend me your aid as the last friend by my side? Chapter 39, The Defeat of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Humph. Even in death, I shall still be captured, forever deprived of freedom. Since that is the case, let us embrace madness together just once. The Seven Tails, Chongming, chose to release his powers freely, fully supporting his Jinchuriki, Zatsi. As Zatsi accepted the power of the Seven Tails, the cloak of the tailed beast solidified around him once more. Allow me. In an instant, Yamato swiftly positioned himself in front of it, hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Suddenly, a towering giant tree erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring Zatsi's massive form within its grasp. Seizing the moment, Yoinu Kyurine decisively acted, identifying the perfect opportunity to commence his attack. Secret technique, insect bite. In that fleeting moment, a swarm of insects coalesced, forming a vast mass that rapidly enveloped Zatsi like a cloud of smoke. Zatsi unleashed a thunderous roar, resolved to initiate his transformation into the tailed beast. His form instantaneously morphed into that of the colossal Seven Tails, fierce and majestic. This behemoth effortlessly broke through Yamato's restraints, sweeping past like a tempest, rendering resistance futile. The assault from Yoinu Kyurine appeared as mere ripples against Zatsi's formidable defense, utterly ineffective. And it's up to you now. At that moment, both Yoinu Kyurine and Yamato felt the significant depletion of chakra from their earlier battle, rendering them powerless to contend with Zatsi. The exhaustion of chakra within their bodies weakened their ninjutsu, leaving them incapable of executing any effective offensive maneuvers. Leave it to me, In replied unwaveringly. Standing resolutely at the center of the battlefield, emanating a powerful electric current, his gaze unwavering and sharp as he fixed it upon the towering Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Zatsi. Fully transformed into the tailed beast, Zatsi was encased in impenetrable armor, exuding an aura of unmatched ferocity, while his seven tails lashed about like deadly blades. Imbued with destructive power. Suddenly, and struck with a resounding shout. Lightning release. 100 million volt dragon god, 50 times amplified. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from An's body, manifesting a devastating dragon that charged towards Zatsi at an imperceptible speed. Zatsi did not falter. With a fierce roar, he began to gather chakra in his mouth. Tail beast ball. In an instant, the clash between the lightning and the sphere erupted, producing a piercing explosion. As the battlefield was engulfed in tumultuous energy and blinding light, a tremendous wave of energy surged across the battlefield, enveloping the atmosphere with a sense of despair, akin to a merciless black hole that consumed everything in its vicinity. The colossal energy wave spread at an astonishing speed, swiftly engulfing the entire battleground. Surrounding trees and boulders were utterly shattered, reduced to mere dust, while even the nearby river was severed, remaining silent for a considerable time before the waters resumed their flow once more. Today, I shall test the might of the Raijin technique. With that declaration, and charge forward, activating both observation haki and armament haki, embodying the essence of a true warrior who dares to confront the seven tails with sheer physical prowess. Witnessing this scene, Zaji felt as if his lungs were about to burst with indignation. This fool underestimated the power of the tailed beasts. Arrogance. Zaji, too, propelled himself into the fray. And the two formidable combatants engaged in a fierce duel upon the desolate ground, swiftly darting, evading, and attacking. Lightning and flames intertwined freely in the air, the sound of explosions resonating like a symphony as the entire battlefield became shrouded in dense smoke and energy fluctuations once more. Suddenly, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Oil Girl and Yamato felt a tightness in their chests, but upon recognizing the fallen form, they breathed a sigh of relief. You are already gravely injured. Your body is now at its limits. Do not resist meaninglessly any longer. Even in death. I shall eradicate you as a threat to Takigakure. Zuji quietly retrieved a small vial, a relic left to him by Shichikawa. Without hesitation, he uncapped it and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Perhaps sensing Zaji's resolute spirit, the seven tails, Shomei, immediately lent its full support, channeling an unending flow of chakra into his body. At that moment, both Zaji and Shomei had exhausted all their strength, especially as Zaji unleashed the deepest reserves of chakra within, releasing it all at once. The man and beast gambled all their chakra on this final assault, converging their energies into a singular focus. Tenfold super tailed beast ball. In an instant, a tailed beast ball appeared before him, 10 times larger than before. Oil Girl and Yamato dared not observe any longer, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. The outcome of the battle now rested solely on the shoulders of the 8-year-old boy. and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his full power, committing entirely to this decisive confrontation. Lightning release, Goddess judgment, enhanced 100-fold, and S voice reverberated through the heavens. As a colossal column of lightning surged upwards, towering like a mountain and radiating blinding light. Simultaneously, Zaji sensed and strength, and in perfect synchrony, they both launched their attacks. The tailed beast ball collided with the lightning column. In that instant, the explosive clash and the dazzling sparks ignited the very fabric of the world, illuminating every corner of the surroundings in such brilliance that one could scarcely open their eyes. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure plummeted from the sky, ultimately crashing violently to the ground. This individual was Zaji, his attire tattered and his life force extinguished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. You have earned one guaranteed lottery draw. Unfortunately, you ultimately met with failure. At that moment, Oil Girl Toryun and Yamato descended directly beside him. Faced with the immense devastation wrought by the battle, the two stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to find suitable words to describe the scene before them. Gazing at the shattered trees, the charred earth, and the swirling dust, the desolate sight weighed heavily on their hearts, in their minds, and had become a more terrifying presence than the Nine Tails. Leave the rest to me, Yamato declared as he stepped forward, beginning to control the Seven Tails Chomei within Zaji's body. Meanwhile, Oil Girl Toryun slowly approached inside. If Lord Danzo wishes to pass on the position to you, both Wind and I will lend our full support. However, this may take several years. At your current age, you are still too young to command respect, and had not anticipated Toryun's sudden declaration of support, realizing that this was a world where strength dictated respect. Chapter 40. Refusing the Seven Tails. Then let us discuss it in a few years. Shortly thereafter, Yamato completed the retrieval of the Seven Tails, and the three of them transported the bodies of Shimura Kaze and Zaji, making their way back to Konoha without pause. The evening's twilight gradually faded from the sky, as the three weary figures pressed onward, finally returning to the village of Konoha before nightfall. I will first deliver the bodies of Shimura Kaze and Zaji to the intelligence department. You two should report this mission to Lord Danzo, Toryun instructed, her figure vanishing from Anne's sight in a series of swift leaps. And Yamato, burdened with fatigue, hurried towards the headquarters of Root, fully aware that the matter concerning the Seven Tails still required attention, and understood that the sooner it was resolved, the better. Upon their hurried arrival at headquarters, Shimura Danzo awaited their arrival in silence. At that moment, and realized that all information regarding the mission had likely been conveyed to Danzo by either Yamato or Toryun. Lord Danzo, the mission is complete, Yamato stated before silently handing over the scroll to Shimura Danzo. Danzo, upon receiving it, did not spare it a glance, immediately transferring it to Yamankaifa beside him. In the silence, Danzo's gaze revealed a hint of contemplation and guilt. The betrayal of Shimura Kaze was unexpected, and it reflects my oversight, and was taken aback by the hint of self-reproach in Danzo's tone. However, you performed admirably on this mission, especially in, who played a crucial role in turning the tide. Tomorrow, the rewards for completing the task will be delivered to you. Now, let us deliberate on the ownership of the Seven Tails. Both Yamashiro and Yamato were internally astonished. When had Lord Danzo become so accommodating, even engaging in discussions with them? And was also somewhat perplexed. Was it possible that he was to succeed Shimura Danzo and become the leader of the Root, the shadow of the ninja world? If this were indeed the case, and would not find it unacceptable, as he harbored no animosity towards Danzo. In fact, should ascend to the leadership of the Root. It might even ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Shimura clan, allowing him to better wield the power of Konoha. Ultimately, he would follow Lord Danzo's arrangements. Yamashiro and Yamato, however, deftly returned the ball, clearly reluctant to express their opinions, yet pondered deeply. The arrangement concerning the Seven Tails was indeed a dilemma for Shimura Danzo. This mission had been conducted covertly, without the knowledge of the fourth Hokage and the other ninja clans of Konoha. If they were to learn that the Root had secretly captured the Seven Tails, it would put Danzo in a precarious position. Furthermore, selecting a host for the Seven Tails was quite a challenge. Firstly, the individual must not frequently appear in public, otherwise, the existence of the Seven Tails would be compromised. Secondly, the chosen host must possess sufficient strength, otherwise, it would be laughable if they were easily captured. Lastly, the host must be able to communicate with the tailed beast. Without this ability, the full potential of the beast could not be harnessed. Lord Danzo, I believe the most suitable candidate for the host of the Seven Tails is Kiba. The sudden suggestion left everyone present momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated and advocating for Yamato to wield the power of the Seven Tails. Even Yamato himself was taken aback by An's decision, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Shimura Danzo, confronted with this unexpected proposal, furrowed his brow slightly, regarding and with curiosity. Why can't you be the host for the Seven Tails? If you possess that power, I doubt anyone would stand a chance against you. Upon hearing Danzo's tempting words, In merely chuckled wryly and shook his head. The power of the tailed beast was indeed formidable, with each possessing unique strengths and astonishing combat capabilities. However, and found himself somewhat skeptical about the power of the Seven Tails. It could be too weak for his taste. A rare smile flickered across Danzo's face, leaving one to wonder what he truly thought of An's response. Very well, you may all leave now. Understanding that Shimura Danzo had his own plans, everyone promptly departed from the headquarters. Upon returning home, and quietly lay on his bed, careful not to disturb anyone, as he relished the rare opportunity for a super guaranteed lottery draw. System commenced the lottery. The familiar process unfolded, and the pointer finally came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ice fruit of the Logia type, and was pleasantly surprised to find that he had nearly gathered the devil fruits of the three admirals. Previously, during a mission, he had obtained an extraordinary lottery opportunity, resulting in his acquisition of the magma fruit of the Logia type. Now, he had drawn the ice fruit as well. Initially, and had intended to give the magma fruit to the foolish Ododo, but now it seemed fitting to bestow the ice fruit upon Naruto. Let Naruto and Sasuke, Indra and Ashura, continue their eternal rivalry. After indulging in these whimsical thoughts, and lay down on his bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, snowflakes as light as goose feathers gracefully descended from the heavens, blanketing Konoha village in a pristine layer of white, transforming it into a fairy tale realm. Awakening from his delightful dreams, and strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, reveling in the magnificent scenery that followed the snowfall. The villagers busily cleared the accumulated snow, while shopfronts displayed an array of colorful goods, exuding enticing aromas. Children joyfully immersed themselves in their games. However, and soon realized he had misjudged the situation. A group of mischievous children was bullying a little girl, playfully pelting her with snowballs and cornering her against the wall. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of anger within him. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, positioning himself as a protective shadow before the girl. Glaring at the rascals, his eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Street punks, he exclaimed, swiftly toppling the group of miscreants to the ground. How dare you hit me? My brother is a ninja. One of them wailed. Wah, I'm just a kid. Why are you so heartless? And chose not to waste words on these children, simply grabbing one and tossing him aside. Realizing that it was not to be trifled with, the remaining rascals scurried away with their short legs, and extended his hand, gently stroking the little girl's hair. Smiling down at her. Hinata, are you all right? As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, you must be strong. Big brother, thank you for helping me. Do you know me? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Hinata wiped the tears from her eyes, gazing in confusion at the handsome figure before her, standing tall and imposing, and emanated an inexplicable warmth and sense of security. Chapter 41, Little Hinata. I am Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan. Hinata, as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, has no one sent to protect you? Upon hearing An's question, Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Actually, I snuck out without anyone in my family knowing, and was taken aback by the audacity of the young Hinata, who had dared to leave home at the tender age of 4. However, given their fortuitous encounter, he could not bear to leave little Hinata alone in this predicament. Looking up at the sky, and estimated it was nearing noon. Come on, Hinata. I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you, Anonayakin, Hinata replied joyfully, taking her small hand, and led Hinata to a nearby restaurant, where, under the influence of his financial prowess, a table soon overflowed with an array of delectable dishes. Hinata, with sparkling eyes filled with excitement, eagerly ordered a sumptuous sushi platter and fragrant meatballs. As the food arrived, she wasted no time in tasting each dish. She savored each piece of sushi, her brow slightly furrowed as she relished the flavors. With every bite of meatball, she ate with delight, her expressions shifting like a charming little hamster. Watching Hinata indulge, and felt a wave of affection swell within him, realizing how fortunate and warm it was to protect such an innocent and lively girl. This sentiment was rooted in his long-held paternal instincts. particularly due to Hinata's adorable nature in her childhood. Eventually, the feast was consumed entirely by Hinata and En, with Hinata doing the majority of the eating while En simply enjoyed the sight. Suddenly, Hinata shyly let out a satisfied burp. She bit her lip and looked at En, a hint of apology in her eyes. "Anonaiken, did I eat too much?" En smiled and shook his head gently, replying, "Not at all. It's not too much. How else can you grow strong if you don't eat well?" However, he held back a thought that lingered unspoken. How could she wear a cheap pal later if she didn't indulge a bit more? As En and Hinata exited the restaurant, the sun hung high in the sky. Hinata yawned, resembling a weary little kitten. "Now, I must take you home. You shouldn't sneak out to play alone anymore." Hinata nodded repeatedly, understanding that had it not been for her older brother's timely appearance, she might have found herself in peril. Silently, En and Hinata made their way toward the Hyuga clan territory, their figures walking side by side as they engaged in various conversations. Their steps grew increasingly light, with Hinata's petite form trailing beside En, listening to his stories. Along the way, they shared their joys and sorrows, deepening their bond. "Anonaiken, can I come to find you often?" Hinata's voice held a hint of longing that En found impossible to resist. Gently, he reached out to stroke Hinata's little head, conveying warmth and reassurance. "Of course, Hinata, you can come to find me anytime." This declaration ignited a radiant smile on Hinata's face, her eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. Meanwhile, a thought crossed En's mind. He still possessed a special devil fruit suited for Hinata in his system space. "Hinata, Anonaiken has a very important gift for you, but I only wish for your father to know about it, all right?" Originally, En believed that Hinata would graciously accept his gift, but to his surprise, she shook her head, indicating her refusal. "Anonai has saved me before, and now he wishes to bestow such an important gift upon me. I cannot accept it," Hinata thought to herself. "Then, when we meet again, could you give me a gift that you deem significant? Let it be a little secret between us," En proposed gently. In that instant, a flicker of conflict appeared on Hinata's face, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, the superhuman weapons fruit materialized in En's hand. In truth, En was also curious about the sparks that might fly between the Barrett sniper rifle and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hinata gazed curiously at the fruit that had suddenly appeared in En's hand, her eyes sparkling with exploratory interest. "Anonai, what is this fruit? I've never seen it before," Hinata inquired, and crouched down and instinctively caressed Hinata's delicate face. "If you take a bite of this fruit, you will acquire a unique power. But remember, just one bite is sufficient," he reminded her gently, and did not wish for Hinata to consume the entire devil fruit like Shursui and Itachi, as that would only bring her suffering. Although Hinata felt a sense of confusion upon hearing En's words, she did not reject his kindness. Subsequently, En began to explain the development of the weapon's fruit, and time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, they arrived at the territory of the Hyuga clan, when suddenly, a tall middle-aged man came rushing out. "Miss, please do not sneak out alone in the future," he admonished. "Yes, Uncle Hizashi," Hinata responded, noticing the puzzled look on his face as he regarded the fruit in her hands. Hinata quickly explained, "This is a gift from an NII. Hizashi then noticed the figure beside Hinata, and, aware that Hizashi was still alive due to his own efforts, knew that the Ninetales incident had not occurred, and thus, the Cloud Ninja would naturally come to Konoha to sign a peace treaty, preventing subsequent troubles. "Thank you for bringing the young lady back," and Hizashi expressed. "Well, now that Hinata has returned, I shall take my leave," and replied, turning to depart. Hinata watched En's receding figure with a heart full of reluctance. A surge of courage welled up within her, prompting her to call out, "Anonai, wait. Hinata will come to find you to play soon." Her voice resonated in the air, imbued with determination and resolve. Hizashi gazed at Hinata in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her boldness, which contrasted sharply with her usual timid demeanor. "All right, I shall wait for you." In truth, and did not bestow the superhuman weapons fruit upon Hinata solely due to her gentle, lovely, and beautiful qualities. Rather, he hoped that the Hyuga clan would owe him a favor, which he would surely find advantageous in the future. In the ensuing days, and dedicated himself to honing various skills in Konoha, spending leisure time with family and familiarizing himself with the prominent ninja clans. When unavoidable tasks arose, he would occasionally venture out of the village, leading a rather contented semi-retired life. Chapter 42. Arrival at the Hidden Mist Village. 2 years later, at the gates of Konoha, and prepared to embark on yet another mission. This time, I shall explore the ninja world, he declared. You two must vigilantly guard the gates of Konoha. Rest assured. No one has breached the gates of Konoha thus far, replied Chun and Kotetsu with unwavering confidence in their abilities. With a wave of his hand, and bid farewell and strode into the distance. Watching him depart, Chun and Kotetsu knew that upon En's return, he would undoubtedly be renowned throughout the ninja world. En's choice to journey was not merely born of ennui, but rather a decision rooted in his own aspirations. Having lived a rather monotonous life in Konoha, with only occasional sparring sessions with familiar faces, and began to feel a sense of weariness. Thus, this journey through the ninja world presented an opportunity, an opening to devise a grand scheme for the entire realm. Once beyond the influence of Konoha, and made his way toward the eastern region of the Land of Fire. This exploration was his primary objective. Thus, he did not rush his travels. Relying solely on his own two legs, he gained a profound understanding of the current state of the Land of Fire. In a world filled with televisions, computers, and electric lights, it was evident that the level of productivity was not low. Yet, despite the ninjas' high productivity, the lives of ordinary people remained fraught with hardship. The loose governing structure of the entire nation, coupled with the threats posed by nobles, officials, mountain bandits, and wandering ninjas, severely endangered the livelihoods of common folk. Moreover, the incessant warfare between various ninja villages exacerbated the plight of the populace. It was not uncommon to see war orphans like Nagato, Yahiko, and Haku scattered throughout the land. After his travels, and set a modest goal for himself, to unify the ninja world. Half a month later, and managed to traverse the vast ocean and finally set foot on the soil of the hidden mist village. Unfortunately, he found himself ill-suited to maritime travel, quickly succumbing to dizziness and nausea during the brief journey, an ordeal akin to torment in darkness and chaos. It seemed that seasickness plagued him once more in this life, just as it had in the last. Suddenly, several figures emerged, swiftly surrounding him. Yet, upon seeing his imposing stature, they were momentarily taken aback. In reality, and had utilized the powers of the Mimikyu fruit to perfectly emulate the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, his nearly 3-meter frame exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Thus, in the time that followed, and would traverse the ninja world under this new guise. We are the security team of the Hidden Mist Village. Who are you? What brings you to the Land of Water? And unexpectedly found himself swiftly apprehended upon his descent. He could not help but marvel at the advantages conferred by the small landmass of the Land of Water, which allowed them to concentrate their defensive forces. Utilizing his observation haki, and surveyed his surroundings for hundreds of meters. To his astonishment, he discovered only a handful of individuals nearby. This revelation brought him a measure of relief, suggesting that his presence had not been divulged. Gururara, I am Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, here merely to traverse the ninja realm. En's declaration gradually eased the tension among the group, as the towering figure of over 3 meters was quite imposing. Finally, a semblance of relaxation appeared on their faces. At that moment, one among them, who bore the semblance of a leader, stepped forward. Lord Newgate, I am Takayama Yo, captain of the 64th Squad of the Kirigakure Guard. Might you be a wandering ninja? Would you consider joining our village? He continued, of course. I lack the authority to accept any conditions you may propose. However, if you are inclined to join Kirigakure, I can provide a recommendation. In truth, Takayama Yum was not merely humbling himself for the sake of recruitment. Kirigakure had recently shed its notorious moniker of the Bloody Mist Village, coupled with the ascension of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi-me. Consequently, the village was in dire need of both high and low-tier combatants. Even if it appeared to be a rather unassuming powerhouse, Takayama Yum was not willing to let this opportunity slip away, and, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, considered his original objective, the Three Tails Isabu. If he could integrate himself into Kirigakure and glean information about Isabu, his mission would become significantly more manageable. This was certainly preferable to aimlessly searching through various lakes without any leads. I am indeed a wandering ninja, and should Kirigakure prove suitable for me, I would be willing to remain. Upon hearing En's words, Takayama Yum and his companions visibly relaxed. The atmosphere of tension among them dissipated significantly, particularly as they discreetly withdrew their hands from their weapon pouches. Although their vigilance persisted, they encircled and during their journey, casting occasional glances at him. Nevertheless, and did not mind this cautious demeanor. Had they been entirely unguarded, they likely would not have been assigned to patrol the borders of Kirigakure. An hour later, under Takayama Yume's guidance and followed him into a grand mountainous region. "This is one of the distribution points of our land of water," he stated, and nodded in acknowledgement and continued to follow Takayama Yume deeper into the mountains. Before long, they arrived at a distant and secluded valley, where a village composed of ninjas stood nestled amidst dense woods. The village was encircled by towering peaks, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, resembling a paradise concealed from the masses. Only those privy to the secret passages could find this hidden enclave deep within the mountains. As he traversed the path, he unfurled his observation haki, perceiving the intricate web of traps and ambush points that enveloped the village, forming a series of concealed defenses lurking in the shadows. The winding trail ascended, shrouded in the dim embrace of tree canopies, and adeptly followed the figures of Takayama and the others as they swiftly navigated through the forest, skillfully evading the snares laid before them. "Lord Newgate, please keep pace with our movements and tread carefully," and said with a calm nod, his movements light and agile, each step precise. Upon entering the village, and was taken aback by its hidden beauty. The architecture retained a traditional style, harmoniously blending wood and stone. Houses were cleverly nestled within the rocky outcrops, making them nearly imperceptible, while some rooftops were adorned with tranquil gardens and training grounds, each corner exuding a profound martial spirit. The entire village resonated with an atmosphere of seriousness and focus, as numerous ninjas engaged in rigorous training, practicing various martial arts techniques and the use of hidden weapons. Under Takayama's guidance, the group soon arrived at the village's central plaza, where a grand and solemn hall loomed before them. Chapter 43, The Byakugan Assassin. The hall's entrance was embellished with intricately crafted symbols of the hidden mist village, signifying its identity. Takayama led it inside, where only a handful of figures were seen diligently at work. Upon spotting one individual, Takayama's excitement was palpable as he quietly urged in, "Lord Newgate, fortune smiles upon you today. The 5th Mizuki's bodyguard, Aoi, has come to inspect. If you capture his attention, you might become a trusted confidant of the Mizuki." In 2. Had been observing Aoi amidst the crowd. As a representative jonin of the hidden mist village, Aoi's most striking feature was his unique Byakugan, though his more formidable abilities remained unexpressed. Notably, Aoi appeared far from the aged figure one might expect. Instead, he radiated the vigor and charm of youthful maturity. Aoi stood tall, his countenance resolute, exuding an air of maturity and composure. "Takayama, what is the situation?" spoke a voice. Bii, Aoi's close companion and the head of this base. Bii had long taken note of Anne's imposing presence. For An, embodying Newgate, towered nearly 3 meters tall, a stature difficult to overlook in the world of Naruto. In the pirate realm, one would scarcely dare to claim strength without reaching a height of at least 2.5 meters. Bii's keen observation ignited a strong interest within him. Such height and muscularity could not be feigned. "Newgate, do you wish to join the Hidden Mist Village?" And smiled and replied, "If the Hidden Mist Village proves worthy of my allegiance, I would naturally not refuse." Both Aoi and Bii discerned the implications within An's words, realizing that the individual before them likely harbored his own intentions. However, considering the dire need for fresh talent in the Hidden Mist Village, a decision was made to maintain an open stance towards the recruitment of strong individuals, naturally not rejecting the inclusion of formidable warriors. Nevertheless, the name Newgate was indeed uncommon, which instilled a sense of confusion and doubt in both Ching and Bai regarding An's identity. "Let us engage in a spar. I wish to ascertain your qualifications for joining the Hidden Mist Village," Ching declared, interrupting any opportunity for others to speak, and resolutely made his way outside. Bai quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly clarified, "While Ching's demeanor may seem somewhat impulsive, he merely seeks to spar with you to gauge your strength. This will also allow us to better understand one another." Bai spoke with a calm and amicable tone, hoping to ease the atmosphere with his explanation. After all, Ching's forthrightness might have left an unfavorable impression, prompting Bai to adopt a conciliatory role, showcasing a disposition starkly different from Ching's. And, however, paid little heed to Bai's explanation and followed Ching out without hesitation. Observing this, the others promptly trailed behind, brimming with anticipation to witness the impending clash. Upon arriving at the training ground, and found a sizable crowd already amassed, creating a bustling scene. Yet, as the onlookers beheld An's imposing stature, astonishment swept through the crowd. After all, hearing about An and witnessing his physique and presence were two entirely different experiences, leaving everyone in a state of surprise. upon noticing the throng of spectators, and resolved to stir things up directly. Become my son. The crowd was taken aback by En's proclamation. Has the ninja world descended to this? Inviting someone to be your son upon first meeting? The onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief regarding the eccentric individual with astonished gazes. In the eye of the storm, Ching, upon hearing En's words, felt his temper flare. He paused momentarily, then involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. Don't blame me if you get killed. At this moment, Ching was internally overwhelmed, having initially believed he had successfully recruited a powerful ninja, only to discover the individual was utterly deranged. The audacity to propose such a relationship right away was simply unfathomable. Ching struggled to control his rising fury, took a deep breath to maintain his composure, and fixed a piercing gaze upon it, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Water release, water bullet. Recognizing En as a lunatic, Ching decided against any pleasantries. Thus, he launched the first attack without hesitation, sending droplets of water soaring through the air like real bullets, aimed directly at it, sensing the imminent danger, and swiftly reacted, forming hand seals in a symbolic gesture. Earth release, earth wall. In an instant, a 1-foot-thick earthen wall materialized before it, serving as a robust barrier. The water droplets struck the wall with a resounding crash, sending shards of earth flying in all directions. Observing this, Ching wasted no time and unhesitatingly executed the shadow clone technique. Figures flitted like phantoms, weaving around and in a frenzied assault. The water release ninjutsu was unleashed in a relentless torrent, with Chakra seemingly boundless, and had activated his observation haki, greatly enhancing his sensory perception, allowing him to constantly track the movements of AO, deflecting each of AO's strikes with earth release techniques. The onlookers were awestruck by this spectacle, astonished at En's remarkable defense and his swift reactions that successfully thwarted AO's attacks. Not bad, indeed. He surpasses the average ninja, AO mused, his admiration for En evident, as he acknowledged that En's prowess was more than sufficient to merit membership in the Hidden Mist Village. However, AO also recognized that he could not afford to be easily bested by En, for such a defeat would not only belittle him but also tarnish the reputation and dignity of the entire Hidden Mist Village. Thus, AO silently activated his Byakugan, clearly perceiving the flow of chakra within En and his formidable physique. Water release, water collision wave. AO gathered a surging mass of chakra in his throat, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, he unleashed a torrential cascade of water from his mouth, crashing violently toward En. The spectators recoiled in alarm, fearful of being caught in AO's powerful jutsu. Yet, AO's partner understood that this was AO's full commitment, indicating that this individual, Newgate, had truly pressed AO to his limits. Even in the face of such an expansive assault of water-release ninjutsu, En remained composed, his hands forming seals with unwavering calm. Earth release, rock pillar technique. In an instant, a colossal stone pillar seemed to materialize beneath En, forming a perfect cylindrical shape. The pillar rapidly ascended, lifting En away from the ground. The torrent of water relentlessly battered the rock beneath him, sweeping away fragments of stone, yet En stood unwavering atop the pillar, unshaken. The water's assault felt more like a gentle breeze caressing his form, leaving him entirely unaffected. Despite the ineffectiveness of his assault, AO was undeterred, a smile gracing his face. Water release, water transformation technique. As AO uttered these words, he seamlessly melded into the vast currents surrounding him, vanishing as if a river had merged into the ocean. The spectators were left in astonishment, unable to perceive AO's presence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Nevertheless, En's observation haki maintained a firm lock on AO's location, while AO skillfully employed his ninjutsu to conceal himself within the flowing water. Seizing this opportunity, En feigned ignorance of AO's exact position, luring AO closer to his elevated rock pillar. As the water level gradually receded, AO drew ever nearer to En's rocky perch. At a critical juncture, Ching seized the opportunity, leaping from the water and surging toward the rocky heights, launching a fierce assault on it. With his right hand, Ching merged 4 fingers together, channeling chakra to form a straight longsword. Observing and standing unwaveringly, seemingly oblivious to any impending danger, Ching could not help but break into a triumphant laugh. Once I strike you with my sword, your chakra pathways will be sealed, rendering you powerless and ensuring your defeat. With that, Ching thrust his right hand toward En, but in a moment of astonishment from the onlookers, his attack narrowly missed En's form. Startled yet undeterred, Qing thought that if he could land just one successful hit, victory would be his. With this conviction, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with both hands aimed at it. However, Hen, utilizing his keen observation haki, deftly evaded each of Qing's strikes, rendering Qing's efforts futile. To the spectators, Hen's 3-meter-tall physique appeared remarkably agile, always avoiding Qing's assaults with unexpected movements and angles. As time passed, Qing grew increasingly impatient, his attacks becoming more frantic. Damn it, if you have the skills, stop hiding. With each relentless strike, Qing failed to achieve any results, his expression becoming more frantic. Yet, and was disinterested in prolonging this trivial exchange. For it was evident that Qing had only a couple of tricks up his sleeve, lacking any real depth. Thus, and deliberately exposed a weakness, luring Qing into a trap. True to En's expectations, the impatient Qing took the bait and aimed a fierce jab at En's ribs. Confident in his ability to defend himself, and activated his armament haki to the fullest extent to protect himself. A faint crack echoed, barely perceptible. But and sensed the minuscule sound and noted the change in Qing's expression, the pain must be excruciating for him. In the heat of battle, Qing suddenly placed his hands behind his back, striking a pose of a seasoned master. Damn it, if you truly possess skill, stop hiding. Qing continued his relentless assault, but remained fruitless, his expression growing increasingly deranged. Yet, and had grown weary of this monotonous entanglement. After all, Qing was predictable, and there was little value in continuing this exchange. Hence, and intentionally revealed another opening, enticing Qing once more. As anticipated, the impulsive Qing fell for the ruse and lunged aggressively at En's ribs. Prepared for the assault, and swiftly employed his armament haki for defense. Striving to shield himself as best as he could, a faint crack resounded, and imperceptibly noted the subtle sound and the shift in Qing's expression, indicating that Qing was undoubtedly in considerable pain. Suddenly, Qing withdrew, placing his hands behind his back, adopting a pose of superiority. You possess commendable strength. I could recommend you to the Hidden Mist Village for their ranks, and curled his lip in disdain, recognizing that the other party was clearly struggling despite their bravado. However, he paid little heed to this and instead adopted a more sincere tone, saying, "Become my son. Ride the waves of the ninja world under my name." Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the elite Jonin AO, earning 1 lottery chance. Now, when faced with a mundane lottery and had already achieved an inner tranquility, with only the ultra-premium lottery stirring a slight excitement within him. Ordinarily, AO would have felt anger at such words, but upon comprehending its strength, he refrained from further comment. After all, which formidable warrior lacks their eccentricities? Yet, the peculiarities of the mighty Nugate were undeniably strange. At this moment, the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi may urgently needed to consolidate the various forces and resources of the Mist Village to confront the impending challenges. It could be said that Terumi May was under considerable pressure, and Nugate's arrival was like a timely boon, inevitably providing her with immense support and assistance. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet the Mizukage, Ao stated, turning on his heel and departing from the training ground, fearful that it might utter something astonishing. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame promptly followed Ao's lead, and as they exited, they engaged in hushed conversation, leaving the onlookers puzzled about their discourse. The crowd, led by Hoshigaki, quickly gathered around, eager for news. However, upon seeing Ao's towering figure, they hesitated to approach. All eyes were riveted on him, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. A presence so powerful it compelled them to step back as if facing an insurmountable mountain. Enough. Lord Newgate has already endured a fierce battle. Let us not trouble him further, Hoshigaki urged, prompting the crowd to disperse swiftly, leaving only An and Hoshigaki in the training ground. Once he noticed the area was devoid of onlookers, Hoshigaki quickly moved closer to An's side. Lord Newgate, if you capture the attention of the Mizukage in the Mist Village, I will naturally become your subordinate. I hope you will nurture my potential, Hoshigaki expressed with eager anticipation, and was taken aback by the revelation of this individual's latent potential for governance, seemingly evolving into a competent sycophant. And acknowledged, signaling his approval, which instantly brought a radiant smile to Hoshigaki's face. In truth, and harbored his own considerations. As a newcomer, he could not rely solely on himself. And perhaps Hoshigaki could prove useful in certain situations down the line. Just then, Hoshigaki unexpectedly knelt before him, bowing deeply. Lord Newgate, you have yet to receive a son. My parents passed away early, and if you do not find it distasteful, I wish to serve you in your later years. Witnessing this scene, and felt an urge to strike the fellow with a frozen fish. He was merely emulating Whitebeard and did not genuinely desire a son. My son can only be a formidable warrior. After speaking, and turned and departed, leaving behind a promise of lavish hospitality. Gao Shanmeng was immediately filled with excitement, not refusing the opportunity that lay before him. Chapter 45. Arrival at the Hidden Mist Village, Water Shadow, and beautiful Mei Ming. The next day, early in the morning, Qing set off with and towards the Hidden Mist Village. Shortly after leaving the base, Qing began to accelerate, swiftly leaving him behind, and found this somewhat perplexing, considering that this individual was significantly older yet displayed such childish behavior. Nonetheless, and was unwilling to concede defeat to Qing easily, prompting him to hasten in pursuit. The two soared over towering trees, their speed so remarkable that the forest creatures barely had time to react. Unfortunately, an towering height of 3 meters became a hindrance, causing him to occasionally snap branches and slow his pace. Observing this, Qing chuckled with delight, secretly affirming that his strategy was correct. After all, with such a large physique, Newgate inevitably had some shortcomings in speed, and Qing was determined to capitalize on this advantage. The two raced through the dense jungle, fully immersed in their contest. Sprinting forward and weaving nimbly between the lush trees, their velocity increasing. Though it had previously triumphed, he was resolute not to lose to this individual again. Utilizing his secret technique, the shrinking skill, and let out a symbolic roar, activating his imitation fruit's ability and transforming into a speedier form. He then unleashed his full strength, steadily closing in on Qing's figure. This transformation allowed him to leverage his height advantage, making significant strides in pursuit. As Qing sensed En's approaching presence, he grew curious about En's methods but was equally determined not to yield easily. Consequently, Qing quickened his pace, striving to maintain his lead. However, the competition of speed was not solely dictated by stature, and skillfully adjusted his movements, adeptly dodging branches that appeared, inching ever closer to Qing. Drawing on his endurance and speed advantage, he gritted his teeth and surged forward, leaving Qing behind. "Lord Qing, I shall take the lead," and called out, his voice echoing. Qing felt a pang of resentment, but found himself unable to accelerate again. Once a sufficient distance had been established, and discreetly activated the Thunderfruit's ability, galloping ahead with remarkable speed. A quarter of an hour later, and found himself lost, resigned to await Qing's arrival. When Qing caught up to him, he cast a glance at him and continued forward. Due to their earlier competition, they had covered a considerable distance. Now, En and Qing resumed their journey at a normal pace, finally reaching the concealed Hidden Mist Village as night fell. Before them lay the Hidden Mist Village, shrouded in thick fog, enveloping the entire hamlet in a veil of somber twilight. The walls of the Hidden Mist Village loomed indistinctly, resembling the body of a colossal beast, enveloped in a somber aura that evoked a sense of terror. Beneath the walls, the moat lay deep and heavy, seemingly concealing boundless darkness and silence. The pale moonlight spilled across the winding surface of the water, further revealing its terrifying mystery. Coupled with the swaying shadows of nearby trees, it appeared as though ghosts were drifting about, emanating an unnerving chill. One could assert that if Hidden Mist Village were to be developed into a haunted town, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. With a determined stride, Qing advanced towards the village, while En closely followed behind, the two encountering not a single soul along their path. Clearly, the village remained deeply affected by the blood mist policy, shrouding it in a heavy atmosphere. Yet, passers-by could not help but steal glances at it. For his towering 3-meter stature was a rarity in the ninja realm, enough to draw attention, and also overheard the murmurs of the villagers, some even raising their thumbs in silent admiration of his formidable presence. However, as the pair ventured deeper into the village, the cacophony faded into silence. Under Qing's guidance, and soon arrived at a magnificent building where a large sign emblazoned with the character for water hung prominently. Gradually, familiar ninjas approached Qing, greeting him, and some curiously inquired about it. Who stood behind him? The ninjas of Hidden Mist Village exhibited a keen interest and curiosity regarding En's presence. "This is the office of Lord Mizukichi. If you have any requests, you may discuss them directly with him," Qing stated as he led En inside. Yet, upon entering, En had to bow his head. Once he stepped into the office, he was taken aback by the unusual design. The interior was strikingly modern, bustling with ninjas engaged in their respective duties, some reviewing documents, others communicating. The space appeared meticulously planned, illuminated by bright lights that infused the room with vitality. Large screens embedded in the walls displayed various real-time information and task directives. It bore a striking resemblance to the office environment and had experienced in his past life, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At the farthest end of the floor was the office of Mizukage Terumi-mei. Two ninjas adorned with the hidden mist village forehead protector stood sentinel at the door, symbolically safeguarding her security. As they pushed open the office door, an Enching entered a spacious and lavish area, where Mizukage Terumi-mei sat in a broad-backed chair. Clad in her official attire, her expression grave yet dignified. "Ching, you have returned. How's the border?" "There were no issues, I hope." Terumi-mei's voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a spring breeze caressing the swaying willow branches. Her voice carries a warmth and soothing power capable of calming the soul. Yet, beneath this enchanting melody, one can discern a hint of fatigue and weariness. In the aftermath of the blood mist policy, everything revolves around the esteemed Mizukage Terumi-mei. Which is understandable. "Mizukage, this is the formidable Whitebeard whom I encountered during my inspection. He is a worthy adversary. With my persuasion." Whitebeard has expressed his willingness to join our hidden mist village. A rare smile graced Terumi-mei's face, for the addition of another warrior is indeed a significant boon. Particularly, Whitebeard's towering 3-meter stature inexplicably instills a sense of security in Terumi-mei. "Whitebeard, I am Terumi-mei, the Mizukage of the hidden mist village. Welcome to our community. Should you have any conditions, feel free to voice them. As long as they do not contravene my principles, I shall accommodate your requests." And nearly blurted out, "I need you," but fortunately he restrained himself. Otherwise, it would have surely led to an embarrassing spectacle. Chapter 46, Presenting Requests. Mizukage. My goal is to face the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails and 6 tails of the hidden mist village. I have heard they are invincible beings. If either of them can defeat me, I shall be granted entry into the village. And enthusiastically punched his fists together, exuding a simple yet valiant spirit. Terumi-mei and Ao exchanged awkward glances. After all, no one in the current hidden mist village possessed the power of tailed beasts. Yuku, the host of the 6 tails, had long since defected from the village, becoming a rogue ninja, and not long ago, the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, had sadly passed away, leaving the whereabouts of the 3 tails a mystery. It can be said that the hidden mist village currently lacks any tailed beasts, leading many to feel a profound sense of loss and emptiness. Once, tailed beasts symbolized strength and status, serving as invaluable weapons of war for the village, but now, these precious entities have vanished. "Ah, what a pity," Ao explained. "Whitebeard, the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yuku, has defected, leaving only Lord Yagura still within the village. However, he is currently on a mission outside the village, so he is temporarily unavailable." In a bid to persuade and to remain, Ao devised a plan to conceal the news of Yagura's demise, creating a disparity in information. Ao was well aware that such deceit was not honorable. But for the future of the hidden mist village, he felt he had no other choice. Seeing that Ao had taken this stance, Terumi-mei promptly concurred. "What Ao said is correct, Whitebeard. Once Yagura returns to rest, we shall engage you in battle." Although Terumi-mei felt a twinge of embarrassment, she had to acquiesce to this fabricated reality, for she understood that sometimes, to secure the future of the hidden mist village, one must resort to lies, should circumstances worsen. The village would dispatch more ninjas to search for the whereabouts of the 3 tails, striving to find a suitable alternative and ensure the recovery of its power. This can be regarded as part of the tailed beast recovery program, aimed at swiftly identifying suitable candidates to restore the protective power of the tailed beasts to the hidden mist village. "Well then, I shall await the return of the 3 tails Jinchuriki." His tone was somewhat despondent, and both Ao and Terumi-mei could perceptibly sense his melancholic mood. Although one was aware that Yagura's lifeless body might have grown cold and that the 3 tails was not in the hidden mist village, he expressed such sentiments in hopes of leveraging the village's strength to ascertain the whereabouts of the 3 tails, planning to seize the opportunity for himself later. "What should I do in the meantime?" Ao and Terumi-mei's expressions of joy abruptly faltered, as they were preoccupied with how to placate in, forgetting to arrange for personnel. Nonetheless, and did not wish to burden the hidden mist village with excessive toil, and believed it would be prudent to find a way to gracefully extricate himself from the situation. "I find this place quite suitable. I shall remain in this office to safeguard Lord Mizukage. Of course, the appropriate remuneration must not be overlooked." Upon hearing in suggestion, a glimmer of enlightenment passed across Terumi-mei's face. In this world, problems resolvable with monetary means are not truly problems. The two exchanged knowing glances, silently conveying their mutual understanding that it would be best to finalize this arrangement as soon as possible. Meanwhile, An felt quite pleased with having found a fitting position, where he could enjoy the company of the beautiful Terumi Mei while also earning a reward. In this role, he could indulge his visual pleasures while reaping economic benefits. Truly a win-win scenario. Ultimately, both parties believed they had gained an advantage, marking a genuine mutual benefit. Terumi Mei, why have you revoked our Igeo clan's authority within the Ministry of Education, allowing only you to appoint officials? Do you aspire to a dictatorial reign merely upon becoming Mizukage? Do not forget that it was our support that enabled you to ascend to the position of 5th Mizukage. Suddenly, an elderly man barged in, sternly reprimanding Terumi Mei without a hint of respect in his tone, and was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Scrutinizing this individual who had not appeared in the original narrative, the old man leaned on an intricately carved wooden cane, adorned with the marks of time. A deep scar marred his face, extending from his left brow to his right cheek, despite the passage of years. His piercing gaze still exuded an aura of ferocity and resilience. It was evident that this man was not to be trifled with, likely wielding significant influence within the Hidden Mist Village. This is Lord Mizukage's directive. You have no right to question it. Ao's tone was exceedingly stern, showing no respect for the clan leader of the Jainin, indicating that such confrontations were not uncommon. Ao, when I was fighting for the Hidden Mist Village, you were not even a ninja yet. Now, I am speaking to Lord Mizukage. You should just focus on your duties as a guard. After finishing his inquiry, Jianfeng turned to Kozakura Mei behind the desk, demanding an explanation for Lord Shueying's arrangements. Kozakura Mei observed Jianfeng with a slight furrow in her brow, clearly displaying her impatience towards him. Hey, old man, mind your attitude. You are speaking to the shadow of a village. And sudden interjection shattered the tense atmosphere in the office and struck a nerve with Jianfeng. When Jianfeng turned to see An's towering figure, a flicker of astonishment and surprise crossed his eyes. Standing at an impressive 3 meters, and exuded an overwhelming presence, leaving Jianfeng feeling a profound sense of pressure and brimming with questions and speculations regarding An's identity. However, Jianfeng quickly regained his composure, a fiery anger igniting within him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, and he felt utterly disoriented, his gaze filled with fury and disdain. Who are you to dare offend me? Jianfeng's voice resonated with authority and intimidation, deafening and piercing, as he locked his sharp gaze onto An in an attempt to overpower him. Since you are so earnestly seeking knowledge, I shall graciously provide you with an answer. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to uphold the peace of the realm, I embody the charming yet malevolent hero, the embodiment of love and truth. From the 78th Nebula, Crayon Shinchan. Listening to An's words and gazing at his massive form, everyone felt a wave of nausea wash over them. However, Kozakura Mei was determined to prevent Jianfeng from taking an interest in it. Otherwise, all her previous efforts would be in vain. The rights lost by the Urgeo clan in the Ministry of Education will be transferred to the Umbu. The rights they should possess will not diminish in the slightest. Upon hearing Kozakura Mei's assurance, Urgeo Jianfeng snorted disdainfully and departed, marking the conclusion of this affair. Chapter 47. Joining the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Shueying. Qing's voice was filled with anger as he attempted to say something further. Kozakura Mei, sensing the impending trouble, quickly interrupted. You may leave now, Qing. Reluctantly, Qing sighed and turned to exit, leaving only An and Kozakura Mei in the office. Kozakura Mei allowed herself a moment of relaxation, her gaze revealing a hint of fatigue towards An. In reality, this was a clever strategy devised by Kozakura Mei, aimed at increasing the Urgeo clan's involvement in the Umbu, sending them to undertake the mission of retrieving the Three Tails. Even if they succeeded, the casualties would likely be severe. This approach would deplete the Urgeo clan's strength while allowing her to better consolidate control over the Hidden Mist Village. Noticing Kozakura Mei's weariness, and quietly approached her side. Expressing concern, Lady Kozakura Mei, you appear somewhat fatigued. Would you like to rest for a moment? I could offer you a massage. In truth, and did not intend to take advantage of Kozakura Mei during his assistance to Itachi in developing the surgical fruit, and had acquired some medical skills. And massage was merely a small talent of his, an inconsequential gesture of goodwill. However, within her heart, Terumi felt a twinge of uncertainty as she gazed upon Anna's imposing figure and broad hands, finding it hard to believe that such a person could possess expertise in the art of massage. Yet, as she met Anna's sincere gaze, her apprehension began to dissipate, and she nodded slightly in agreement. Let us give it a try, then. Terumi settled quietly into her chair, absorbing the momentary atmosphere of softness and comfort. Closing her eyes as she relaxed her body, preparing to relish this fleeting moment of leisure. Anna stood behind Terumi, initially captivated by the radiant aura emanating from her chest, only to regain her focus after a considerable time. I shall begin now, Lady Mizuki. Upon the contact of Anna's large hand against Terumi's skin, a wave of warmth surged through her body. Anna commenced with deliberate, powerful movements, her fingertips gently kneading Terumi's shoulders and neck, alleviating the tension and fatigue that had long burdened her. Each touch seemed to bring a gentle breeze, softly caressing Terumi's skin, instilling within her a sense of tranquility and relaxation. Anna's technique appeared to possess a certain magic, gradually penetrating Terumi's muscles and bones, soothing her both physically and mentally. Anna's hands quietly traversed to Terumi's back, employing a tender yet firm kneading method to relieve the pressure and stiffness that resided there. Terumi experienced a profound sense of relaxation. Her breathing steadied, and her spirit felt as though it had been smoothed. Gradually, Anna's hands moved to her waist and pelvic region, applying just the right amount of strength and skill to massage, assisting Terumi in releasing her taut muscles and weariness. Each contact brought Terumi subtle, yet delightful sensations, as though she were enveloped in a deep sense of fulfillment and enjoyment. Time slipped away in this soothing massage, with Anna infusing each movement with her heartfelt intent, conveying comfort and serenity through her hands. Terumi began to feel drowsy, her entire being enveloped in an increasingly peculiar sensation. Just as she was sinking deeper into this bliss, the sudden chime of a clock on the wall startled both Terumi and Anna back to reality. At last, Anna gently concluded the massage, her hands retreating from Terumi's body. Terumi felt a weakness wash over her, yet her heart brimmed with a sense of lightness and wonder. All done, she said, realizing her earlier lapse in composure. She quickly rose, acutely aware of her flushed state, and promptly took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Anna inquired with concern, "How do you feel? Are you a bit more relaxed?" Observing Terumi's rosy cheeks, Anna sensed she might have overdone it. However, Terumi smiled, having found it rare to feel such a release after her prolonged busyness. Thus, with a radiant smile, Terumi replied, "It was wonderful. I feel completely rejuvenated." Anna too relished the atmosphere shared between them, and Terumi's smile brought her a sense of relief, indicating that Terumi truly enjoyed this massage experience. Immediately, Anna inquired, "Will you require me to massage you frequently in the future? It would enhance your work performance." Initially, Kazumime contemplated a refusal, but recalling the soothing effects of Anne's earlier massage, she felt a sense of acquiescence and gently nodded in agreement. Sensing the subtle atmosphere between them, Kazumime swiftly changed the subject, hoping to dispel the awkwardness. "Since you are new to Kirigakure and may not be accustomed yet, let Aoi assist you in arranging your living accommodations." And nodded in tacit approval, realizing it would be prudent to temporarily depart, as his workstation was here, and he could indulge in another massage at a later time. Before long, Aoi received Kazumime's directive. Upon entering, Aoi discerned the peculiar tension between An and Kazumime and wisely opted for silence, leading in a way. Once they had exited the Mizukage building and stepped onto the street, Aoi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Nogate, what on earth transpired? You've only been in Kirigakure for 2 hours, and the Mizukage seemed hesitant to meet your gaze. Are you too?" And promptly interrupted Aoi's speculation, gently clarifying, "Nothing occurred between us, absolutely nothing. It's rather late. I should find a place to settle down." Aoi, recognizing the shift in conversation, refrained from pressing further, acknowledging the lateness of the hour. Under Aoi's guidance, a suitable residence was quickly arranged for him. The interior was exquisitely furnished, particularly the grand 3-meter bed, which was evidently designed with meticulous care, and was surprised to discover that beneath Aoi's seemingly rough and volatile demeanor lay such a refined sensibility. "I will ensure your work environment is prepared by tomorrow. For now, rest early," Aoi stated before turning to exit the room. Whether to report back to Kazumime or to retire for the night remained uncertain, and, having completed a brief wash-up, reclined on the spacious bed, contemplating his forthcoming plans. First and foremost, while working in Kirigakure, he must avoid revealing his true identity. Secondly, he needed to keep a vigilant eye on the whereabouts of Sanbai Isabu. Upon discovering its location, he would act promptly. Lastly, if he could manage to seduce Kazumime, he would be one step closer to his modest ambition of unifying the ninja world. perhaps even within a few years. As reflected on the sensation of massaging Kazumon, he began to drift into slumber, unaware that a tremendous storm was on the horizon. Chapter 48, Provocation. The following morning, and gradually awoke from the comfort of the expansive bed. After stretching, he felt his vitality returning. He quickly dressed, tidied his hair, and prepared to head to the kitchen for breakfast. Despite the time constraints, and maintained a sense of tranquility and joy, savoring the culinary process as he skillfully combined fresh ingredients to create a delectable morning meal. After finishing breakfast, and hurriedly tidied up the dishes and organized the kitchen before setting off for work. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Shueing office at a swift pace, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. In the spacious and well-lit office, several members of the Mist Village, led by Igeo Kanjin, sat silently, their expressions inscrutable. Among them, and recognized a familiar figure, the infamous Kazuki Ranyue, who had launched a surprise attack on Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War. The tension in Terumi Mei's demeanor was palpable, while Ao appeared indifferent, stifling a yawn. Asen pushed the door open and entered, all eyes abruptly turned towards him, indicating that he was not welcome. "Good morning. Have you all eaten? Would Lord Shueing care for another massage?" Terumi Mei's frustration surged. How could he bring up massages in front of so many people? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure, understanding that Newgate was unaware of the significant implications of this gathering. Upon An's arrival, Igeo Kanjin's face broke into a broad smile. "At last, the main character has arrived. I hear you are the one known as the most powerful man in the world, Edward Newgate. What a peculiar name." He paused, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "However, our Mist Village does not permit just anyone to join. As for your battle with Ao, it hardly amounts to anything. After all, his abilities are merely ordinary. Now, you must contend with some of the strongest ninjas in our village to earn your place among us." Igeo Kanjin's tone dripped with arrogance and confidence, clearly doubting An's capabilities. "Very well, let us engage in battle. A fight to the death would be preferable. Should I perish, I bear no responsibility." And was reluctant to engage in endless skirmishes with these individuals, believing that demonstrating his overwhelming strength would deter them from underestimating him. The group, incensed by An's brazen words, erupted in anger, disregarding his towering height as they chastised him. "You fool, don't let the wind catch your tongue. You might end up begging for mercy." One of them sneered, "But if you do beg, we might just spare your life." Growing weary of their incessant chatter, and rolled his eyes, suddenly radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. In an instant, the previously boisterous group fell silent. Even Terumi Mei and Ao were momentarily taken aback. "I shall take on 10, and declared with audacious bravado, and this time, no one dared to contest him. The sheer force of his presence had rendered them awestruck. "Humph, if you have the courage, follow me," Igeo Kanjin said, leaning on his cane as he stepped outside, with the others promptly trailing behind. As Terumi Mei and Ao observed their departure, they approached in Newgate. "Your actions are far too impulsive. Allow me to handle this matter." Rest assured, Lord Water Shadow, given the prowess of Newgate, he will undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Qing's tone exuded unwavering confidence, clearly recalling his previous encounter with Newgate, where he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Before Kimi could voice her thoughts, and cast a commanding glance in her direction, asserting that combat was the most effective resolution to the matter at hand. An's directness left Kimi momentarily speechless. Soon, the group arrived at a desolate and enigmatic isle, enveloped in thick mist that rendered the place exceedingly remote. Upon setting foot on the island, they beheld two figures awaiting it. One was the familiar visage of Kido, while the other, unknown to An, was a towering man exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. The sight before them instilled a palpable sense of unease, as it was evidently a 2-against-1 scenario. Kimi felt a surge of anxiety, and Qing began to lose faith in An's capability. Kimi unabashedly expressed her confusion and ire, demanding to know what was transpiring and why Igeo and Kong had also appeared. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Kimi was consumed by anger and pressure. Igeo, with a cold smirk, dismissed her inquiry without trepidation, stating, "Newgate, that inconsequential fool, requested to face 10. I have merely brought 2, showing restraint." His tone dripped with mockery and arrogance, clearly dismissing Kimi's concerns. This exchange deepened the group's apprehension, as the presence of Igeo and Kong ignited worry in both Kimi and Qing. As the conversation unfolded, the battle commenced. Water release, mist concealment technique. With Igeo and Kong's incantation, The already fog-laden arena transformed into an impenetrable haze. Observing this, Kido retreated beyond the thick fog, evidently doubting En's ability to contend with Igeo and Kong. What despicable scoundrels, Kimi seethed inwardly, her fury directed at Igeo and Kong's treacherous tactics. The inherent obscurity of the Mist Village, compounded by the mist concealment technique, deprived Newgate of visibility, further fueling Kimi's rage. Igeo laughed derisively, unrelenting. Ninjas may employ any means necessary to accomplish their missions. How can one label such actions as despicable? Indeed, Master Igeo is correct. Newgate has likely succumbed to young Master Kong. Perhaps he is merely begging for mercy. The leaders of the various ninja clans outside echoed each other, casting doubt on Newgate's strength, while a heavy burden settled upon Kimi and Qing. Yet, the two had no time to contest any accusations, their focus entirely absorbed by the thick mist before them. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Igeo and Kong, armed with two sharp shurikens, cautiously approached him. The wary Igeo and Kong moved with utmost care, striving to avoid making any noise amidst the dense fog. En's towering height of 3 meters became a significant disadvantage in this vast, obscured expanse. Igeo and Kong recognized that this was the opportune moment to launch their assault. Chapter 49. A fierce battle between two. Die. With the sound of Igeo and Kong's declaration, they swiftly dove forward, their shurikens aimed directly at En's chest. This strike was executed with lethal intent, compelling En to resolve to eliminate these foes. Armament Haki, harden. En's voice resonated as he enveloped his hands in a layer of black Haki. He then extended his right arm back and delivered a powerful punch to Igeo and Kong's face. In an instant, Igeo and Kong's visage contorted grotesquely. En's full-force blow caused Igeo and Kong's face to split open, blood and tears erupting like a burst of vibrant colors, red, black, and crimson, spilling forth. Seizing the opportunity, En unleashed a powerful kick with his right leg. The single kick sent Igeo and Kong flying several meters, their anguished cry echoing as they tumbled backward. En was taken aback by the fact that the adversary could still roar before striking, as if to announce their position. Foolish. Igeo and Kong wiped away the blood, tears, and saliva from their face, resolutely standing once more. This time, Igeo and Kong learned their lesson, refraining from recklessly charging at a shadow clone technique. Simultaneously, Igeo and Kong executed the shadow clone technique, their real selves, and the clones launching an attack on En, still absurdly confident that En could not discern their true location. En frowned slightly, sensing the precariousness of the situation. His observation Haki still could not fully differentiate between the clones. Nevertheless, En had already devised a strategy. Fire release, great fire annihilation, and shouted, and in an instant, a massive fireball expanded 20-fold, hurtling towards the figure he sensed. In truth, En had not mastered the great fire annihilation technique, but had amplified his fireball technique several times using the powers of the Momo fruit. The colossal fireball emanated an oppressive heat, igniting everything it touched, swiftly closing in on Igeo and Kong, unstoppable. Instantly, under the influence of the intense heat, the surrounding fog evaporated, revealing the true nature of the battlefield. Seeing this, Igeo and Kong hastily retreated, their hands swiftly forming seals. Substitution technique. In a blink, the flames engulfed Igeo and Kong's figure, yet he reappeared on a large rock not far away. Igeo and Kong had swiftly swapped their position in the face of danger, thus avoiding a direct attack from En. You are formidable, especially with your fire release ninjutsu. As Igeo and Kong exchanged words, a shift in tone revealed their relative weakness compared to my own prowess. With a deft motion, Igeo and Kong formed hand seals, channeling chakra that surged forth from their lips. Water release, water swamp technique. Igeo's incantation resonated, causing the ground to become drenched, particularly where it stood, which sank by 10 centimeters. Lightning release, earth walk. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in the crackling energy unleashed by Igeo and Kong. Arcs of electricity coiling through the air like serpents, emitting a piercing hum. In the face of this deadly lightning, En remained resolute, standing firm without the slightest tremor. However, Terumi Mei and Ao sensed the escalating tension within the arena and began to worry. Meanwhile, Igeo and the ghostly Gazuki exchanged glances that conveyed pride in the storm of lightning Igeo had summoned, convinced that En was now trapped in an inescapable torrent. Haha, have you been rendered speechless? It seems you are no match for me. Though Igeo's battered visage somewhat diluted the intimidation of his words, The onlookers were taken aback as the unleashed lightning converged upon it, enveloping him completely. Igeo exuded confidence, convinced that his assault would decisively vanquish him. A smug smile adorning his face. Yet, much to his dismay, when the storm abated, En's expression remained unchanged. Would the wielder of the thunderfruit fear lightning? How utterly absurd. The scornful remark from En felt like salt in Igeo's wounds, robbing him of his bravado. Lightning release, earth walk. Lightning release, earth walk. Igeo, now frenzied, unleashed his lightning techniques with reckless abandon, bombarding and repeatedly. Yet, no matter how ferocious the onslaught, En's demeanor remained untouched, his calm gaze fixed on Igeo. Unperturbed by the relentless strikes, En's unwavering expression exuded an enigmatic aura, leaving the spectators in stunned silence, prompting the denizens of the hidden mist village to re-evaluate En's formidable strength. What a mysterious individual, Kazuki murmured before plunging into the fray, swiftly positioning himself before Igeo and decisively attacking, rendering Igeo unconscious. Kazuki understood all too well that if Igeo continued to recklessly expend chakra, he risked depleting himself to the point of death. Wait a moment. This fellow has struck me with lightning so many times, and I have yet to retaliate. Is this not somewhat unfair? Upon hearing En's words, Kazuki became acutely vigilant, preparing to guard against any sudden moves from En, his focus entirely on the enigmatic figure before him. However, in the blink of an eye, En's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear directly before Igeo and Kong. Such a physique, coupled with such extraordinary speed, left Guizhong Lanwei and the others in sheer astonishment. Lightning release, palm thunder, a diminutive, radiant sphere of lightning materialized in En's hand, striking Igeo and Kong's faces like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, piercing screams echoed across the small island, causing Igeo and Kong to collapse in agony. Witnessing this, Igeo Jianfeng nearly crushed the cane in his grip, his fury transforming into a palpable force. He could scarcely endure En's merciless assault, despite harboring murderous intent, and understood that killing Igeo and Kong in front of everyone would complicate matters for Terumi Mei and Qing. Thus, En resolved to disfigure Igeo and Kong, temporarily settling for a measure of retribution. Do you look down on me? Guizhong Lanwei felt a surge of indignation as he watched and delivered such a brutal blow to Igeo and Kong. This act was not merely an attack on them, but also a profound humiliation directed at himself. Observing Guizhong Lanwei's contorted expression, a mischievous impulse welled up within him. He approached Guizhong Lanwei, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 50, A Fractured Mindset. Leaning closer to Guizhong Lanwei's ear, and whispered, Uchiha and wishes to inquire when you intend to kill him. Otherwise, he fears you may perish at the hands of another. His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that further unsettled Guizhong Lanwei's emotions. En's deliberately provocative gaze and smile rendered the entire scene increasingly bizarre and enigmatic. Upon hearing En's words, a blaze of fury ignited within Guizhong Lanwei. A wave of intense hatred surged through him, dragging his thoughts back to the Third Great Ninja War, when the appearance of that little brat had led to his mission's failure, further fueling his rage. I will kill him sooner or later. With fire in his eyes, Guizhong Lanwei unsheathed two gleaming kunai and launched a fierce close-range assault on it. Yet, En was unfazed by Guizhong Lanwei's ferocity. With his acute observation through Kinbunchika Haki, En effortlessly perceived every movement of Guizhong Lanwei, as if the world had slowed to a crawl. Employing Busashoka Haki, En adopted a solid defensive stance, withstanding Guizhong Lanwei's kunai attacks with remarkable resilience, remaining almost completely immobile. After an extended bout of taijutsu, Guizhong Lanwei found his arms numb from En's incredible strength. Gasping for breath, water release, water iron cannon technique. Without hesitation, Guizhong Lanwei displayed the secret ninjutsu passed down through generations of the Guizhong clan, revealing his deep-seated animosity towards En. However, compared to the secret techniques of other ninja clans, the Guizhong clan's techniques appeared somewhat lacking. Gidra, with a gesture reminiscent of a handgun, formed with his two fingertips a liquid that shot forth like bullets. Fire release, fire cannon technique, and quietly activated the power of the thunder fruit, simultaneously employing his observation haki to track the trajectory of the water sphere. The high-temperature fireball collided violently with Gidra's water sphere, evaporating instantly into the air. You are a disgraceful and shameless plagiarist, a wretched imitation. Gidra never anticipated that this individual not only audaciously mimicked his family's secret ninjutsu, but also had the gall to rename it the fire cannon technique and showcase it before him. It was utterly repugnant, intolerable in every sense. Hey, I warn you to watch your words. I will sue you for defamation, do you understand? I will sue you. This technique is my original creation, destined to be passed down as the secret art of the Edward clan to my sons. By the way, would you like to be my son? Call me father and ride on my name across the ninja world. Those observing from a distance shuddered at An's words, disgusted by his attempt to make others call him dad. Even Terumi, Mei, and Ao felt a tinge of embarrassment, especially Ao, who recalled some rather unpleasant memories. Terumi, Mei remarked, "Why does Newgate have this peculiar habit? It seems he once wanted to adopt you as his son." Upon hearing her words, Ao's cheeks flushed slightly, and he could only nod in silent agreement. Returning to the arena, an enraged Ghidra formed hand seals, instantly enveloped in a thick mist of water. Water release, serpent's bite. From the mist, torrents of water surged forth, writhing like living creatures. As time passed, the flowing water gradually coalesced into serpentine forms, hurtling towards and with great speed. Noticing this, and furrowed his brow and swiftly formed seals with one hand, chakra surging through his right arm. Fire release, flame cutting wave. Raising his arm, he thrust his palm skyward, and a blade of flame materialized in an instant. "That is clearly a blade," and retorted coldly, "I shall call it as I please." In a heartbeat, the fiery blade descended with a howl, slicing through Ghidra's water serpents. Upon collision, the water serpents were severed by the fire blade. The clash produced a fierce steam that quickly dispersed. Ghidra adeptly evaded using the water mist, swiftly gathering another surge of water to form a column that charged towards him. Sensing Ghidra's impending attack, and deftly dodged. Thus, Ghidra and An engaged in a fierce contest upon the battlefield, their figures weaving through the fray with an astonishing speed that was nearly impossible to perceive. One wielding water, the other fire. They relentlessly clashed in a dynamic interplay of their respective elements. As time ticked away, the arena transformed into a breathtaking spectacle of intertwining steam and flames. Both combatants exerted every ounce of their strength, showing no signs of yielding. "Humph. Newgate, you must be devoid of chakra now." The tone of Ghost Lantern Moon was resolute. Previously, during Newgate's battle with Igao and Kong, he had already expended considerable chakra, and it was likely that his reserves were now severely diminished. "Ha ha ha. Fear not. I, Ayaji, still possess ample chakra to vanquish you." With that, and ceased his movement, adding, "I must inform you that my forte lies in lightning release ninjutsu. I shall now employ it to defeat you." Standing in the center of the arena, and swiftly conjured a magnificent surge of lightning. In no time, the electric energy manifested itself in a brilliant blue luminescence, crackling with potent currents. Ghost Lantern Moon sensed an imminent danger, yet his instinctive reaction was to evade. Albeit too late. An's attack was executed with such velocity that Ghost Lantern Moon was unable to mount an effective defense. The lightning struck like a silver streak, crashing into Ghost Lantern Moon with ferocity. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the battlefield, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust and debris. In an instant, Ghost Lantern Moon was struck by An's purple lightning, sent hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. His body was marred with scorch marks, a clear indication of the severe damage he had sustained. Struggling to rise, Ghost Lantern Moon found himself utterly spent, collapsing back to the ground. Ching, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Did he win? I never anticipated that Newgate had been holding back during our earlier encounter. Now, he has truly unleashed his full power against two Jonin." "Indeed. Newgate has triumphed. He is a man of reliability," replied Terumi Mei, licking her lips, exuding an aura of allure. Meanwhile, Igao and his companions left in a state of desolation, carrying Ghost Lantern Moon and the already bandaged Igao and Kong away without even offering a farewell to Terumi Mei. Clearly unwilling to engage in any semblance of cordiality. "Newgate, you have become a part of our hidden mist village," and thus secured Terumi Mei's acknowledgement, establishing his foothold within the village. Occasionally, he would steal glances at the beautiful women, assist in handling the village's affairs, and, when necessary, target the Igao clan, adding a touch of amusement to his life. Chapter 51. An Unexpected Visitor. Half a month later, within the office of Mizuki's Terumi Mei, and was skillfully administering a massage to her, his gentle techniques providing her with immense relief. The room was suffused with a subtle fragrance, and the warm lighting cast soft spots of illumination on the walls, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort. It could be said that both individuals had grown accustomed to their daily massage routine, which served as an effective means for Terumi Mei to unwind. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the serene ambience between An and Terumi Mei. Both were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that betrayed a hint of awkwardness. However, the knocking ceased, and Qing, with a visibly anxious expression, pushed the door open and entered. Observing Qing's anxious demeanor yet silence, Terumi Mei discerned that Qing surely had something to express. Otherwise, given her character, she would have spoken up directly. Thus, Terumi Mei addressed in a tone tinged with mild apology, saying, "Newgate, let us conclude for today. You should take some time to rest." Her words bore a unique strength, causing him to momentarily pause, yet he obediently exited the room. However, as he departed, he discreetly placed a listening device on his seat, preparing to eavesdrop on the ensuing conversation to ascertain if it bore any relevance to him. Once the door was gently closed behind and Qing exhaled in relief, stepping into the room to sit opposite Terumi Mei. At that moment, Terumi Mei gazed at Qing with curiosity and anticipation, awaiting the revelation of her thoughts. Within completely gone, Qing hastily spoke. "Lord Mizuki, we have news regarding the Three Tails." A flicker of surprise crossed Terumi Mei's eyes as she responded with slight excitement. "Are you certain? We have been searching for the Three Tails for half a month, which has diverted considerable resources from our hidden mist village." Upon hearing this, Qing's expression shifted to one of gravity and seriousness. "Based on our last battle with Lord Yakura, we scrutinized everything in the vicinity, ultimately locating the Three Tails in a certain lake. It currently belongs to no one, presenting us with a prime opportunity to reclaim it." Meanwhile, in eavesdropping in the restroom, felt a surge of frustration. Qing merely mentioned a lake without providing a specific location, making it impossible for him to find it. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Qing. "Qing, what are your thoughts on Newgate?" Qing, taken aback by Terumi Mei's inquiry, momentarily lost her focus. According to their prior agreement, all intelligence regarding the Three Tails was to be concealed from Newgate. Thus, she was perplexed as to why Terumi Mei now broached his name, her bewildered eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Recognizing that Qing had not grasped her intentions, Terumi Mei elucidated, "I wish for Newgate to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. But I am uncertain if this notion is right or wrong." After listening to Terumi Mei's explanation, Qing rapidly contemplated the situation. Eventually, she resolutely shook her head in rejection. Newgate has only been part of the hidden mist village for a little over half a month. It is not a matter of distrust. He simply is not suited to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. At that moment, and still eavesdropping in the restroom, was astonished that Terumi Mei would consider entrusting the Three Tails to this outsider, whom she had known for only a short time. This required immense courage and trust. Leaving him somewhat touched, Terumi Mei countered, "Then tell me, aside from the formidable Newgate, who else is more suited to assume the role of the Three Tails Jinchuriki?" Instantly, Terumi Mei's question plunged Qing into silence. She began to meticulously ponder the trustworthy and powerful individuals around the Mizuki, only to realize that there were scarcely any. After all, those worthy of trust were fundamentally incapable of commanding the Three Tails through strength alone. Yet, Ao was acutely aware that if the Three Tails fell into the hands of other ninja clans, the authority of Lord Mizuki would be considerably diminished. This thought troubled him increasingly, as he felt utterly powerless to change it. Noticing Ao's confusion, Terumi Mei discerned his wavering resolve and promptly remarked, "Newgate possesses formidable strength. He is meticulous and excels in governance. His presence is far more significant than that of the Three Tails, which could unleash devastation at any moment." Terumi Mei understood that this course of action bore certain risks, yet she believed that without daring to take risks, one could hardly claim the competence required for the position of Mizuki. In a remarkably brief period, Newgate showcased astonishing talent and capabilities. However, the task of capturing the Three Tails fell to the Urgeo clan, and it was likely that Newgate would face overwhelming opposition. Moreover, even if Newgate succeeded in seizing the Three Tails, could he truly control it? "I have faith in him." Terumi Mei recognized the inherent dangers in her decision, but she was even more convinced that Newgate was well suited for this undertaking and could become an exceptional Jinchuriki. "Arrange for Newgate to meet with the Urgeo clan tomorrow morning. You may take trusted Umbu members along, and should the need arise, I permit you to act as necessary." "Yes, Lord Mizuki." Ao understood that this matter was beyond alteration. Thus refraining from further debate, he resolved to ensure Newgate's safety with all his might. In the restroom, In and his companion, having concluded their conversation, swiftly rose to their feet, gently rubbing their numb legs before leaning against the wall to exit. At that moment, and felt reassured that their decision to infiltrate enemy territory was indeed correct. He had long been troubled by how to acquire intelligence regarding the Three Tails, yet unexpectedly, the information had presented itself to him. As he walked back, he encountered Ao emerging from the shadows. "We have a covert operation tomorrow. Please heed my instructions," and nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the office to continue his massage pursuits, Terumi May tactfully declined An's request. "There is a significant operation requiring your participation. Please prioritize your safety and protect yourself. I await your return to assist me with administrative affairs." Her tone softened as she spoke, clearly concerned for An's involvement in the mission to capture the Three Tails, and nodded gravely, his eyes revealing a steadfast determination. Even though he was confident in his ability to safeguard himself, he sensed that the atmosphere called for a degree of cooperation. Noticing Terumi May's lingering worry, and stepped closer and firmly grasped her hand. In that instant, Terumi May felt the warmth emanating from his touch, as if this simple yet pure contact conveyed an ineffable strength. The proximity between them fostered an ambiguous and tense ambience, and realized he had become deeply ensnared by this woman, and even if he were to secure the Three Tails, departing would not come easily. Chapter 52. The Capture of the Three Tails. The following day, on the bridge outside the Hidden Mist Village, Igao and his clan awaited anxiously. Despite the numerous shadows of ninjas within the crowd, the bandaged Igao and his companion Kei stood out prominently. A fortnight had elapsed, and it appeared that their injuries had healed remarkably well. In this world predominantly governed by ninjas, the advancement of medical ninjutsu was truly astonishing. "Father, that scoundrel Ching has us waiting for someone. Has he changed his mind? Does he intend for our Igao clan not to capture the Three Tails?" Igao and Kei complained restlessly, their dissatisfaction palpable. At that moment, Igao Camp furrowed his brow deeply. The future of the Igao clan was intricately linked to this mission. Should they succeed in acquiring the Three Tails, it would undoubtedly elevate their clan's standing significantly. It was unexpected that Terumi May, despite being a woman, wielded such influence, rising to the position of Mizukage through her own capabilities after being thrust into the limelight by various ninja clans. "Kei, do not fret. The majority of the participants in this operation are from our Igao clan. The Three Tails will surely be within our grasp. Once you become its Jinchuriki, avenging yourself against that scoundrel Ingite will be a mere formality," Igao Camp reassured his son. Upon hearing their father's words, Igao and Kei nodded in agreement. Once they found themselves in a secluded location, Kei whispered fiercely, "I will certainly kill that despicable Ingite." His expression was fierce, and with his terrifying visage, he appeared as though a demon risen from the depths of hell. At that moment, and appeared beside Igao and Kei with a sudden flash. "Oh, you wish to kill me? Then I shall not participate in this mission." Initially, the prospect of Ingite joining the operation thrilled Igao and Kei, for it presented them with the opportunity for revenge. However, upon hearing the latter part of An's statement, their excitement waned. If this individual withdrew from the mission, their chances of vengeance would diminish significantly. "Impossible. Ingite, you must have misheard. How could I possibly wish to harm Lord Ingite? Moreover, this is a village mission, and you cannot simply refuse," Igao and Kei asserted with unwavering conviction, as if they had it firmly in their grasp. "Humph. Unless you call me a Yaji, I will seek out Lord Mizukage to cancel the mission." With that, and turned and prepared to depart, displaying no hesitation. Observing this, Igao and Kei grew anxious and quickly approached him from behind. Yaji, though the utterance was barely audible, and nonetheless heard it and nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, Yaji, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Igao and Kei felt a wave of relief. After signaling to Igao Camp, they set off. Onsen and his group departed. Ching emerged from the gates of the Hidden Mist Village, accompanied by another contingent of ninjas. After exiting the village and followed closely behind Igao Camp and Kei, the group sped along their path, their swift pace commendable. Each individual demonstrated commendable strength. It could be said that there were no weaklings among them in this endeavor. However, as time passed, and once again felt encircled by the others, suggesting that this group had some connection to the Urgeo clan. Nevertheless, and was accustomed to such situations. After all, this was not the first time he had been treated in this manner. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, maintaining his pace and quietly trailing behind the group. At last, before them lay an expansive lake, resembling an endless mirror, embraced by verdant woods. The environment here was picturesque, brimming with elegance and mystery, as if it were a tranquil sanctuary sheltered by nature itself, exuding an atmosphere of serenity that was utterly captivating, and felt that this was a perfect place for seclusion. Perhaps he could find refuge here in the future. Nugget, since your prowess is unmatched, you shall be the one to lure out the Three Tails. Ergeo Jianfeng had clearly dug a pit for him, attempting to use him as bait, and even striking when he found it in peril. Yet, and was not so easily manipulated. He would not fall for such a thoughtless trap. Having recently joined the mist-hidden village, it was only logical that the clan leader of the Ergeo clan, being the most knowledgeable about the Three Tails, could handle it with ease. Hearing Nugget's words, Ergeo Jinfeng's face flickered with a hint of hesitation and discontent, yet he understood that this was not the time to argue with Nugget. If he pushed Nugget away, everything would become difficult, and amidst the chaos, it would be the opportune moment for him to act. With a resigned nod, his expression softened slightly. The Three Tails lurk beneath the vast lake at our feet, skilled in water techniques, and the challenge lies in its immense size. We need a powerful individual to draw it out. Once it surfaces, we shall bombard it with ninjutsu and then seal it. Thereupon, Ergeo Jianfeng pointed to an unfortunate soul, instructing him to descend and lure out the Three Tails. With a splash, the man plunged into the water, vanishing from sight. As time ticked by, the vigilant crowd above began to lose their patience. Could Tasmi have perished down there? The prolonged silence suggests he may have been slain by the Three Tails. Just as the group engaged in fervent discussion, the surface of the water suddenly rippled. A figure shot forth from the depths like a bolt of lightning. A massive vortex of waves swirling around him, causing the onlookers to tremble violently, struggling to maintain their footing. The Three Tails was about to emerge. Everyone readied themselves. In an instant, the silhouette of the Three Tails broke the surface, its colossal form eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. Subsequently, the group swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash their most formidable ninjutsu against the Three Tails. Remaining calm, retreated behind the others, gathering lightning in his hands. In An's hands, the electric light intertwined to create a dazzling spectacle, revealing an incomparably powerful force. All eyes were drawn to the Three Tails, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. Everyone exerted themselves to elevate their ninjutsu to its utmost potential, pushing their strength to the limit. Together, they launched their assault. In an instant, the assembled warriors unleashed a barrage of formidable ninjutsu, converging their powers into a fierce onslaught directed at the colossal Three Tails. A violent explosion echoed across the lake, water splashing everywhere, as if the very surface of the lake were being torn apart by the tremendous impact. There was no doubt that, in the face of such a lethal strike, Ergao believed that their ninjutsu could severely injure the Three Tails, and they could seize the opportunity to seal it. Chapter 53. The Conditions of the Ergao Clan. Observing this, and calmly retreated behind the others, gathering electricity in his hands while steadily accumulating energy, preparing to unleash a breathtaking lightning attack. Beside him, the electric light wove a mesmerizing tapestry, hinting at his immense power. Lightning release, Lightning King. The ultimate force of lightning surged forth, striking with blinding speed towards the gathered warriors, rather than the Three Tails. Simultaneously, the previously docile Three Tails abandoned its calm demeanor, roaring in fury, its chakra swiftly coalescing. In an instant, the assembled warriors found themselves jolted by An's unleashed lightning, their bodies stiffening and rendered immobile. However, the astute Three Tails seized this opportunity to expel water bullets from its mouth, violently striking the encircling ninjas with its tail. The battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation, as the Three Tails counterattack completely altered the dynamics of the confrontation. Those ninjas struck by the Three Tails collapsed instantly, their lives fading like a stroke of ink, sinking into the tranquil lake. Meanwhile, those hit by the water bullets sustained severe injuries, incapacitated from further combat. It was evident that the once advantageous Mist Village warriors had rapidly fallen into a disadvantage, making their pursuit of the Three Tails increasingly arduous. Newgate, you wretched scoundrel. This is intentional, isn't it? Ergao and Kong roared at him, their eyes glinting with malice. Yet, Ergao remained composed, his tone remarkably calm. Newgate, if we fail the mission, you will bear the consequences as well. You wouldn't want to disappoint that woman, Terumi Mei, would you? And dismissively waved his hand. It's merely the Three Tails. I will handle it with ease. As An's words echoed, lightning danced wildly in the sky, shattering the tranquility of the lake surface. An's thunder fruit had been honed to perfection. Even if this strike lacked defensive power, it undeniably elevated his stature. The Three Tails, witnessing this, continued to gather chakra, emanating a suffocating, wild energy. Newgate, your time is running out. You must act swiftly, or after this strike, the Three Tails may very well submerge once more. And cast a glance at Ergao, suspecting that this individual might be plotting something. However, and paid little heed to such details. Instead, he summoned the power of the Thunder Fruit, gathering the energy of lightning in his hand. Arcs of electricity danced wildly, illuminating the entire surface of the lake. Lightning release, lightning ball technique. In an instant, a colossal sphere of lightning struck Sanbai with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion. The lake's surface split apart as if cleaved by an invisible blade, sending a massive column of water soaring skyward, forming a barrier reminiscent of a city wall. Witnessing this spectacle, the resting ninjas gaped in astonishment at the sheer power of An's strike. What a formidable opponent. Are we truly to face him next? Oblivious to their thoughts, continued his relentless assault, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy upon Sanbai. Roar. In response to the continuous bombardment from An, Sanbai unleashed a thunderous howl, then launched itself at An, wielding its massive form in water-based ninjutsu, chakra flowing freely as if it were of no consequence. Yet, An, utilizing the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit, swiftly shifted his position, artfully evading each of Sanbai's strikes. As time elapsed, Sanbai's attacks became increasingly sluggish, while An capitalized on the explosive bursts of the Thunder Fruit, successfully orchestrating a series of consecutive strikes. Perish. Behold my seventh form of thunder breathing, fire god of thunder. Though this declaration was merely An's flamboyant exclamation, in truth, the technique was a strike produced by the high temperature of lightning. In an instant, An radiated a brilliant glow of electric energy, coalescing into a massive blade of lightning. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the colossal lightning blade cleaved through the sky, followed by a resounding crash. A brilliant light erupted from Sanbai, succeeded by a cacophony of explosions that sent a towering curtain of water skyward. As the water gradually descended, the form of Sanbai was revealed, yet at this moment, Sanbai had completely lost its consciousness, its charred body helplessly rolling and quietly floating upon the water's surface. This sight inexplicably evoked a sense of compassion among the gathered crowd. The once mighty Sanbai had become so frail and powerless, as if stripped of all its strength. Quick! Seal it! Sanbai's power will be mine. Ergao's piercing shout jolted everyone from their state of shock, forcing them back to reality. Soon after, the sealing team began to prepare nervously for the task of sealing Sanbai. However, Ergao's heart was filled with regret. Initially, his plan had been to execute a surprise attack during the final confrontation between Newgate and Sanbai, hoping to deliver a fatal blow and eliminate Newgate directly. Yet, he had become so engrossed in watching that he lost sight of his original scheme, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt for his carelessness. Regarding this blunder, Ergao Jianfang even contemplated inflicting a few blows upon himself. This incident made him acutely aware that this oversight had nearly plunged the entire plan into failure, and now, the difficulty of vanquishing Newgate had escalated significantly. However, and was directly provoked to laughter by the two members of the Ergao clan, who promptly delivered a resounding slap to Ergao and Kong's faces. He mused, watching the spectacle unfold, and sought to wrest the Three Tails from my grasp. What audacity from the Ergao clan! An's voice echoed throughout the venue, a heavy pressure settling in the atmosphere, rendering it palpable. Ergao and Kong stood there, their gazes flickering uncertainly, their minds entangled in a dilemma about their next course of action. Meanwhile, Ergao Jianfang cast a fierce glare at his son, feeling as though he were trying to lift a sinking ship. Thus, Ergao Jianfang's voice resonated in the stillness. Newgate, you have already expended too much energy in your recent battle with the Three Tails. You lack the strength to bear the burden of being its Jinchuriki. Rather than allow you to be overwhelmed, possibly facing dire consequences, it would be wiser for you to relinquish the Three Tails to Kong. This could be viewed as a favor owed by our Ergao clan. Should you wish to become the Mizukage, we are willing to offer our assistance. It must be said that Ergao Jianfang exhibited a greater level of sophistication than Ergao and Kong, however, and was not inclined to indulge this fellow. Thank you for your suggestion, clan leader Ergao, but I must assert, do you truly believe you are worthy? An's voice was resolute and decisive, further chilling the atmosphere. He then turned to Ergao and Kong, smiling as he inquired, as a Masuko, dare you compete with your Eurasian peers for the Three Tails? Chapter 54, Becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Newgate, I hope you can grasp the situation at hand and voluntarily choose to relinquish the Three Tails. Ergao Jianfang's voice reverberated across the battlefield, drawing all the ninjas to cluster around it. Even those ninjas who had suffered grievous injuries struggled to stand. adopting stances in preparation to confront and observing this scene. Ergao Jianfeng remarked with a smile, having engaged in a fierce battle with the three tails. Do you still possess the strength to overcome so many adversaries? Voluntarily surrendering the three tails would yield the best outcome for you. And remain silent, coolly assessing the situation surrounding him. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You are correct. I have battled fiercely with the three tails. However, that does not imply I shall yield to you. If one succumbs to power, what remains of manhood? Ergao Jianfeng offered a slight smile, his gaze towards Newgate revealing a tinge of admiration. Since you are so resolute, Newgate will perish in his attempt to capture the three tails, and I shall convey this news back to the village. As Ergao Jianfeng's words fell, chaos erupted on the battlefield as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Undeterred, launched a proactive assault against the surviving ninjas around him. With a flash of thunder, utilizing the speed of the Raijin fruit and the enhancement of the Momo fruit, and nimbly evaded one ninjutsu after another, then accurately unleashed a lightning attack. With each instantaneous teleportation and the release of ninjutsu, and adeptly controlled the rhythm of the battle, utilizing his speed and agility to swiftly approach every adversary, dispatching them with ease. The ninjas that once surrounded and fell one by one, utterly incapable of withstanding his every strike. A resolute determination gleamed in An's eyes as he deftly evaded attacks, searching for the weaknesses of his foes, then unexpectedly delivering lethal blows. Can Newgate truly be defeated? Act now. The battlefield was in disarray, and Ergao Jianfeng stood at a distance, observing the chaotic combat. To his astonishment, despite the earlier clash with the three tails, and strength continued to suppress the ninjas present, leaving Ergao Jianfeng inwardly astounded. Tirelessly, and navigated through the fray, his form darting between opponents. Each of his attacks was precise and fatal, systematically vanquishing his enemies. As seconds ticked by, the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, with ninjas collapsing at An's feet. Despair began to seep into the hearts of the remaining combatants, for An's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Ergao Jianfeng pondered the scene before him, shocked by Newgate's prowess, which exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone attacked together. Undeterred by the pressure, Ergao Jian and Ki chose to take the initiative. Their staffs imbued with wind chakra transforming into sharp blades, their aggressive onslaught appearing formidable. With their arrival, the pressure on the battlefield eased slightly. Yet this did little to alter An's rampage. As ninja after ninja fell, the morale of the survivors began to crumble. This guy is too strong. Is this the strength of the world's mightiest man? His chakra seems boundless. He must truly be a tailed beast. I'm done fighting, Ergao Jian. I have done all I can. As these words were spoken, several individuals retreated, withdrawing from the battlefield. Ergao Jianfeng and Ergao Jian Ki felt a surge of resentment. What good was their retreat now, for death awaited them regardless. Oh, if you wish to strike me, then do so. Do you think I am easy prey? An's principle was clear. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one provokes me, they shall face annihilation. Just moments before, these individuals had stepped forward, and now, in their attempt to flee, it was too late. Lightning instantaneous. In an instant, multiple figures of An appeared before those attempting to escape, employing the heart extraction technique favored by White Zetsu, resulting in their immediate demise. Witnessing this, the others were further immobilized by An's presence, standing frozen in place, uncertain of their next move. Newgate, can we settle this matter amicably? What conditions would you propose? Ergao Jianfeng immediately lowered his stance, his tone laced with a hint of sycophancy. As long as you spare us, Newgate, my Ergao Jian clan is willing to offer 200 million silver coins, and we can have Ergao Jian Ki adopt you as a foster father. In turn, we shall assist you in ascending as the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. And had yet to respond to Ergao Jianfeng's words when Ergao and Kong sprang forward. Father, perhaps this fellow is merely putting on a brave face. Is it truly necessary to offer such generous terms? He even expects me to call him foster father. Clearly, both Ergao and Kong were reluctant to accept this proposal, otherwise, they might indeed find themselves with an additional paternal figure. Naturally, and would not acquiesce to the bountiful conditions proposed by Ergao Jianfeng, as he held no genuine interest in the position of Water Shadow. What you suggest merits consideration, and stated, but before he could finish, he launched a surprise attack on Ergao Jianfeng, piercing the latter's chest with a lightning spear amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Father, Ergao and Kong immediately charged at him, seemingly intent on perishing together with him. Yet, how could he commit such a fundamental error? In an instant, a large orb appeared in his hand, which he promptly pressed against Air Gao and Kong's faces. The situation shifted dramatically. Both members of the Air Gao clan fell dead, while those attempting to flee were effortlessly dispatched by it. Soon, only the solitary figure of Sanwei Isamu remained, floating desolately upon the lake's surface. Seeing this, An approached without hesitation, opting for the most straightforward and forceful method to absorb Sanwei, using the power of the 8 trigram seal to directly imprison Sanwei within himself. Hey, kid, I acknowledge your strength, but my power will not be easily lent to you. At this moment, Sanwei within regained its consciousness and let out an enraged roar. Observing the sealed Sanwei Isamu, and disdainfully picked his nose. Isamu, do you think I will coddle you? Within the tailed beast space, and unleashed all his might, commencing a righteous beating on Sanwei Isamu. Already suppressed by the 8 trigram seal, Sanwei possessed little strength, and with An's relentless assault, it soon bore the marks of a thorough thrashing, its entire form swollen considerably. Once An had fully vented his frustrations, he exited the tailed beast space. Under the impression that An's capabilities were limited, Sanwei roared defiantly, "Humph. I will never yield, even if it means wagering the dignity of a tailed beast. Humph." Then prepare to be battered daily. And had no intention of indulging this creature, he would continue to strike until it submitted. Chapter 55, The Transformation of Danzo. Next, and began to clean up the battlefield, colloquially known as looting the corpses. In truth, there was nothing of particular interest on these individuals. For An himself was a wealthy man and lacked for nothing. Just as An had finished surveying the area, Ching arrived with a group of talents, akin to the police arriving after the hero in a film had resolved everything. "How is it, Newgate? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just enjoying a leisurely stroll." "What?" Ching gazed at the rather unserious Newgate before him, feeling a sense of disbelief that this fellow might have sustained a blow to the head during a scuffle. Of course, Newgate was already known for his eccentricities, and this peculiar behavior was merely an extension of his usual antics. "Where are the leader of the Igeo tribe and your comrades? Where have they all gone?" Upon hearing Ching's words, An instantly transformed, his eyes reddening as tears streamed forth, his hands clutching his chest tightly, as if attempting to alleviate the anguish within. This display shocked those around him, who looked on in confusion at An's emotional outburst. "What happened, Newgate?" The leader of the Igeo tribe and his fellow warriors had valiantly confronted the formidable Sanbai in a fierce battle, ultimately triumphing over it and selflessly sealing the beast within my being at the last moment. Tragically, the members of the Igeo tribe, led by their leader, perished in this brutal confrontation, their lives extinguished amidst the chaos of war. The pain is unbearable, although I have acquired Sanbai and become its Jinchuriki. The sorrow over the deaths of the Igeo leader and his comrades weighs heavily upon my heart. As he spoke, and squeezed out a few more tears from his eyes, openly expressing his profound sadness. The teammates who had accompanied Ching observed An's demeanor, sensing that he was a person of deep loyalty and a worthy companion to rely upon. Yet Ching, with a furrowed brow, could only remark on Newgate's hypocrisy. It was likely that the Igeo tribe had been ambushed, leaving Newgate as the sole survivor. Regardless, the task of retrieving Sanbai has been accomplished. We should return to the village immediately. I will handle the situation here. Ching wished to avoid hearing any further lamentations from An about his grief and preferred to send him back swiftly. Upon hearing Ching's words, An, with tears and snot streaming down his face, hurriedly ran away. Once he could no longer sense Ching and the others with his observation haki, and halted his steps. "Is it something you would desire, Jifu, to return to the Hidden Mist Village?" And was currently grappling with the decision of whether to return to the Hidden Mist Village, as he had already fulfilled his objective of capturing a tailed beast, rendering a return somewhat meaningless. "Humph, foolish humans. Would you truly cherish a village that has continually imprisoned you?" Jifu's tone dripped with disdain, not only directed at An, but also reflecting his own grievances and dissatisfaction with his past confinement. In response, An nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the relationship between tailed beasts and villagers had never been harmonious in any ninja village. "Since you also wish to avoid returning to the Hidden Mist Village, then I shall certainly go back," and declared, altering his course towards the Hidden Mist Village. Within the realm of tailed beasts, Sanbai Jifu became increasingly agitated. "You scoundrel, was this your intention all along? Is it truly necessary to vex me like this? It was never about irritating you. That was merely a secondary consideration. In truth, and merely harbored a faint scheme concerning the hidden mist village. Thus, he hastened back, swiftly treading upon the familiar grounds of the village, with hurried steps, and entered through the village gates, making a beeline for the office of the Mizukage. A day had elapsed, and he pondered whether Lady Terumi may have begun to reminisce about his massage techniques. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo, had serendipitously convened in the office of Namikaze Minato. Upon noticing the trio, Nara Shikaku discreetly excused himself. Sensing the gravity of their discussion, "Sensei Sarutobi, Elder Danzo, what brings you both here together?" Minato inquired, somewhat taken aback by their rare assembly. A faint smile graced Sarutobi's face, while Danzo maintained his customary somber demeanor. "I am here to inform you that Danzo has resolved to relinquish his control over the root, appointing Uchiha as its leader," Sarutobi declared. Danzo's expression darkened further, and with a cold, rigid tone, he retorted, "Uchiha is the only member of the Uchiha clan I deem capable. I can trust him with the root. However, the root must remain independent from the Umbu, and cannot be entirely subservient to your commands, Minato. He must possess the authority to make his own decisions. Indeed, as the leader of the root, and would still be an integral part of Konoha, a shadowy protector of the village." Danzo's arrangement was commendable, considering both Minato's authority as Hokage and An's future. Yet, upon hearing this, Minato's face betrayed a flicker of hesitation. After a moment's reflection, he voiced his concerns, but given An's disposition, can he truly fulfill the role of Konoha's root? Can he embrace this darker aspect? In Minato's mind, An was merely a playful youth, ill-prepared to confront the cold, ruthless, and morally ambiguous world of the shinobi. Danzo, incensed by Minato's words, struck the ground with his cane. "I am the leader of the root, and has executed numerous missions under our banner. I am the one who knows him best. He is undoubtedly qualified to lead the root and would be a capable leader." But An's age, Minato began, only to be interrupted by Danzo's vehement retort. "What of An's age? Konoha has never lacked for young prodigies. Your disciple Kakashi is a prime example." Pleased with Kakashi's performance, Minato found himself at a loss for further objections. In any case, upon An's return from his journey through the shinobi world, he shall assume the role of leader of the root. With that, Danzo disregarded the others and exited the room, slamming the door behind him. Sarutobi, exchanging a knowing glance with Minato, also departed with a smile, embodying a sense of nonchalance amidst the unfolding drama. Certainly, and remained oblivious to the discussions brewing within Konoha regarding its position, as he diligently engaged in his massage endeavors. Newgate, as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. "You shall become the village's trump card. Both the villagers and I shall rely on you in due time." Faced with Terumi Mei's words, and promptly nodded in agreement. To refuse at that moment would have been rather foolish. Chapter 56. For years later. In the blink of an eye, for years slipped quietly through his fingers. During this period, An experienced two distinctly different identities, at times embodying Uchiha, and at other times, Edward Newgate, busily traversing the far reaches of the shinobi world. Under the auspices of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and swiftly ascended to the position of leader of the root and completely abolished the tongue-twisting techniques that had long been employed by Danzo to attract a plethora of talent, and incessantly utilized the lowly devil fruits to win hearts, rapidly expanding the root and welcoming numerous members. Simultaneously, throughout these 4 years, and collaborated with Terumi Mei to suppress the ninja clans within the hidden mist village, adhering to an open and inclusive approach aimed at transforming the village's circumstances. Naturally, and could not evade conflicts with other ninja villages, particularly against the Jinchuriki Newgate, where he showcased astounding strength and reputation. The passage of 4 years facilitated An's continuous growth, positioning him as a pivotal figure. It was indeed his dual identity that allowed him to navigate freely through the corners of the shinobi world, tirelessly striving toward his aspirations. During this time, and garnered numerous supporters and established a formidable reputation. As the years wove on, An's footprint became imprinted in every corner of the shinobi realm. In the office of the Mizukage, having enjoyed a massage, Terumi Mei reclined in her chair in a manner that was both enticing and relaxed. "Newgate, what are your thoughts on the current state of the Hidden Mist Village?" Quite impressive. Under An's guidance, the development of the Hidden Mist Village surged remarkably. Such a bizarre and fearsome environment naturally attracted a multitude of visitors, prompting An to devise various entertainment activities, significantly augmenting the village's income. Indeed, over the past 4 years. Anne's prestige in the Hidden Mist Village rivaled that of the Mizukage, Terumi Mei. The remarkable outcomes were a testament to Anne's considerable investment of time and effort, as he spent the majority of those years ensuring the village's flourishing progress. I have witnessed all your efforts. The development of the Hidden Mist Village today is inextricably linked to your hard work. However, that is not the subject of my discussion today. Then speak plainly. What secrets remain between us? Anne's voice dripped with allure, causing Terumi Mei to feel a touch of bashfulness. After gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke. The second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama, established the Ninja Academy and various organizations within Konoha, providing a viable framework for the village. Subsequently, other major ninja villages eagerly emulated this system, a practice that continues to this day. Thus, I aspire to establish a position akin to that of the Water Shadow's assistant in the Hidden Mist Village. And I earnestly hope that you, Newgate, can assume this responsibility. Unbeknownst to me, I have yet to spend 3 years. And it has only been 4 years since I nearly became the leader of the Mist Villages Association. However, my current duties are already quite similar to those of a Water Shadow's assistant, as many administrative matters have been entrusted to my care by Terumi Mei. The development of the Hidden Mist Village has now entered a stable phase, rendering my assumption of the Water Shadow's assistant role relatively inconsequential. Newgate, this marks your first refusal of my request. Terumi Mei's countenance reflected a certain displeasure, evidently dissatisfied with my demeanor. In contrast, I could only manage a wry smile, shaking my head, as it seemed the individual before me had misconstrued my intentions. At present, an organization known as Akatsuki has gradually expanded within the ninja world, exerting a profound influence. As a mercenary group, they instigate small-scale conflicts as a means to monopolize war commissions from minor nations at an exceedingly low cost, thereby gradually escalating the scale of warfare. Even more alarmingly, they endeavor to undermine the strength of the great nation's ninja systems. And this series of actions poses a considerable threat to the entire ninja realm. They have even previously engaged in the capture of tailed beasts, and I fear they could inflict significant harm upon the ninja world. Therefore, I intend to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence. My voice resonated with fervor and conviction, unreservedly expressing my determination to safeguard the ninja realm. My words stirred a profound emotion within Terumi Mei, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The man before her had shouldered an immense burden of responsibility and mission for both herself and the entire village, and this realization filled her heart with sorrow. Of course, I remained oblivious to the depth of her thoughts, merely considering her imagination to be overly vivid. In truth, I was simply feeling rather bored in the Hidden Mist Village and yearned for a brief escapade, while also contemplating future endeavors. Could another person take my place? You know the Hidden Mist Village cannot do without you, and I have also become reliant on you. Although Terumi Mei's voice dwindled to a whisper by the end, the room contained only the two of us, and I was certainly not deaf. You know I possess a rather unique secret technique called body flicker, which allows me to assume the appearance of others to infiltrate the Akatsuki, something others cannot achieve. With that, my tone softened considerably. Once we resolve the Akatsuki matter, you shall await my return. Terumi Mei immediately silenced me, affirming, yes, I will await your return. Gazing upon the beauty before me, I wish to refrain from making any ill-fated proclamations, for such declarations often lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, I began to make arrangements and preparations for my departure, as infiltrating the Akatsuki would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor, not a task to be completed swiftly. First and foremost, I would assign AO to continue overseeing the protection of the Hidden Mist Village, particularly by closely monitoring the movements of various ninja clans to ensure the village's safety and guard against any internal or external threats. Subsequently, and appointed his loyal subordinate, Gao Shanming, to temporarily oversee all his affairs. He believed that, empowered by the devil fruit, Gao Shanming possessed the requisite capability and sagacity to ensure that the Hidden Mist Village would continue to function smoothly in his absence. Ultimately, in resolve to bid a final farewell to Terumi Mei, he recognized that this was the moment of their parting. Yet he felt compelled to solidify their relationship before his departure. By the time all arrangements were completed, a week had elapsed. Throughout this week, relentless rain fell, imparting a melancholic ambience to the entire farewell. It was amidst this incessant drizzle that he chose to leave Hidden Mist Village, with only Terumi Mei seeing him off. While the others remained oblivious to his departure, a closely guarded secret known only to a select few within the village, and was acutely aware that when he returned, it would undoubtedly be under a different identity and status, leaving him to ponder what choices those who remained would make at that time. Chapter 57. Arrival at Hidden Rain Village. Upon leaving Hidden Mist Village, and reverted to his true form and sped away. In the ensuing 4 years, for various reasons, and could only rely on the shadow clone technique for his training. Although his progress was steady, it remained unsatisfactory to him. Were it not for the substantial chakra support provided by the Three Tails Isabu, and felt he would struggle to utilize the shadow clone technique frequently. Once he had completely exited the Land of Water, he transformed back into Whitebeard, ready to continue his journey. Meanwhile, the ninja world was abuzz with news that the Three Tails Jinchuriki from Hidden Mist Village had defected, cutting a path through the Land of Water and traversing several small nations, including the Land of Soup and the Land of Rice. Along the way, many ninjas intrigued by the Three Tails attempted to intervene, but regrettably, these avaricious individuals were swiftly dealt with by, and particularly, the Hidden Waterfall Village, having lost the Seven Tails, yearned to regain the power of a tailed beast and mustered most of their strength to launch a surprise attack against him. However, the outcome was utterly unforeseen, and retaliated and decimated the forces of Hidden Waterfall Village, slaying them one by one. During this time, and strength saw a marked enhancement. Even without utilizing the powers of the fruit, he qualified as a true formidable warrior, and his prowess garnered the attention of the entire ninja world, and as word spread, many ninjas developed a keen interest in him. Speculations regarding the extent of and strength proliferated, with some even desiring to challenge him, and remained indifferent to these matters. For he had already arrived at Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Rain Village seemed perpetually ensconced in an unending rainy season, with torrents of rain continuously flowing into the inland lake that encircled the village. Additionally, situated at the confluence of the earth, leaf, and sand countries, a region often beset by conflict. This unique geographical position afforded the ninjas of Hidden Rain Village extensive opportunities for rigorous training. Yuin Village is renowned for its exceptional assassination techniques, frequently accepting commissions from other nations to carry out various assassination missions. The village's architecture predominantly consists of steel, with a considerable portion also utilizing stone. Numerous steel pipes have been employed to create a distinctive skyline, closely linked to the village's significant rainfall. Vast pipelines and sewers traverse both the interior and exterior of the village, providing an essential drainage system. These unique structures of steel and stone harmonize beautifully with Yuin Village's distinctive climate. As An stepped into Yuin Village, the sky continued to drizzle softly. The moment An entered the village, he became drenched, marking the instant of his exposure. It is likely that Conan has already become aware of his arrival or is currently discussing how to address his presence with Nagato. Meanwhile, atop the central tower of Yuin Village, Pain observed a peculiar individual's arrival. Conan's voice, imbued with a chilling clarity, resonated as she stood high above, surveying Yuin Village like a true angel. In contrast, Nagato, with an impassive demeanor, stood beside her, also gazing down at the drizzly village. Another spy from a rival ninja village? Then I shall leave it to you to handle, Conan remarked, her tone still cold yet tinged with gravity. This also reflects the awkward situation faced by the Akatsuki organization. While it boasts numerous powerful members, their division into teams has diluted their strength, and most of the time, the members are not assembled together. Now, confronted with the impending arrival of a formidable foe, they reluctantly had to deploy Pain's 6 paths. Who could it be? Nagato pondered with curiosity, for anyone capable of troubling Conan must undoubtedly be a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world. The rogue ninja from Kirigakure. The Three Tails Jinchuriki Edward Newgate, a so-called strongest man in the world, stood as a fool in this narrative. As Conan's words faded, Pain's expression shifted slightly. A rarity for him. The strongest in the world? How does that compare to a god? Mortals cannot be equated with deities. In an instant, both Conan and Pain vanished, reappearing atop a nearby rooftop. Meanwhile, and remained oblivious to the tense exchange between Conan and Nagato, instead seated in an ordinary ramen shop, enjoying his meal. However, En's imposing 3-meter stature was exceedingly conspicuous, creating a vacuum around him. Customer, your special bamboo shoot tonkatsu ramen is ready. If you require any further services, please do not hesitate to ask. The owner, a towering man himself at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, greeted and warmly despite his massive size, and found the bamboo shoot tonkatsu ramen remarkable, as its rich aroma wafted invitingly, captivating his senses instantly. Firstly, what captivates the eye are the tender bamboo shoots. Their vibrant green hue sliced thinly and floating gracefully in the broth, imparting a refreshing sensation. The base of the ramen soup is crafted from delicate pork bones, simmered for an extensive period to gradually release a rich flavor. The noodles possess a delightful chewiness, yielding a bouncy texture upon biting. Each strand, enveloped in the steam, glides effortlessly into the mouth, bestowing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Boss, with such culinary skills, why not expand the shop? It could yield greater profits, one might ponder. Alas, under the protection of angels and deities, our village of Rain Hidden has largely distanced itself from conflict, yet the climate and environment here attract few visitors, leaving business at a standstill. As the proprietor's tone turned somber, it became evident that in this war-torn land, merely living in peace is a remarkable feat. The pursuit of wealth is secondary. And shifted slightly in his chair, his voice subdued. Would the boss not consider relocating from Rain Hidden? I've heard that Mist Hidden Village is thriving and is more welcoming to outsiders. His tone grew increasingly melancholic. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in Rain Hidden, he remarked, "It must be quite burdensome for you to live here." In an instant, the boss recoiled, casting a bewildered glance at it, and suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of a striking figure. "Are you questioning the policies of Rain Hidden Village, traitor from Mist Hidden?" The fierce tone of Xiaonan was underscored by a rare hint of anger on her face, adding an endearing quality to her demeanor. However, her appearance stirred excitement among the villagers of Rain Hidden, who promptly knelt before her. "We have beheld the angel. To think the angel would grace us with her presence. Thank you, angel." Chapter 58, Nagato and Xiaonan. Observing the fervent crowd, and could not help but concede that the governance of Xiaonan and Nagato, while perhaps not flawless, was commendable in an era rife with war and hunger. Despite the potential flaws in their leadership, they had striven to do their utmost under such challenging circumstances. "Let us step outside for a conversation. You surely do not wish to engage in conflict with me here in Rain Hidden," Xiaonan suggested, casting a glance at An and subtly nodding, momentarily stepping aside. However, upon noticing An's imposing stature, she quickly sidestepped, granting him passage without hesitation. An, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and exited. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the figures of An and Xiaonan vanished. "Who was that man? Is the angel going to punish him?" murmured the villagers, recalling the infamous tailed beast Jinchuriki, who had defected from Mist Hidden Village. Renowned as the strongest man in the world, a title that only he could embody. Present among us were the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, who could discern An's identity merely by his physique. If it were indeed him, there was a possibility he might join our ranks in the Hidden Mist Village. For the might of Lord Angel and the deity was undeniably formidable. Instantly, a smile graced the faces of the ordinary villagers, for the greater the strength of the village, the more peacefully all could coexist. This was a shared interest for everyone. Meanwhile, in the rainy night, An closely followed Xiaonan's silhouette as they ran together, which inadvertently reminded him of a person and a poignant line. He recalled that day, racing beneath the sunset, an echo of his lost youth. As An immersed himself in these thoughts, Xiaonan suddenly halted ahead. There, on a distant hillside, 6 oddly shaped figures emerged, perhaps wary of engaging in conflict that might devastate the Rain Hidden Village, and was astonished to realize that he could provoke the 6 paths of pain into action. This was the kind of attention reserved for Jiraiya, though sadly, he had met his end. "The Three Tails Jinchuriki, we require your strength," voiced Nagato, the representative of the Deva path. Upon hearing this, and rested his chin on his right hand, appearing contemplative. "You claim to be a god. Is it due to your Rinnegan or your immense power?" Xiaonan scoffed, her tone tinged with disdain. "A god is indeed omnipotent," Nagato interjected. "This pair of eyes has brought me suffering, yet it also grants me boundless abilities," and nodded in acknowledgement. "Empowered by the Rinnegan, Nagato's Deva path possessed the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion. The Azura path wielded formidable physical prowess. The human path could read souls. The animal path was adept in summoning techniques. The hungry ghost path could absorb ninjutsu and chakra, and the hell path had the capacity for resurrection. It could be said that in this world, Nagato's powers were akin to those of an all-knowing, omnipotent deity to an ordinary ninja. Thus, An inquired further, "But can a god create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it? If a god can create such a stone, then he is not omniscient or omnipotent. For there exists a stone he cannot lift. Conversely, if a god cannot create a stone too heavy for him to lift, then he is also not all-powerful, as there exists a stone he cannot conjure," and directly invoked the renowned paradox of the stone to challenge Nagato and Xiaonan, who fervently proclaimed, and believed in the divine power of the Rinnegan. Upon hearing En's words, Shounen and Nagato were momentarily taken aback, visibly ignited by the gravity of his question. Then, stepping forward, Nagato spoke with a grave tone. "Then let me show you the power of a god." As he spoke, the Deva Path Nagato extended his arms and began to levitate slowly, floating effortlessly in the air. Originally close to En, Konan activated her bloodline limit, Paper Jutsu, gradually vanishing from En's side and reappearing beside Nagato of the Six Paths. The plane was left with En as the sole figure, observing this ostentatious display. "How much can a bag of rice bear? One bag must carry it to the second floor. Another bag requires me to wash it. Each grain is muddied. Who bestowed upon you this bag of rice?" Universal pull. Before one could blink, Nagato conjured a black sphere imbued with gravitational force, silently attracting all surrounding objects. As time progressed, the sphere expanded, drawing in everything within its reach. Massive boulders and trees alike were ensnared by this invisible power. As the sphere attracted surrounding matter, the energy suppressed within it accumulated relentlessly, forming intense pressure. With the continuous buildup of energy, the mass of the sphere grew ever larger. Before long, a gigantic boulder, measuring 100 meters, loomed before En, who was taken aback by Nagato's recklessness, unleashing such a formidable attack after just a few exchanges. Perhaps he was driven to desperation by his own paradox of creation, and mused. Meanwhile, Nagato exuded blind confidence, laughing maniacally. "This is the power of a god. This stone is crafted by divinity." As the enormous sphere plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon him, he stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. "Humph! An ignorant mortal who knows not the essence of suffering. This is the true power of the divine," Nagato murmured, gazing down at Konan with a worried expression. Contemplated the consequences of this attack. Should it eradicate the Three Tails Jinchuriki, the beast would likely disperse into Chakra, taking considerable time to reconstitute into a new Three Tails, thereby delaying their efforts to reclaim the tailed beasts. "Fear not, I shall manage it." As their voices faded, the stone sphere finally collided with the ground, enveloping En's figure. Upon impact, the resulting shockwave unleashed a devastating force, leveling everything in its vicinity. The colossal destruction wreaked havoc in the air, obliterating slopes and tearing the earth asunder. The scene was heart-stopping, as if the apocalypse had truly descended upon the world. Even from afar in the hidden mist village, the tremors could be distinctly felt, illustrating the magnitude of this assault. Subsequently, Nagato and Konan floated above the ruins. Gazing at the devastation below, Konan inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Utilize your paper clones to seek a suitable ninja in the hidden mist village, one who can receive the Three Tails and become its Jinchuriki. Once the plan to capture the tailed beast commences, we shall no longer need to concern ourselves with the Three Tails Jinchuriki." Chapter 59, Fierce Battle with Pain. Meanwhile, from a distance, En stood unharmed on a tree branch, observing the unfolding scene. The might of the Six Paths. At this moment, the Three Tails Aisabu was utterly astonished, never anticipating that he would encounter the power of the Sage of Six Paths in this place. It was particularly when Pain of the Six Paths unleashed the heavenly obstruction that Aisabu truly believed it was the eye of the sage. Un, with a light laugh, remarked, "It cannot compare to the Sage of Six Paths, yet it surpasses the ordinary bloodline limits by a considerable margin." As he spoke, a self-satisfied expression adorned En's face. "Of course, he still couldn't rival my prowess." Observing En's arrogance, Aisabu let out a disdainful snort. "Humph." Nevertheless, Aisabu was acutely aware that his status as a Jinchuriki rendered him extraordinarily powerful, a being far beyond his comprehension. Naturally, Aisabu was also eager to witness the strength of the wielder of the Rinnegan. Hence he began to provoke, "And aren't you going to make a move? He does not seem weaker than you." Un, within the tailed beast space, retaliated with several punches directed at Aisabu. "I have already made my move." As An's voice gradually faded, Aisabu fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield. In the distant sky, a massive bolt of lightning coalesced, shooting downward like an arrow towards the ruins below. This spectacle alerted Nagato, who immediately summoned the Hungry Ghost Path to ascend into the air, attempting to intercept the lightning strike in order to absorb the ninjutsu unleashed by it. Meanwhile, Konan swiftly evaded the range of the lightnings, clearly skeptical about the Hungry Ghost Path's ability to withstand En's attack. At that moment, the tension on the battlefield reached its zenith. Boom! The lightning surged forth with a tumultuous roar, instantly engulfing both Pain of the Six Paths and Pain of the Hungry Ghost Path, who seemed unable to react in time to endure the blow. As the lightning gradually dissipated, what lay before them was a bottomless pit where the ruins once stood, and the figures of Pain of the Six Paths and Pain of the Hungry Ghost Path had vanished without a trace. However, upon noticing the four remaining Pains still standing nearby, Conan finally felt a sense of relief. Just then, and appeared beside Conan in a flash. Did you see that? This is the power of a god. I have named this technique Divine Punishment, a trivial retribution from the divine. Conan was taken aback by An's audacity, astonished at his arrogance. Shinra Tensei, the voice of Pain of the Six Paths suddenly echoed from the depths of the pit, which had now expanded several meters from its original size. The figure of Pain of the Six Paths slowly emerged from the chasm. Conan, naturally. Conan understood Nagato's intent and swiftly vacated the battlefield with a few Shunshin movements, observing Conan's retreat, and made no move to intervene. Instead, a slight smirk played on his lips. You realize that the ensuing battle is beyond her capability to partake, don't you? Even a god cannot protect everyone they wish to save, can they? En's words triggered Nagato's memories of Yahiko, particularly the moment of Yahiko's demise, which inflicted upon Nagato the true essence of suffering. You have thoroughly enraged me. Listening to Nagato, who no longer refers to himself as a god, and realizes that he has truly been provoked to the core. It is likely the death of Yahiko that has shaped Nagato's current worldview, compelling him to make the world experience suffering, experience failure, and, feeling a rare surge of youthful rebellion, leaps into the air, shouting out in defiance. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, an immense force propels him backward, sending him crashing through the air. In truth, Nagato intended to draw in closer to deliver a few punches, but hesitated upon witnessing En's colossal figure. Boom. En's form is enveloped by the swirling dust. As the haze dissipates, it reveals En, transformed into his tailed beast form. Three tails supporting his massive frame. Remarkable power. Gravity is an attractive force, while repulsion serves as a force of rejection. Both hold significant influence on both macro and micro scales. Those who can wield even one of these forces are already formidable. Yet, those who command both gravitational and repulsive powers truly embody a godlike existence, mastering these two fundamental laws. However, En does not shy away from the abilities of Nagato's Pain. After all, his mastery over electromagnetic forces and the power of lightning is formidable in its own right. Magnet release, superconductive electromagnetic cannon. As he speaks, En produces a unique kunai, hurling it forth, crackling with lightning as it hurtles toward Nagato's Pain. Just then, a figure appears, abruptly blocking the path of Nagato's Pain. Has the hungry ghost realm revived so swiftly? Following En's words, the kunai, infused with lightning, pierces the chest of the hungry ghost realm, triggering a violent explosion that shatters the freshly revived entity into a million pieces. At that moment, Nagato, concealed in the shadows, watches this scene with a puzzled expression. Why can the hungry ghost realm not absorb your ninjutsu? The first absorption failure could be attributed to the overwhelming power of your attack, surpassing the ghost's capacity. But why does the second attempt also fail? I cannot sense any chakra at all. And, of course, would not divulge that this is the ability of his devil fruit. Thus, he feigns mystery, proclaiming, "Because I am the true god." Nagato, recognizing En's reluctance to elaborate, commands Nagato's Pain, Azura Realm, and Animal Realm 2 combat-ready Pains to engage. Summoning technique. In an instant, three massive figures materialize on the battlefield, lunging directly at a demonic arm rocket. The Azura Realm and Human Realm strike in unison, flanking En from either side, and activates his Momo Fruit ability, instantly appearing behind the Human Realm. Lightning release, Thunder Metallurgy. In an instant, extreme heat radiates from behind the Human Realm, reducing it to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, En employs the Body Flicker technique, reappearing behind the Azura Realm, delivering a similar strike that obliterates it into fine dust. How infuriating. At this moment, Nagato found himself at a loss against the formidable En. Ever since awakening the Rinnegan, it was the first time he faced such a significant defeat. Most of the powerful bodies of the Six Paths had perished, and although the realm of hell could resurrect the other six, it did not alter the course of the battle. Moreover, he was manipulating the corpse of Yahiko, and Nagato was reluctant to tarnish his companion's remains for the sake of a single confrontation. You don't wish to fight either, do you? En's remark shattered Nagato's contemplation. The Deva Path of Pain merely nodded stiffly, clearly disinclined to respond to En's inquiry, lest he diminish his own gravitas, and immediately adopted a demeanor of deep grievance. In truth, the destruction of so many of your substitutes was your own fault, remember. You initiated the conflict while I was merely indulging in a bowl of ramen. Chapter 60. Joining the Akatsuki, Disrupting the Ninja World. Upon hearing Newgate's shameless words, even the typically gentle Nagato felt a surge of anger. After all, it was this very individual who had obliterated his 6 paths. And now Newgate was carelessly shifting the blame onto him. Such audacity was utterly disgraceful. Nagato felt his temper flare, but he endeavored to maintain his composure. It was not the time to ignite hostilities. Newgate, what is your purpose in Amigakure? And why did you defect from Kumobikure to come here? And appeared to be lost in thought for a moment before he finally spoke in a deep tone, to make the world experience pain. At that moment, Nagato, feeling manipulated, could no longer remain calm. He unhesitatingly commanded the Deva Path of Pain to issue an angry rebuke. Newgate, regardless of your reasons for defecting from Kirigakure and arriving in Amigakure, you must leave immediately. Leave Amigakure and even the land of rain. Otherwise, I am determined to fight you to the death. Surprised by Nagato's intense reaction and realized he had indeed misjudged him, he promptly took a few steps back, lowering his defenses. My objective is to make the world feel pain. I intend to gather all the tailed beasts, uniting all Jinchuriki to control the entire world, ensuring it operates under my will. And S words laid bare his ambitions, leaving Nagato somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, this sparked an idea within Nagato to utilize this exceptionally powerful individual before him. After all, both of their goals aligned in the collection of tailed beasts. With that, Nagato maneuvered the Deva Path of Pain to descend, signaling his stance. Instantly, the tense atmosphere of battle between him and Nagato dissipated, though both remained vigilant. Their wary gazes locked. Newgate, it seems we pursue the same objective, collecting the tailed beasts. Why not consider joining our Akatsuki? In this way, we can share intelligence and leverage the strength of our organization to more effectively capture the tailed beasts. Imagine the formidable power we would wield together. We would be akin to deities. We can harness the resources and technology of the Akatsuki to conduct research and pursue our shared objectives. Moreover, as a member of the Akatsuki, you will receive greater support, protection, and opportunities, allowing you to save time in gathering information about the tailed beasts. Newgate, your inclusion will bring fresh vigor to the Akatsuki and provide you with new opportunities and achievements. Consider joining the Akatsuki and pursuing the Jinchuriki world alongside us. Nagato chuckled thrice, marveling at how much he had spoken to entice Newgate into the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, and gazed at Nagato in astonishment, surprised that he possessed the knack for recruitment. However, En's purpose was to join the Akatsuki, and the collection of tailed beast Jinchuriki was merely a part of his strategy. Joining the Akatsuki? What about my benefits? Surely my salary won't be less than what I earned in the village hidden in the mist. Hearing this, Nagato reflected on the peculiar thought process of the individual before him. However, if monetary compensation could entice Newgate to act and even further control the Three Tails, Nagato saw no issue. At that moment, Kakuzu, who was out on a mission, remained unaware that he would soon be sharing his earnings with another. Any conditions are acceptable, as we share the same goal. Following this, a lively conversation ensued between Nagato and En, as if they were longtime friends. When Konan arrived with a large group of Akatsuki ninjas, she witnessed their leader intimately engage with the towering figure. In that fleeting moment, she felt a slight threat to her own status. The Akatsuki typically operates in pairs. Newgate, your partner will be the rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, who has always acted alone. No problem, I will comply with the organization's arrangements. Seeing En so agreeable, both Nagato and Konan nodded in approval, pleased to welcome another powerful member to the Akatsuki. Thus, in the days that followed, En temporarily resided in the village hidden in rain, donning the Akatsuki's signature red-clouded black cloak. Once Kisame returned, En would officially become a part of the Akatsuki. 3 days later, at the lake on the outskirts of the village hidden in mist, the scene mirrored the original storyline where Kisame first encountered Itachi Uchiha. Only this time, the elder brother present was Uchiha. Are you Newgate? The Three Tails Jinchuriki, who defected from the village hidden in mist? Oh, so you are the honest man, Kisame Hashigaki. In the original narrative, Kisame truly lived up to the title of an honest man. Kisame gazed curiously at the imposing figure before him, marveling at the presence of such a strong and towering companion. Henceforth, we shall be comrades, Mr. Newgate. As the conversation shifted, the enigmatic Kisame Hashigaki remarked on the remarkable developments under the leadership of the 5th Hokage, wondering why Mr. Newgate would betray the village, and was taken aback by Kisame's forthrightness. anticipating such inquiries, and replied casually, "It is because of those wretched clansmen in the village. They disapprove of my union with the fifth Hokage, Lady Mei Terumi." Kisame momentarily appeared taken aback. Is the rationale for betraying the village now so compelling? Observing Kisame's stunned expression, and realized that further discussion was superfluous, especially considering Kisame's notorious reputation for ruthlessness, having been known to eliminate those who dined with him. "Why do you bear such a visage, Kisame?" Before N could finish his question, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Kisame's face. "I was born during the reign of Lord Yagura in the Mist Village, a mere aberration, subjected to experiments in ninjutsu as the village sought to create artificial tailed beasts, thus transforming me into a half-human, half-shark entity." In that brief revelation, N grasped the profound weight of Kisame's words. It could be said that Kisame, much like Yamato, was a product of ninja practices that defied humanity. However, Yamato's fate was undoubtedly more favorable than Kisame's. "Now that we are allies, let us collaborate effectively," N declared. "Indeed, Mr. Newgate." Thus, N and Kisame formed a formidable team, embarking on missions for the Akatsuki, engaging in conflicts across various nations. Yet, N was not merely a mercenary. He also targeted high-ranking officials in certain countries, gradually sowing the seeds of instability among the ruling classes. Chapter 61. Orochimaru. 2 years later, in the land of rice. As a nation bordering the land of fire, its living conditions were quite favorable. At this moment, N and Kisame traversed a narrow path, their destination being the nearby Sound Village. Stop. Suddenly, four figures materialized before N and Kisame, and had been aware of an ambush ahead, but was surprised to find himself confronted by the Sound Ninja 5. Naturally, the medic, Kimimaro, was absent, leaving only 4 half-humans to face them. "Lead us to Orochimaru." The earnest Kisame, having absorbed all of An's teachings over the past 2 years, was now fully embracing his role as a subordinate. The impatient Zaku immediately retorted, "Who are you to address Lord Orochimaru in such a manner?" In an instant, Kisame transformed into his ancient Zoan form, the Great White Shark, and delivered a powerful punch towards Zaku. Boom! Zaku was forcefully slammed into the ground by Kisame's massive hand, the heads of the brothers exploding at the same spot, creating a gruesome spectacle. It was evident that Kisame had become a tailed beast endowed with personality and self-awareness. Yet this beast was solely obedient to N. The decisive actions of the dry persimmon Kisame effectively subdued the other 3, rendering them hesitant to move. Especially after witnessing the strongest among them, Zuijin Eugene, being defeated in a single strike, they were all acutely aware of their own limitations. "Take me to Orochimaru." At this moment, the 3 dared not utter a word, leaving it to the proactive Doyo to step forward. "Please, my lord, follow me." N, maintaining an air of aloofness, nodded slightly, though in truth, he held a certain fondness for the sharp-tongued Doyo. While traversing towards the Sound Ninja village, enveloped by the encirclement of the 3, and had already acclimatized to such circumstances. Upon arriving in the village, he realized the online rumors of his previous life were quite accurate. Orochimaru was indeed a quintessential human trafficker, for the village was teeming with minors, and there were scarcely any adults to be found. Before long, they reached the heart of the village, where N's observation haki revealed a vast underground base. It was no wonder that Orochimaru's representative animal was a snake. The living conditions resembled that of serpents. Shortly thereafter, N and dry persimmon Kisame were escorted by Doya to an office on the 3rd underground level, where Orochimaru sat clad in a white lab coat. "Oh, Sasori," ignored Dana. "Kisame, is this your new partner?" Orochimaru inquired. "This is my master," Kisame exclaimed, though N wished he wouldn't refer to him in such a manner. Orochimaru was taken aback by Kisame's words, astonished that this rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist had managed to tame Kisame, a fellow rogue from the same village. And he couldn't help but covet Kisame's prowess. A rogue from the Hidden Mist, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, known as the world's strongest man. You certainly have an abundance of titles. And sensed Orochimaru's disdain toward him, as those of high intelligence often look down upon Jinchuriki. If a Jinchuriki possessed too much intellect, it would probably hinder their rapport with tailed beasts. Lightning instant. With An's declaration, his figure materialized before Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch. "So swift," Orochimaru exclaimed, quickly raising his arms to defend against An's assault, but it was all in vain. The sounds of shattering resonated. First, the splintering of Orochimaru's chair, followed by the crash of his body into the wall, and then unveiled his true form, reverting to his original appearance. Orochimaru. The research on the silence fruit has yielded no results, has it? In an instant, Orochimaru recognized the figure before him. He was astonished to discover that the three-tails Jinchuriki from the hidden mist was, in fact, Uchiha, the leader of Konoha's roots, known as the Thunder God of Konoha. Doyu's expression turned to one of shock. He had not anticipated the complexity of the identity before him, and hearing this secret put him in peril. At that moment, and cast a sharp glance at Doyu, startling him considerably. After the commotion, and regarded Orochimaru with an expression of amusement. In the contest for the position of Hokage, you were defeated by Teacher Minato. Coupled with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, forbidding you from studying forbidden jutsu, it is likely that you harbor considerable resentment towards Konoha. Do you not? How about orchestrating a plan for the collapse of Konoha? En's tone was notably somber, reminiscent of a sinister uncle luring a child. En's suggestion arose from the belief that Orochimaru currently lacked any plans for Konoha's downfall, unlike the original storyline. After all, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were alive and well, and the chaotic One-Tails Jinchuriki and Orochimaru himself lacked the strength to bring Konoha to its knees. However, upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a flicker of intrigue, a burgeoning desire for vengeance against Konoha. What does Lord En suggest I should do? I wonder what role you envision for yourself in this. In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, En merely smiled, remaining silent. She then pointed towards Moya, a smile gracing her lips. I want her. No problem. Moya was taken aback. Having been so easily sold without a chance to voice her opinion. Having secured her desire, and continued, the Chunin exams are approaching, and Konoha will invite Tsunegakure to participate. At that time, the One-Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Kazekage will be present. However, the relationship between the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki is strained. We will ambush the Kazekage. And you, Orochimaru, will impersonate him to enter Konoha. When the One-Tails goes berserk, we will act. I and Kisame will confront Minato and Kushina. And I might even command the Uchiha clan and root to abstain from involvement. The outcome will depend on you. And had merely added some embellishments to the original plan for Konoha's collapse. Yet to Orochimaru, it felt as if he was confiding in a kindred spirit. For the Jinchuriki before him was no fool. Very well, on the final day of the Chunin exams, we shall commence our plan for Konoha's downfall. It was not that Orochimaru was gullible, but rather that he felt confident in his ability to extricate himself from any situation. Thus, En completed her scheme and departed from Otogakure with Kisame and Moya. Throughout their journey, Moya remained silent, evidently apprehensive about her future. Just as Moya was about to voice her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted by En's words. Just be a good little follower. I'll handle everything else. With that, En determined Moya's fate while simultaneously acquiring a new subordinate, and then left Otogakure and returned to Konoha, ready to set her plan in motion. Chapter 62, Persuasion. Konoha Village. After many years, En re-entered Konoha through the main gate. Ignore the Dana. Kakashi. Ignore the Dana. And I didn't expect the leader of Root still walks through the front gate every day. Upon her return, En fortuitously encountered Kakashi. Perhaps he had been waiting for her. The Hokage wishes for you to preside over this Chunin exam. I am but the clandestine leader of the Root. How could I possibly preside over the Chunin exams in plain sight? It would be wiser to entrust that responsibility to Ibiki. En does not wish to alter the original narrative, for he has significant matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Kakashi could not refrain from rolling his eyes. The leader of the Root, who is constantly at the forefront, is widely acknowledged throughout the ninja world as the Thunder God of Konoha. After rejecting Kakashi's suggestion, En reiterated, Kakashi, you ought to read less of Liu Bei's literature and take care of your health, lest it adversely affect your chakra reserves. Humph. Kakashi huffed impatiently, continuing to gaze at the book in his hands, Paradise of Affection, before swiftly vanishing from the scene. Observing this, En could only shake his head with a wry smile. It was evident that he could not dissuade him. Was he not the legendary ninja Kakashi? The man who has replicated thousands of jutsu? Beside him, Doyu appeared equally astonished, never having anticipated encountering such a renowned figure upon arriving in Konoha. Just a lecherous man. With that, En proceeded toward the Uchiha clan's territory, as he intended to harness the power of the Uchiha. Doyu, however, scoffed audibly, clearly dismissing En's perspective. As En passed by the Hyuga clan's domain, suddenly, two figures, one large and one small, rushed forth and leaped into his embrace. You rascal, you haven't even thought to check on me after all this time. En Hinata misses you. Feeling the warmth of the two adorable girls in his arms, En could only reflect on how blissful his life would soon be. He pinched Inuzuka Hana's cheek and smiled. Sasori is indifferent. Hana-chan, you remain as alluring as ever. Then, he gently patted little Hinata's head, remarking, Sasori is indifferent, and Hinata has grown even cuter. As Anne's words lingered, Hinata transformed into a flustered maiden, collapsing into his embrace. Observing this, Inuzuka Hana poked Anne's forehead playfully. You know Hinata is shy. Why do you intentionally tease her? Impossible. I speak nothing but the truth. The truth indeed. With that, Inuzuka Hana also nestled into Anne's embrace. Unabashed by the gazes of those around them, as the trio savored this fleeting moment of tranquility, only Doya felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether he should remain there. After a while, once Hinata regained her composure, she withdrew from Anne's embrace, while Inuzuka Hana chuckled softly and pushed Anne away. And then are you going to leave again soon? This time, I will be participating in the Chunin exams. Can you come and cheer for me? Of course, but Hinata, you must prioritize your safety during the battles. Although Hinata now wielded the weapon fruit and had distributed his acquired devil fruits over the past years, it could be said that the current Konoha 12 have grown considerably stronger than before. Even the most exceptional, Sasuke and Naruto, would be capable of defeating Gaara single-handedly if they were to face him. Alright, once I conclude this busy period, I will accompany you. The gentle embrace of comfort is the grave of heroes. With Inuzuka Hana, Hinata, and the sharp-tongued Mayu by his side, and felt profoundly content. Shortly after, he returned to the Uchiha clan's territory with Mayu, greeted along the way by the clan members who now regarded him with both respect and trepidation, harboring no ulterior motives. Nisan, Siliudu. In the courtyard, Itachi and Sasuke were engaged in honing their shuriken techniques. Observing this, and felt a wave of distaste. Did the two truly need to practice such trivialities? It was evidently mere sibling play. Brother, at this moment, and finally caught the attention of the two brothers, who ceased their activities and turned curiously toward Mayu. My little sidekick, you two needn't mind her. With that, and swiftly appeared before Sasuke, ruffling his aloof hairstyle. If you fail the Chunin exams, prepare for me to be your sparring partner. Feeling En's deep voice, Sasuke's forehead beaded with cold sweat. What did it mean to spar with himself? Don't worry, big brother. After addressing Sasuke and shifted his gaze to Itachi, I have matters to discuss with you and father tonight. Bring Shursui along. Understood, Itachi nodded, then hurried back home. Mother, brother has brought a woman back again. En's expression fell. He never anticipated his usually aloof would behave so. Mayu, on the other hand, flushed, likely embarrassed by Itachi's antics. You rascal. Dealing with the issues between the Inuzuka and High-Ga clans is already challenging, and now you stir up this trouble. Here, 1,000 words omitted. Eventually, En escaped his mother's incessant chatter and enjoyed a family reunion dinner. As night fell, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchihan, and Uchiha Itachi sat together, accompanied by the sole outsider. Uchiha Shursui, am I somewhat superfluous? Shursui inquired. A bit, but your presence is needed for an important discussion, and was prepared to mobilize every available resource. No one could be overlooked. The one-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and the 4th Kazakage were participating in the Chunin exams, leaving Sunagakure and the Land of Wind vulnerable. This presented us with an opportunity to seize the Land of Wind. In an instant, the three figures stood in surprise, gazing at Un, whose demeanor remained unperturbed. Un, do you realize this could reignite war? Fugaku's tone was heavy. Having endured multiple shinobi world wars, Uchiha Fugaku was reluctant to provoke conflict once more. Indeed, I too believe we should not act against Sunagakure. Shursui's expression darkened, astonished at En's audacity. Only Itachi maintained an air of calm, addressing everyone present. When I was merely 4 years old, my elder brother elucidated the concept of war to me, explaining its origins as a consequence of the conflicting interests among nations. I now embrace my brother's perspective. We must instigate war proactively to unify the entire shinobi world, for that is the true path to the eradication of conflict. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Fugaku and Shursui fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly swayed by his argument, and continued to persuade them until they reluctantly acquiesced to his views. Chapter 63, Departure. The night passed without incident. Through En's relentless efforts, he successfully convinced Fugaku and Shursui. The group ultimately reached a consensus to adhere to En's directives. As for the 3 clan elders and other members of the Uchiha clan, En held firm in his belief that they would comply with his plans. After all, En had disseminated numerous devil fruits, which had fostered a positive influence within the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Seeing Fugaku and the clan elders willing to accept An's decisions would undoubtedly inspire support among the other members. Itachi displayed remarkable cooperation in this matter, fully conforming to An's arrangements without raising any objections. Under An's leadership, the Uchiha clan began to cultivate a fervent atmosphere of preparedness for battle. In the underground tunnels not far from the Hokage building, An, as the leader of Root, had grown accustomed to appearing in such shadowy places. It seemed that leaders of Root had a penchant for darkness over the years and had consistently supported the development of Root, albeit managing it in a somewhat laissez-faire manner. Most matters were deliberated among Yamato, Oil Woman Tsurugi, and Yamashiro Kazuma. How many are willing to heed my call within Root? He inquired. Everyone, replied Oil Woman Tsurugi, her tone imbued with unwavering resolve and an air of unquestionable authority. It was no jest. A leader who generously bestowed bloodline limits upon their subordinates would inevitably earn their loyalty. Indeed, Lord An, you must trust in our fidelity. We, who reside in the darkest corners of Konoha, are unwaveringly loyal at all times. Yamashiro Kazuma also voiced his support, despite their leader's apathy towards governance, as the Yamashiro clan owed him a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Yamato merely nodded with an aloof demeanor, eschewing grandiloquent declarations, yet his stance was unmistakably clear. Very well. Summon all members of Root from various locations within 3 days. We shall launch a swift strike on the hidden mist village and unify the shinobi world. Upon hearing An's words, Yamashiro Kazuma and Oil Woman Tsurugi involuntarily trembled, excitement coursing through them at the thought of unifying the shinobi world. Yamato, however, remained unruffled, maintaining his cool demeanor. Yet, the seven tails within him scoffed derisively at the notion. Unifying the shinobi world is a feat that many powerful individuals have failed to achieve. Do you truly believe that this mere youth before us can accomplish such a monumental task? It is utterly ludicrous. I have faith in him, just as he believes that I can coexist harmoniously with you and become the perfect Jinchuriki. At that moment, the seven tails, Chome, fell silent, recognizing that Chome had become one of their own. Indeed, as the entire foundation began to stir, spies from various nations and members on patrol from the Land of Fire swiftly returned, fueled by unwavering enthusiasm upon learning that An was calling them together. However, after organizing matters within the foundation, An departed, for the Uchiha clan and the foundation alone could not achieve dominion over the entirety of the Wind Country, and now found himself in the territory of the Shimura clan, seeking the assistance of Danzo. Along the way, he noted that the members of the Shimura clan regarded him with lingering disdain, a sentiment stemming from the long-standing animosity between their clan and the Uchiha. "And what brings you to visit this old man?" Danzo's tone carried a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to his former status as a powerful figure within Konoha, now struggling to accept his current circumstances. Sensing Danzo's sense of faded glory, and candidly replied, "Lord Danzo, the discord between the Uchiha and Shimura clans has persisted for far too long. Now is the moment to mend this rift." With that, he inquired about Danzo's thoughts, adding, "I hold great satisfaction in you as my successor. Anything within my capability is open for discussion," and felt a torrent of emotions within him. Regardless of the shadows that loomed over the ninja world or Danzo's notorious reputation, the man before him had treated him fairly and even kindly, leading him to regard Danzo as an ally. "Lord Danzo, I wish to harness the strength of the Shimura clan to aid me in vanquishing Sunagakure, even to eliminate the feudal lord of the Wind Country and seize control over the entire region." "Huh, quite audacious," Danzo replied with a booming laugh, though his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness. "Leave the Shimura clan to me. My words still carry weight as the clan leader." Upon hearing this, and nodded in agreement. Even though Danzo was no longer the leader of the foundation, as the head of the Shimura clan, he governed with an iron fist. Furthermore, given Danzo's prowess, certain members of the Shimura clan would pose little challenge, and then commenced persuading the ninja clans with which he shared familiarity. He had generously bestowed several devil fruits upon the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, thus accruing significant debts of gratitude from all four clans. The Hyuga clan was also included, though one was reluctant to call upon their favors just yet. Despite having won over Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, he knew that relying on such connections was not the proper path. As An's schemes and machinations unfolded, half of Konoha's strength began to mobilize, with ninjas from various clans being summoned back. The clans that sensed the shift, including members of the Umbu like Minato, exhibited no discernible reaction, even with heightened vigilance. Only the core members of each clan were privy to An's true intentions, and news of his plans had not leaked. 3 days later, in a vast plain outside of Konoha, the 3 clans of the Inuzuka, the Uchiha, and the Shimura, alongside the root members, formed a formidable assembly, gathering together in unison. This operation drew upon nearly half of Konoha's strength, with 5,000 shinobi assembled, awaiting En's command. The leaders of each clan stood alongside En. The atmosphere charged with seriousness and tension. A brief cough from En captured the attention of all present. Ninjas of Konoha, today I, Uchiha, stand before you to address the impending war that is not merely a possibility, but an inevitability. Our adversaries are the hidden sand village, the land of wind, and indeed the entire shinobi world. The enemies we face are formidable and cruel, harboring ambitions and malice towards our land and families. We must not succumb to fear or surrender. We must unite as one, using our very flesh and blood to defend our homeland and loved ones. Each of you must immerse yourselves in this struggle, regardless of your surname, age, or individual strength. We shall fight for ourselves today. With En's final words, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. With a sweeping gesture, the 5,000-strong force surged forward in unison. Chapter 64, The Might of Combined Ninjutsu. Under En's vigilant guidance, over 5,000 ninjas moved in remarkable harmony, advancing with agility and precision. Their steps were coordinated, akin to a finely tuned machine, devoid of any disorder. As they progressed, the wind billowed their black cloaks, resembling a rolling storm cloud. Well done, and you truly are a natural leader. Indeed, the relationship between Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku remained strained. Yet both men could not help but feel satisfied with En's ability to mold such a large force in a matter of days. Merely adequate and mused. Aware that this was just a preliminary tactic, the true challenge lay ahead. And what shall we do next? It is clear that 5,000 men cannot maintain control over the vast borders of the land of wind after the war, expressed Inuzuka, concern etched on his face. For establishing stable governance with such a force in a large nation seemed implausible. In response, En chuckled lightly and reassured Inuzuka, "Fear not, esteemed mother-in-law. I have made all necessary arrangements. Once we penetrate the land of wind, I will lead the Shimura and Uchiha clans in a fierce assault, with Sand Village as our primary target. Meanwhile, my father and Nara clan leader will spearhead the attack on the feudal lord's manor. We must capture the lord of the land of wind alive. Of course, we must also consider the lengthy and challenging borders of the land of wind. But I have already devised appropriate strategies to address these concerns," and succinctly articulated his plan to the assembly, assuring them that he had contemplated all possible scenarios. En's resolute and confident tone revealed his determination and assurance regarding this operation. Upon hearing En's words, the crowd exchanged relieved smiles. Although none were privy to the specifics of En's strategy, they all harbored an unwavering belief that he would undoubtedly lead them to ultimate victory. In truth, En had merely requested the Fire Nation's daimyo to train a battalion of firearms units, for the existence of firearms is acknowledged within the original manga of the Naruto universe. En's objective was to assign this firearms battalion the task of securing the borders of the Wind Country, while he entrusted the matter of the border ninjas to Doyu, who would hire the Akatsuki organization to intervene, with the inclusion of Kisame Hashigaki. It could be said that En had already initiated his plans concerning the Wind Country. 3 days later, at the outskirts of Sunagakure, Uchiha, Yamanaka F., Shimura Danzo, and Yamato concealed themselves beneath the sands, while the others remained at a distance. "Sir, what are your arrangements? Surely, you do not intend for just the 4 of us to assault Sunagakure." Yamanaka F's voice trembled slightly, indicative of his nervousness. However, En could empathize, as their proximity was rather close. He could even discern the faces of the distant guards. "Your presence here signifies that you will have your moment to act. At that juncture, you shall first conjure a massive sandstorm to obscure the vision of Sunagakure's guards. Yamato will manipulate the Seven Tails, May, to exhale paralysis-inducing phosphorus powder, while I will amplify its potency. Ultimately, Lord Danzo will employ wind release techniques to disperse the phosphorus powder within Sunagakure." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan. And strategy was made possible, in part, due to Yamanaka F's consumption of the natural-type sand fruit, which had rendered him an unwavering ally. However, at that moment, Shimura Danzo raised a concern. There is an elderly woman in Sunagakure named Chiyo, whose medical expertise is exceptional. She may detect the phosphorus powder in the air. And responded, Even if Chiyo were to notice, it would not impede us, for by then, Sunagakure would have already suffered considerable losses. Upon hearing An's reassurances, the group fell silent and began their preparations. Sand release, desert great tornado. In an instant, a colossal storm formed in the sky not far from them. Dark clouds swirling ominously, and fierce winds threatening to engulf Sunagakure. The village's guards sensed something amiss, yet they did not slacken their efforts. They immediately implemented sand defense measures, erecting temporary barriers with sandbags at crucial locations around the village to protect the citizens and structures from the impending dust storm. Secret technique, phosphorus powder technique. With Yamado's incantation, a cloud of yellow phosphorus powder was summoned, seamlessly blending with the airborne sand particles, rendering it nearly undetectable. Observing this, and swiftly decided to harness the capabilities of his Momo fruit, manipulating the potency and range of the phosphorus powder and magnifying it 100-fold. Wind release, pressure palm. As the battle unfolded, Shimura Danzo deftly formed hand seals with a single hand, channeling his chakra to conjure a formidable whirlwind. This tempest propelled the air laden with phosphorus powder and sand, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Sunagakure. The hurricane not only stirred the sandstorm, but also intermingled the phosphorus powder and sand, amplifying its potency and rendering it even more insidious. It was but a matter of time before its effects would manifest. With the whisper of An's voice, the phosphorus powder swiftly descended upon Sunagakure, spreading with alarming rapidity and shrouding the village in a dark, suffocating haze that soon incapacitated its inhabitants. The first to succumb were the vigilant guards stationed at the heights. Despite their keen awareness, they found themselves paralyzed, collapsing to the ground without the opportunity to mount any resistance. As they fell silently, devoid of any ability to sound the alarm, it was as though they had been stripped of all their strength. The effect of the phosphorus powder soon reached beyond the confines of the buildings, causing ninjas to topple one after another, all succumbing to the same fate, as if subjugated by an invisible force. However, this alarming spectacle alerted the remaining ninjas within the structures, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout Sunagakure. The ninjas were jolted awake by the sound, sensing the imminent peril that threatened the very safety of their village. They prepared for the possibility of a toxic assault and ventured forth to uncover which ninja village had launched this attack on them. In that moment, the elder leader, Zuki, swiftly responded by dispatching ninjas to investigate. Meanwhile, his sister Chiyo remained absent, instead focusing on concocting an antidote. The ninjas receiving the orders steeled themselves, moving like invisible leopards, rapidly dispersing throughout Sunagakure in search of weaknesses and traces of the enemy. In the midst of this phosphorus-laden fog, they proceeded with utmost caution, acutely aware of the tense atmosphere that enveloped the village. Under the urgency of the alarm, the higher-ups of Sunagakure hastily devised a counter-strategy. Chapter 65, A Single Strike to Defeat the Enemy. Upon noticing the guards at the perimeter of Sunagakure collapsing, and realized that the phosphorus powder had begun to take effect, after a brief moment of stillness, he finally issued the command to attack. Follow me to vanquish our foes. Do not show mercy. Strike with unrelenting force. With An's words resonating in the air, the members of the Shimura clan and the Uchiha clan roared forth towards Sunagakure, an undercurrent of competition palpable between the two clans. Yet it was a healthy rivalry that it did not wish to interfere with. As the two forces clashed, the combined ninjutsu employed by An swiftly showcased its formidable impact. The Leaf Ninjas confronted their Sunagakure counterparts with an ease reminiscent of a child's play, dispatching foes with mere slashes that severed them in an instant. Even when faced with ninjas clad in gas masks, the attackers showed no mercy, surrounding and eliminating them with ruthless efficiency. Soon, under the guidance of An and numerous skilled warriors, the group effortlessly advanced and reached the very heart of Sunagakure. Is this truly Sunagakure? It appears significantly poorer than our Konoha. We, after all, are the wealthiest village in the ninja world, unmatched by any other hidden village. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, we could penetrate the core of Sunagakure? Lorden is indeed remarkable. Victory is ours. Just as the Konoha ninjas were brimming with enthusiasm, dozens of figures suddenly appeared, blocking their path. These were the elite Jonin left behind in Sunagakure. Countless silhouettes swiftly emerged, surrounding the leading members. Humph! You have fallen into our trap, Konoha ninjas. This is your grave. The tone of Ebiashi was resolute, exuding an air of confidence as if he held all the cards. Had it not been for An's keen observation, which detected no abnormalities, they might have fallen for the old man's words. Oh, We broke through with such ease. Could it be that Sunagakure has laid some ambush? And maintained an air of carefree nonchalance, swiftly calming the restless morale of the troops. Humph. Despicable scoundrels, resorting to poison to ambush us. Allow me to educate you with the same. Chiyo's voice was laced with venom, clearly enraged by the ambush. In an instant, a green smoke billowed from her mouth, aimed directly at the Konoha forces. We've been prepared for you, you wretched old hag. At this moment, Danzo felt like a mischievous child, finally letting loose and decisively donning his gas mask. Other Konoha ninjas followed suit, putting on their masks as well, leaving Chiyo and Ebiyashi somewhat disheartened. It seemed victory through poison was not in the cards. Do not allow them to stall for time. Attack immediately. With An's commanding shout, both sides immediately clashed. However, this time, the Konoha ninjas found the battle far from effortless, plunging into a fierce struggle of blood and fire. Yet, Konoha still maintained a significant advantage overall, boasting a greater number and quality of strong fighters, along with the devastating capabilities of those with devil fruit powers, leaving the Sunagakure forces disoriented. Though the most skilled of Sunagakure, Chiyo and Ebiyashi, wielded their puppet techniques to great effect on the battlefield, inflicting considerable casualties upon the Konoha ninjas. Leave these two old geezers to me. An's thunderous declaration drew the attention of all on the battlefield, while Chiyo and Ebiyashi instinctively retreated to each other's side, both regarding and with wary eyes. Oh, you two renowned veterans, are you afraid of a fledgling like me? You are no mere novice, you are seasoned warriors. With that, Chiyo and Ebiyashi immediately unleashed their most potent techniques, summoning 18 puppets to shield themselves. The unique puppet technique of Sunagakure is indeed the nemesis of lightning release ninjutsu. It seems that you, the Raijin of Konoha, shall meet your demise here in Sunagakure. The tone of Akatsuki was resolute, as if victory was already assured, and did not counter this assertion. After all, most puppets crafted by puppet masters are composed of wood and iron, which possess poor conductivity. Unless one were to drench the wooden components with water release techniques, they would indeed pose a challenge. However, An remained unfazed, confident in his ability to dismantle the puppet technique with ease. Let us put this to the test. As An's voice faded, Akatsuki and Chiyo initiated their assault, surrounding An with 18 puppets. Amidst the encirclement, An remained calm and decisive, taking a deep breath and absorbing the scent of blood that hung in the air. Perish. In an instant, all 18 puppets struck simultaneously, launching relentless attacks from both afar and up close. Yet, An's body suddenly sprang into motion, deftly evading the frenzied onslaught, leaving a trail of shattered figures in the wake of the grotesque puppets. Lightning release, 1,000,000-volt lightning dragon. The electricity rapidly coalesced in An's palm, manifesting as an overwhelming surge of energy unleashed upon the surrounding puppets. The wooden and metallic bodies of the puppets emitted high-pitched cries, clearly unable to withstand the force of the lightning. You cannot defeat us with mere lightning release, Chiyo declared, producing a scroll of ninja techniques, instantly conjuring 10 additional puppets. Akatsuki, not to be outdone, followed suit and summoned 8 more puppets. What was merely a playful encounter before was now set to face impending defeat. With that, and once again harnessed the power of his thunder fruit, channeling an extraordinary force of electricity. Lightning release, thunder metallurgy. As An's voice resonated, searing flames erupted from the lightning, engulfing the puppets in a raging inferno. The intense heat distorted the air, and the howling winds seemed to whisper secrets of the blazing fire. The puppets emitted wails akin to those of living beings, their metallic forms succumbing to the heat, turning to ash. Moments later, as the flames subsided, only ruins and scattered dark remnants remained, and stood amidst the debris of the puppets, surrounded by an eerie silence, save for the faint embers that flickered into the air. Are there still puppets left? If so, I am prepared to unleash more techniques. In an instant, the battlefield trembled with renewed fervor. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, extolling An's might. In stark contrast, the Sunagakure ninjas were bereft of hope, witnessing their 2 strongest trump cards falter, further deepening their already dire predicament and extinguishing their will to fight. Surrender, and you shall find a path to survival. Should you choose otherwise, not only shall you perish, but the entirety of Sunagakure will face annihilation. The words of Shimura Danzo acted as the final straw, prompting the higher-ups of Sunagakure to exchange glances, ultimately relinquishing their weapons. Chapter 66. Arrangements after war. Certainly, there were stubborn individuals who chose to resist, but regrettably, they were swiftly subdued by An's formidable strength. Victory belonged to Konoha. In an instant, the members of Konoha erupted with excitement, yet they diligently began to tidy the battlefield. The aftermath of victory revealed a chaotic scene, with corpses and debris scattered all around. The air was thick with smoke, exuding the stench of blood and death. The faces of the warriors were marked by exhaustion and the traces of battle, yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of pride and the joy of triumph. Despite the heavy combat gear they bore and the wounds some sustained, no one uttered a word of complaint. Only resolute strides and decisive actions were observed. As each body was laid to rest, the people of Konoha gradually took control of the defenses of Sunagakure. In a vast office within Sunagakure, and sat across from Shimura Danzo, alongside Hai Laozong and Chiyo. Both Hai Laozong and Chiyo were adorned with chakra suppressors, a standard treatment for all disobedient captives in Sunagakure. I never expected Konoha to instigate a war as well. Shimura Danzo, you truly are a cunning old dog. Chiyo exclaimed vehemently, while Hai Laozong nodded in agreement. Adding fuel to the fire, observing the scene, could not help but chuckle softly. Danzo's reputation was indeed widely known. Danzo himself, however, wore a grim expression, refraining from offering any further explanation. At this moment, Konoha stood victorious. If you two old geezers continue to spout such meaningless words, you can go meet the third Kazekage. And interjected, adding, I should say the fourth Kazekage, as he has already fallen to Orochimaru. Even Shikaku should be captured by us at this point. Given that they had already taken action against Sunagakure and was determined to devise a comprehensive plan, quelling any threats in their infancy, we of Sunagakure are willing to pay any price, as long as we can retrieve Shikaku. Chiyo implored, her face etched with desperation, and could not help but be amused by the shamelessness of the old woman. Now that the entirety of Sunagakure is under my control, what price can you truly offer? A swimsuit, perhaps? Upon hearing In's words, Chiyo's expression fell, but then a flicker of interest crossed her face, and was taken aback. Fearing that the old woman might take his jest seriously, he hastily added, in truth, I am far more interested in Sunagakure's puppet techniques. If you could impart your mastery of the puppet arts to Konoha without reservation, I might consider releasing some of the Sunagakure residents who do not wish to be governed by Konoha. Upon hearing In's proposition, Hai Laozong's countenance visibly shifted. Agree to him. Sister, he urged. Silence. Chiyo scolded Hai Laozong before returning to her calm contemplation of the situation. After a long silence, Chiyo spoke. My brother and I can unreservedly impart the art of puppetry to Konoha, but do you not think your terms are rather unfavorable? We offer the art of puppetry to Konoha, and in return, we take away the sand shinobi who threaten your dominion. All the benefits would accrue to you. Shimizu Danzo slammed his hand on the table, rising to glare fiercely at the two. We have already acquired a substantial amount of information on the art of puppetry. In due course, we too shall develop a unique style of puppetry for Konoha. You two old geezers are merely an auxiliary factor. Do not lose sight of your place. Despite Shimizu Danzo's fury, Chiyo, lacking any real power, stood her ground without fear. Is it not true that you covet the advanced puppetry techniques mastered by me and Ebizo? Otherwise, how long would it take Konoha to conduct its own research? The advantage lies with us now. Perhaps you should consider your terms before speaking. Observing the escalating tension between the two, In grew impatient. Engaging in such trivial disputes was an utter waste of time. Indeed, those who play the political game always seem to get caught up in endless bickering, retreating, and compromising. You will teach the art of puppetry to Konoha without reservation, and I will allow you to lead the rebellious members of the Sand Village out of the Land of Wind. I might even assist you in conquering a minor ninja village for your recuperation. Noticing Shimizu Danzo's inclination to refuse, and immediately gestured for him to remain silent. Chiyo and Ebizo quickly agreed to the terms. Soon, subordinates were dispatched to finalize the arrangement, but Shimizu Danzo called an aside. The two stood facing each other atop the highest point of the Sand Village. And, do you not think your terms are excessively generous? Particularly the part about aiding them in capturing a minor ninja village. We simply do not have the manpower for such an endeavor, Shimizu Danzo admonished, genuinely concerned for it, and remained silent, gazing down at the Sand Village, before finally speaking. Lord Danzo, do you understand why the daimyo of the Land of Fire is willing to send troops to annex the Land of Wind? It is all driven by self-interest. As long as we ensure that the Konoha ninjas arriving in the Sand Village reap sufficient rewards, even Master Minato will be unable to prevent me from initiating war. In that moment, Shimizu Danzo found himself at a loss for words. Binding Konoha through self-interest would transform it into a formidable war machine, with the leader being the young man before him. Are we truly to assist them in seizing that minor ninja village? And wore an expression of unshakable conviction and nodded emphatically. Of course we must help them in capturing the minor ninja village for their recovery. It is simply that they do not yet realize it. Once we have taken control of the minor ninja villages between the land of fire and the land of wind, this group will lose their value. Conversations among intelligent individuals need not be overly explicit. Shimizu Danzo understood In's intentions perfectly. It is merely an excuse to encroach upon the neighboring smaller nations, unifying the territories between the two great powers. Increasingly, I am convinced that entrusting the roots to you is a prudent decision. I share this sentiment. Under the leadership of In and Shimura Danzo, Sunagakure gradually finds its footing, with some already accepting the rule of Konoha. During this time, good news continues to flow in. Whether it concerns the battles against the Wind Country's daimyo or the conquest of the Wind Country's borders, everything proceeds remarkably smoothly. Soon, news arrives from Konoha that Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, has been defeated by Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Konoha has successfully reclaimed the One Tail. Thus, as the land of fire vanquishes and occupies the land of wind, the entire shinobi world descends into chaos, while Konoha quietly reaps the fruits of victory, awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 67. The Altered Battle, Uniting Konoha. A week later, the arena of Konohagakure remains abuzz with excitement. On the podium, I sit quietly in my chair, intently watching the duel between Hinata and Niji on the stage. This battle is influenced by its altered narrative. Hinata has consumed a superhuman weapon fruit, continuously unleashing a variety of firearm attacks against Niji. Meanwhile, Niji has ingested a superhuman stare fruit, his gaze revealing an elusive sharpness as he deftly evades Hinata's every strike. The two engage in an extraordinarily fierce contest, their speed so swift that the audience struggles to follow their movements. They dart through the arena like lightning, each attack executed with precision and suddenness. Anticipation, reaction, foresight, and a stroke of luck become the linchpins of their mutual assaults. However, on the podium, Minato Namikaze does not focus entirely on the match. Despite his eyes being fixed on the exhilarating performance of the two young ninjas, his mind wanders. You should not provoke a war between Sunagakure and Konoha, especially under these circumstances, as it could potentially ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War, he advises gravely. As a witness to the horrors of war, particularly renowned from the Third Great Ninja War, Minato is acutely aware of the immense suffering and sacrifices that accompany such conflicts, and understands Minato's concerns. Recognizing that he bears a considerable risk, the possibilities of disgrace or even death cannot be overlooked. As the instigator of war, victory may bring glory and benefits to Konoha, but defeat spells annihilation. Sensei, it is not I who instigates war. Rather, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure has concluded, with our village emerging victorious, and responds resolutely. Yet, within En's heart lies an unspoken truth. The wars with other shinobi villages are on the brink of commencing. Minato, I believe En has performed exceptionally well, especially after defeating Sunagakure, significantly increasing the taxes and population of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Suzoa, gazed at En with a look of approval. As the ruler of the Land of Fire, he was undoubtedly a beneficiary of this conflict. The daimyo's wife, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to En, "If only you weren't already surrounded by several beautiful companions, I would consider marrying my daughter to you." En immediately broke into a cold sweat, silently grateful for his existing affections. Otherwise, he would have been ill-equipped to handle the formidable daughter of the daimyo, who was quite the warrior in her own right. Seeing the daimyo and his wife in agreement with En's strategy, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, found himself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that as a teacher and Hokage, it was his duty to safeguard Konoha and its young ninjas. At this pivotal moment, supporting En seemed to be his only recourse. "As your teacher, I must stand by you, for only a united Konoha can achieve greatness," he stated, his tone shifting to seriousness as he addressed En. "However, I must be kept informed of any forthcoming actions, as it is imperative for me, as Hokage, to possess a certain level of awareness." Upon hearing this, En nodded earnestly, feeling a swell of gratitude for Minato's concern. He understood that his current actions had far surpassed the responsibilities of a mere root leader, extending into the fate of the entire village and the ninja world. Yet, the unwavering trust of his teacher moved him deeply. "Of course, Minato-sensei, your role as Hokage carries significant responsibilities and authority, and I will ensure that you receive all necessary information," En replied solemnly. Minato smiled softly, feeling a sense of pride as he witnessed his one student mature into someone so responsible. Taking another deep breath, Minato reiterated, regardless of future actions, "I must be in the loop. Only through unity can Konoha prevail," and nodded in agreement. Recalling that the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original timeline had been a civil conflict within Konoha, underscoring the village's formidable strength against the other ninja villages. On the podium, Hinata Hyuga, Minato Namikaze, and numerous other prominent figures from Konoha exchanged knowing nods, united in their commitment to strive for the prosperity and peace of their village. At that moment, the battle in the arena reached its conclusion. After an intense struggle, Niji, a wielder of the Byakugan, seized the opportunity to engage closely, delivering a decisive blow that brought Hinata to her knees, and observed the entire match keenly, noting the subtle signs that Hinata had held back. In recent years, with Anne's inspiration and assistance, she had delved deeply into the study and development of her weapon fruit, mastering a range of formidable techniques. However, Anne could sense that Hinata had restrained herself, perhaps fearing that unleashing her full power could inflict grave harm upon Niji. This realization filled him with admiration for her intelligence and kindness. "I'm sorry, I have failed," Hinata murmured, her head bowed in apology to Anne. As Anne gazed down at the petite Hinata, whose height barely reached his waist, a wave of tenderness and understanding surged within him. However, he forcibly restrained his sinful hands, mindful of the presence of her father nearby. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga, seated on the dais, appeared somewhat displeased, particularly as he observed his daughter greet the individual beside her without immediately acknowledging him. And sensed Hayashi's dissatisfaction, yet he also comprehended that as Hinata's father, the expectations and demands of the Hyuga clan for her far surpassed those of others. "Do not worry, Hinata has performed admirably. I am sure your father is proud of you," Hayashi replied calmly, attempting to alleviate the tension, and recognized the importance the Hyuga clan placed on family honor and strength. Subsequently, with a serious expression, Hayashi turned to Anne and said, "And our Hyuga clan is also one of the prominent families in Konoha, and I need not elaborate on the significance of your relationship with us. Should any matters arise in the future, do not forget the Hyuga clan." And nodded vigorously in agreement, well aware of the significance of the Byakugan, as the Hyuga clan was indeed one of the two great clans of Konoha, and their power was not to be underestimated. Pleased with Anne's reaction, Hayashi nodded in satisfaction. The ensuing moments naturally belonged to Anne and Hinata, along with the uninvited canine companion Kiba and his sidekick, as the group began to meander through Konoha. It could be said that Anne was relishing a rare moment of tranquility, although he remained vigilant, amassing strength for the impending conflict. Chapter 68, Akatsuki Organization Video Conference. 1 week later, Uchiha clan's rear mountain. Anne and Kisame Hashigaki sat perched upon stones, while Kiba temporarily fulfilled the role of their guard. This arrangement was necessitated by Anne receiving a video call from Nagato, utilizing the technique known as the projection technique. "Everyone, Sasori is ignoring us." And greeted with an air of familiarity, though regrettably, nearly everyone present responded with silence. However, Zetsu naturally turned his gaze towards Anne, a cheeky grin adorning his face. "Sasori is ignoring us, and so is Whitebeard." At this point, the Akatsuki organization had yet to initiate their tailed beast capture plan, thus all members were present. "Hey, if you have something to say, just get on with it. This is wasting my time for making money," Kakuzu exclaimed, ever eager. The banter between the immortal duo continued to be eccentric, a fact that the others had grown accustomed to. "Indeed, I also dislike waiting." Now, while Scorpion was aware of the current state of Sunagakure, he exhibited no desire for vengeance on behalf of the village. The purpose of this gathering was due to unforeseen changes in their plans, as Konoha had declared war on Sunagakure, necessitating alterations in their course of action. As Nagato's influence took hold, the others fell into a profound silence. In truth, for the members of Akatsuki, the organization's goals were of little concern. They were merely rogue ninjas, united for the sake of joint endeavors. Faced with Nagato's words, the others remained silent. What was the leader thinking? Now that Konoha had already collected the 1 tail, 7 tails, and 9 tails, if we were to gather the tailed beast as well, we would inevitably confront the flourishing Konoha, which could result in unnecessary casualties. Absolute's tone was somewhat somber, reflecting the collective helplessness. The Akatsuki organization must commence its collection of tailed beasts starting with the 1-tail Shikaku, seizing them in order. Otherwise, all efforts would be futile. However, collecting the 1 tail would mean directly facing Konoha, presenting an insurmountable dilemma. Such a straightforward issue could be effortlessly resolved by Mr. Newgate. Alas, Kisame, I have always taught you to remain discreet. Yet, they are simply too foolish. And Kisame took turns deriding the assembly, with Kisame casting a disdainful glance at the gathered individuals. Under An's influence, the once earnest Kisame had seemingly vanished. You had better come up with a solid plan. Otherwise, I shall show you two what true artistry is. The artistic youth Deidara had grown rather impatient, addressing An and Kisame without any pretense. The others observed with detached interest, quietly anticipating what An and Kisame would articulate. Previously, wasn't the unparalleled powerhouse of Konoha the Reikage Uchiha, the one who hired us Akatsuki to assist him in hunting the ninjas near the borders of Sunagakure? Therefore, it stands to reason that Reikage Uchiha would soon take action against other ninja villages, at which point we could join in by employing the same strategy. Once Konoha truly unifies the ninja world, it will undoubtedly possess all 9-tailed beasts, and when the time is ripe, we will be able to gather them all in one fell swoop. An's tone was resolute and confident, effectively silencing those present. Only Kisame, suppressing a smile, observed quietly as An performed. After hearing An's proposal, it took the others quite a while to respond. The plan was commendable. Yet what assurance do you have of defeating a united ninja world that already possesses 9-tailed beasts? Scorpion's voice was icy, devoid of any human emotion. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara nodded repeatedly, while the others frowned in agreement. Even though each individual possessed remarkable strength, none felt confident in their ability to triumph over a nation that had unified the ninja world, potentially being overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of lower-tier ninjas. Newgate was correct. It was a feasible method. Yet, Nagato, shifting the conversation, furrowed his brow, remarking that the implementation of this method posed significant difficulties. Even Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, found the situation troublesome. After all, if Konoha achieved unification, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire ninja world. However, An waved his hand dismissively. His expression relaxed and carefree. Do not forget my existence. I am the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. As long as I join Konoha, it is unlikely that they would refuse. And at that time, we would have the opportunity to plot against other Jinchuriki. Instantly, smiles crept across everyone's faces. For internal disruption often proves far more severe than external threats. Newgate was correct. Henceforth, we would assist Konoha in attacking other shinobi villages, while Newgate would infiltrate Konoha. Awaiting instructions, Nagato, as the leader, set the tone for this meeting before dispelling the technique of the projection body. However, Konan wore a look of concern, nervously gazing at Nagato as she spoke. Do you think Newgate can be trusted? I believe he harbors his own unique motives and intentions. Humph. Who in the Akatsuki does not have their own agenda? As long as it does not interfere with our ultimate plan, we are fine. If Newgate harbors any malicious intentions, I will act without hesitation. I only hope he can keep his own desires in check. Konoha, Uchiha Clan's rear mountain. After dispelling the projection body technique, and symbolically stretched, prompting Doyo to skillfully approach and massage him. Of course, this was all due to An's meticulous training, not merely Doyo's perceptiveness. Kisame, how are the arrangements coming along? Have you contacted the Mist Village? Kisame, the shark man, responded with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. No. It seems you cannot plan against the Mist Village through me. Upon hearing this, An sighed deeply. He had initially hoped to sway some of Mist Village's shinobi via Kisame's connections, but it appeared this fellow truly had no friends. The fact that the land of water is surrounded by the sea made him feel somewhat challenged in launching an offensive. Of course, war was merely a secondary means. It would be even better if we could persuade Mist Village to surrender directly. Thus, we must adhere to Itachi's plan and hope that nothing unforeseen occurs. Upon hearing An mention Itachi, a satisfied smile appeared on Kisame's face. Your brother Itachi is truly a genius. A genius, is he? Then let us act swiftly. Under An's organization, Konoha's military forces began to mobilize. This time, apart from the shinobi stationed at Sunagakure, most of Konoha's combat strength could participate in this war. In any case, whether participating in battle or not, everyone was filled with confidence regarding the outcome of this conflict. Chapter 69. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka. Just as Konoha vigorously prepared for war against the Mist Village, Un, as the commander, decided to take action ahead of schedule and set off with Kisame and Doyo. The three departed from the land of fire, Konoha, 2 weeks early, sailing eastward towards the Mist Village. The journey was anything but tranquil. as the tumultuous sea rocked the vessel. Nevertheless, and faced the raging winds and waves with unwavering determination. For he understood that this mission was of paramount importance to the future of the shinobi world. Finally, just as N was about to succumb to the tumultuous waves of the sea, he set foot on the land of the water country. However, this time, no one was there to obstruct him. It seemed that the hidden mist village was consolidating its power. As they sped along, and Kisame felt quite well, but Dayu appeared to be struggling. A head lay in, suggesting a much-needed respite. With a resigned glance at his companions, Dayu noted that these two were akin to monstrous beings in terms of stamina, while he himself did not possess such resilience. All right, let us rest for a moment. The trio halted their steps and approached the inn, but as they drew near and caught a whiff of a metallic scent that hinted at trouble within. Meanwhile, Kisame maintained his calm demeanor, his muscles taut and exuding a formidable aura, ready to spring into action at any moment. Dayu stood silently beside them, his eyes betraying a cold and resolute nature, seemingly reverting to his former, sharp-tongued self. At that moment, a languid yet striking figure emerged from within. Momentarily stunned upon seeing Un and Kisame. Long time no see. Kisame, I've already dealt with some unsavory characters inside. The sight of this person relieved Kisame. While Un recognized the figure before him, Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, and a rogue ninja from the hidden mist village. Yutaka-san, I had always wished to spar with you, but I never anticipated encountering you today. As he spoke, Kisame unsheathed his great sword, Samahata, readying himself for a confrontation. Yutaka, however, remained nonchalant, his handsome visage adding to his lethal allure. Are we to engage? Truthfully, I have little interest in you, but I find your companion rather intriguing. A rogue ninja from the hidden mist village, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Nugit. I wonder if you are worthy of a battle with me. And was taken aback by Yutaka's latent aura of authority. He certainly possessed an intimidating presence. Oh, a rogue from the hidden mist village, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Quite a notable title indeed. And dismissed it with a wave of his hand, his tone dripping with disdain. I, Nugit, do not engage in battles devoid of benefit. Especially against a formidable opponent like you, there is nothing to gain. And what benefits do you seek? Yutaka replied, his tone remaining steady and indifferent, unfazed by An's proposition. After years of traversing the ninja world, he had amassed quite a treasure trove. Kisame, observing the exchange, sported a peculiar smile. Nugit-san has a penchant for adopting strong individuals as his sons. Should you lose, you might as well call him Wei, having transformed from an honest man to a cunning strategist. Kisame deftly laid down a challenge to Yutaka, leaving the latter's response uncertain. After a brief contemplation, Yutaka shook his head, indicating his refusal. Let us amend the terms. I cannot acquiesce to such an absurd request. As the Jinchuriki of the six-tailed rhinoceros beetle, Yutaka harbored no illusions of possessing an absolute certainty in defeating the other Jinchuriki. Should he falter, the repercussions would be dire. Both of us are formidable warriors, and without ample incentives, I am disinclined to exert such effort. Thus, under the condition of not violating our principles, we agreed to heed each other's commands for a year. Very well. Thus, the duel between Un and Yutaka was established, with both selecting an open field to confront one another. Amidst the forest, the wind howled, sending the treetops swaying like waves. And Yutaka stood poised on opposite sides, emanating formidable auras as they locked eyes, the palpable tension of impending battle suffusing the air. En's white cloak billowed in the breeze, his gaze cold and piercing, while his right hand firmly gripped a replica of the formidable Song Yun-chia, betraying no hint of his murderous intent. Clad in green, Yutaka's hair danced in the wind, exuding an air of mystery, his expression brimming with confidence and mockery, seemingly unperturbed by An's prowess. Begin. With this command from Moryu, the battle commenced. And surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his blade flashing as he unleashed a fierce assault toward Yutaka. With a slight smile, Yutaka deftly evaded and strike, swiftly maneuvering to launch a counterattack from An's flank. However, An's onslaught exceeded Yutaka's expectations. That Song Yun-chia in An's grasp suddenly expanded several-fold, delivering precise and lethal strikes. Each slash effortlessly pierced through Yutaka's defenses, as if it had anticipated every move, countering with perfect precision. Yutaka's expression grew increasingly grave as he fully committed to fending off An's relentless attacks. With the occasional assistance from the six-tailed beast, he narrowly dodged each lethal blow. It soon became evident to Yutaka that he might not be a match for An. Yet surrender was not an option. In an instant, a layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped him, clearly harnessing the power of the six tails. Chakra release. Yutaka's tailed beast cloak began to exude a highly corrosive liquid, which dripped onto An's replica, Songyun Xia, eroding it. In response, a cold, bloodthirsty glint flickered in An's eyes as he too chose to envelop himself in tailed beast chakra. Water release. Water exploding wave. In an instant, and unleashed a barrage of water orbs, which detonated around Yutaka at an alarming speed. Yutaka deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, leaping backward with agility. Suddenly, An's figure burst forth from the water curtain, his right arm transforming into the massive appendage of the three-tailed beast, delivering a devastating punch to Yutaka. Boom. Struck by An's blow, Yutaka was sent reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he crashed through several large trees before collapsing heavily to the ground. Unwilling to concede defeat, Yutaka struggled to rise. Opting for complete tailed beast transformation, the silhouette of the six-tailed rhinoceros beetle resembling a small hill as it loomed over the ground. Know the wolf's decline. In an instant, the six-tailed rhinoceros dog unleashed a torrent of acidic fluid, saturating the battlefield where the two combatants stood. The fallen trees and scattered stones were swiftly eroded by the corrosive slime, a display of formidable power. Chapter 70. Instant kill. Terrified six-tails, recognizing the imminent danger, composedly retreated a few steps and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. In a flash, a colossal flame erupted, enveloping the entire battlefield in a sea of fire within 100 meters. The intense heat clashed violently with the highly acidic liquid, producing a hissing sound. In an instant, a foul stench permeated the air, forcing onlookers to stagger backward in disgust. The one most affected was undoubtedly Kisame Hashigaki, who lamented the acute sensitivity of his sense of smell. Who would have thought we could collaborate on such a formidable ninjutsu? And was immensely satisfied with the technique's effectiveness. In the context of battle, it was akin to a biological weapon. However, Yugogo's expression was far from pleased. He disdainfully waved a hand in front of his nose before speaking. Such a repulsive attack is not suited for me. I would rather forego this combined ninjutsu. And did not anticipate this hint of prideful defiance, and a flicker of irritation surged within him. Subsequently, and dispelled his tailed beast transformation, revealing his true form. I initially intended to play with you a bit longer, but now I have lost interest. With that, An's figure vanished from Yugogo's side in an instant, only for Yugogo to feel a sudden, excruciating pain in his waist, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. In that moment, Yugogo comprehended the vast chasm in power between them. This blow made it painfully clear that the disparity in strength between him and An was insurmountable. Come again. I shall fulfill your request. At this juncture, An ceased holding back, channeling unmatched speed and strength as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the six-tailed rhinoceros dog and Yugogo, both howling in agony. Humph. I detest those who are more handsome than I am. While such individuals are few, your handsome visage irks me nonetheless. As he spoke, and delivered several punches to the top of Yugogo's head, all the while continuing his verbal onslaught, nearly resorting to outright personal attacks. Meanwhile, Yugogo was preoccupied with defending against An's relentless assault and could not spare a moment to respond to An's taunts. Finally, An charged at Yugogo once more. His technique erupted with unparalleled speed and power, targeting Yugogo's midsection. Exploding liver fist. Yugogo's pupils constricted, his body stiffening, but it was too late. An's fist struck mercilessly against his waist. In that moment, Yugogo felt as though his liver might shatter, and whether his kidneys remained intact was a concern he no longer wished to ponder. Now receive my thunder flash strike. In an instant, An delivered a powerful punch to Yutaka's face, causing him to collapse to the ground, struck down by An's thunderous might. The six-tails rhino dog, frightened, cowered into Yutaka's form, likely to remain a shadow in its heart for a considerable time to come, and then gently caressed his right fist, as if polishing an exquisite treasure. His gaze profound, yet devoid of warmth. Humph, a pitiful mutt, and cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Yutaka before turning to leave. The swiftness of Yutaka's defeat was astonishing, and had effortlessly executed an instantaneous victory. It could be said that An had merely showcased his unparalleled speed and strength, his combat prowess surpassing Yutaka's wildest imagination. Hey, are you all right? The reluctant Kisame Hashigaki stepped forward to lift the unconscious Yutaka. For this individual had become a prize for their group, albeit a living relic of an old man. Let us go, An stated, setting off towards the hidden mist village, with Kisame promptly following suit. Only Doya felt an intense anger, positioning himself in front of the two. We haven't even rested yet. Why not wake this fellow up first and interrogate him? With that, Doyu approached Kisame, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Yutaka's handsome face. In an instant, Yutaka, already swollen beyond recognition, now resembled a caricature of his former self. After receiving the 2 slaps, Yutaka groggily regained consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood before coming to his senses. Seeing Yutaka awake, Doyu unceremoniously plopped down on the ground, while En and Kisame resignedly took seats on a nearby stone, leaving Yutaka carelessly sprawled on the ground. Fear not, I am a man of my word. For the duration of this year, I shall heed your guidance, provided it does not compel me to forsake my principles. All right, let us start with a cross-dressing. And stated in an utterly mundane tone, yet Yutaka was taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely not. That contradicts my principles. Then are you not a traitor to the hidden mist village? Why return to the land of water? Upon hearing this, Yutaka fell silent, but as he gazed at it, he slowly began to speak again. I have returned for those who cannot come back. Speak plainly. En's face exhibited impatience, prompting Yutaka to adjust his demeanor. Lord Newgate, I understand your thoughts align with mine. Though we have betrayed the village, when it is in peril, we shall choose to aid it against the assault from Konoha. Lord Newgate, we are united in this. We have returned for the village. If we can eliminate the ambitious Uchiha from Konoha, we will have protected the village. And we will be the heroes of the hidden mist. And truly did not anticipate a conflict arising from within. Nor did he foresee that this individual before him would harbor such intense animosity towards a stranger. Thus, and swiftly presented 2 hefty blows, striking mercilessly, leaving even the unscathed Kisame and Doya feeling a sting upon their faces. Coughing, the 2 averted their gazes, unwilling to witness this tragic scene unfold. Fools. Though Yugao was initially infuriated after receiving a couple of hits, he found himself momentarily stunned when confronted with the insult. Observing the situation, and promptly declared, We are the Jinchuriki of the village, vital military forces. When the village calls upon me, I shall willingly sacrifice my life for its sake. However, I shall not make futile sacrifices, particularly those devoid of meaning. Such an end is not my desire. Killing one Uchiha and would not extinguish the multitude of Uchiha, and that would rise again. Our objective is to vanquish those who covet our village, namely Konoha, rather than eliminate insignificant individuals. Upon hearing En's lengthy discourse, Yugao was instantly swayed, donning an expression of profound realization as he nodded repeatedly in an S direction. Chapter 71. The Return to the Hidden Mist Village. Doyu, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting yet another individual swayed by an S words. Kisame, on the other hand, felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of his own past. I was naive, I was reckless. Thank you, Lord Newgate, for enlightening me to the true enemies of our village. With Lord Newgate's wisdom guiding him, he resolved to follow his lead, hoping that the Lord would ultimately guide them to triumph over Konoha. Observing Yugao, who had been persuaded, and wore an expression of a mentor pleased with his pupil. Consequently, the trio's journey transformed into a quartet, and relished the rare experience of Yugao's bubble technique. The 4 sat within a bubble, traversing towards the hidden mist village in an oddly whimsical manner. Upon their arrival, the village was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Standing atop a hillside, and gazed down at the hidden mist village, his eyes gleaming with ambition. After all, which man does not yearn for unification akin to the first emperor? What he endeavored to achieve was indeed a monumental legacy. Of course, a portion of his longing was also for Mei Terumi, as the 2 had not seen one another in quite some time. Kisame and Doyu stood resolutely behind him, silently observing the horizon, revealing not a hint of hesitation or fear. Meanwhile, Yugao wore a look of admiration, firmly believing that under an S leadership, the hidden mist village would prevail against any invading foe and inevitably achieve ultimate victory. Let us proceed. With that, and strode towards the hidden mist village, followed promptly by Kisame and Doyu. Yugao hesitated momentarily, still burdened by his status as a rogue ninja, yet upon witnessing an S determined advance, he regained his confidence. As En and his companions entered the hidden mist village, they were met with resounding cheers. Lord Newgate has returned. Has Lord Newgate's mission concluded? I knew you would never betray the village. Welcome home, Lord Newgate. It can be said that the reputation accumulated by and over the years has reached its zenith at this moment, even surpassing the fervor of Mei Terumi's succession to the role of Mizukage. Of course, the presence of Hataka within the quartet did not go unnoticed. However, the reception he received was far from jubilant. Hey, isn't that the one who killed his master? What right does he have to walk alongside Lord Nugent? Yes, scum like him should be expelled from Kirigakure. We firmly oppose Hataka's return to the village. At this moment, the sentiments of the villagers erupted, unleashing a torrent of vitriol directed at Hataka. Observing this, Hataka felt a sense of helplessness, enduring the scorn aimed at the very individuals he longed to protect. Suddenly, a formidable aura enveloped the scene, silencing the bustling street. Had he not feared overwhelming the crowd with his conqueror's haki, it is likely that 90% of the people present would have fainted. After a considerable pause, the villagers regained their composure and seized the opportunity to speak. Esteemed villagers, the fault does not lie with the Jinchuriki, Hataka, but rather with all of us. In our efforts to protect you, we chose Hataka to be the Jinchuriki, a role that entails immense pain and hardship. Unfortunately, in an attempt to extract the six tails from Hataka, his master was accidentally killed by him in a moment of anguish. Ultimately, it is our error. We have forced a once joyful youth into the role of Jinchuriki, causing him to wander the shinobi world due to misunderstandings and ultimately betray the village. As Anne's words resonated, the crowd fell into a profound silence. The fervent rhetoric that had just moments prior filled the air was now replaced by a palpable sense of embarrassment. Well said, indeed. As the fifth Mizukichi, I must apologize to Hataka. This is my failing. The figure of Mei Terumi appeared amidst the crowd, being the first to extend her apology to Hataka. The other villagers, witnessing this, quickly joined in, regardless of their sincerity. At that moment, they all offered their apologies to Hataka. Tears welled in Hataka's eyes as he observed this scene. It was this man, whom he had known for only a few days, who had transformed his fate and allowed him to return to the village. As for Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue ninja, he went largely unnoticed, as he had merely eliminated his own leader, who had betrayed him first. After a wave of cheers subsided, and his companions made their way to the conference room of the Mizuki's building. However, this meeting lacked representatives from the various ninja clans over the years, and had single-handedly subdued the clans of Kirigakure, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Thus, the gathering comprised only Kisame, Hataka, Materumi, Ao, and the enigmatic Kage. You have finally returned. You cannot imagine how busy I have been during your absence. I apologize for my late return. I did not wish for you to face so much alone. Just as and Terumi Mei were preparing to utter more words, Chin could no longer restrain himself. Ahem. Are we in a meeting? Let us first address the significant matters. Upon witnessing this, Gazai Lanwei immediately concurred. Indeed, let us prioritize the crucial intelligence, given the circumstances, and refrained from further elaboration and continued with his persuasive rhetoric. This time, I have infiltrated the Akatsuki and gleaned vital information. The Akatsuki's existence aims to seize the nine-tailed beasts and subsequently utilize them to wreak havoc upon the world, allowing it to experience suffering, so that everyone will come to cherish the hard-won peace. Upon hearing En's words, all save for the dry persimmon, Kisame, wore expressions of astonishment. The notion of employing tailed beast weaponry to annihilate the world, and thereby compel the survivors to appreciate peace, was indeed a splendidly diabolical idea. However, Ching's immediate concern was the news from Konoha, which took precedence over all else. This information was secondary. The primary issue was that Konoha had proactively instigated war, decisively obliterating the land of Wind and Sunigakure. It was likely that Konoha would soon turn its sights upon us. With a sigh, Ching acknowledged that Konoha, possessing the capability to effortlessly annihilate Sunigakure, undoubtedly wielded formidable power. Even if Kirigakure could prevail against Konoha, there remained the risk of being engulfed by other ninja villages. Nonetheless, the return of the two Jinchuriki provided Ching with a sense of security. Regardless of whether Konoha's next target was us, Kirigakure must prepare adequately for any eventuality. Naturally, vigilance against the defenses of other ninja villages could not be relaxed, particularly concerning the nearby Kumogakure. Terumi Mei's words unequivocally set the tone for the meeting's discourse, serving as guidance for the actions to follow. Kirigakure must not only guard against a stealthy assault from Konoha, but also remain wary of the northern Kumogakure.